take it easy and basically keyboard in text actually. Something to our dear lady, Amanda Ute. Oh, she says, I will reinstall it and hope it works. I'm having an opening in my phone. Okay, bless you. Okay. Alright, so she is there. And, we take it from there. Okay. Now, let me put in the earbuds. See if there's something else we could call. I think that's unnecessary, really. Let's go over to livestream. That's going to click in, and seems to be doing well enough. Marcus Grix says, hey DD, hello Mr. Grix. Good to see you. Wonderful father, and of course my own father's birthday weekend. Let's set this, and you're going to hear me heavy breathe here. For once it's heavy breathing as opposed to the air conditioning of my producer who's in rehab. Here we are, Mr. Jameson Reeves. Yes, there we are. Oh, my shoulders. Okay. Alright, let's take care of this. Alright, good. All's going well, so far as it can go well. Okay, we already got the attack of the Cult of the Kings of Edom. We have 11 thumbs down just as soon as we start the transmission. Understand that that is the attack of the bots. Your job is to counter them by clicking as many upvotes as you can. Of course, they fight beyond dirty, straight out of the sewer, and beneath that, from the toxic landfill. So you have to fight dirtier than they do. And that means that you have to click an upvote from every electronic medium that you have that has a different IP address that'll register as a different source. Click your upvotes from the iPad, from the PC, from your cell phone, from your laptop. Some of those will be the same IP address, but not all of them will be. Okay, and bear with me while I go through all of the process of what do I do? See if I can call somebody here. And our Lady Amanda's clicking on the Skype, and I'll check with Marcus Grix while she does that. And okay, no budget deal yet. He says, get it started, don't fall asleep on us. You okay, mate? Jameson will come back to us a healthier person, hopefully. That's adorable. Thank you so much, Marcus Grix. I mean, did I sound that bad? It would surprise me if I did. You know, fine, comparatively speaking. It's not awake, but, you know, it's one of those things where, even though I spent time preparing, in other words, waking up, which is like preparing, it's one of those things where, you know, it doesn't really work anyway. And so I'm here, but not physically. Well, here physically, but not mentally. And all right, with that, I'm sure I sound horrible. Marky Milk says, God bless Douglas. Thank you for being on. Yes, bless you. Okay, and oh Jesus, shit! I should have put that in the. How do I edit this into the live stream? Let me see. SIRENΑTALDIES. Okay, live stream. Okay, here we are. This belongs here. And bless you, Marky Milk and Marcus Grix, wonderful human beings. And with that, let me see if I can, I guess I should have, let me see. I got to emphasize to people that that is my father in the photograph, not myself, the man who raised and guided me. And so let me see if I could do that here. Okay, emerges from the, okay, so but before I do that, let's see if I can bring on anyone else. Give a call to the obvious suspects. And that will be Peggy and, oh God, what's his name? Rufus or something. It's not Peggy, it's Betty. All right. Okay. Be there. Okay. Ask her a question. All right. Go on further. And all right. Let's see if I can do that. Check again the text here. Going back and forth between several different things. Producing for myself. And horrible situation there with Alec Baldwin and that firearm. Okay. So that's shoulder pain. Okay, that when you hear me grunt like that. The problem with no producer here is you can hear everything that I do. Because there's no one to distract you. How about now? Let me tell her. I'm talking to our lady here. Okay, Mandy. So that was 5 minutes ago when we last spoke, according to the cell phone. And doesn't hurt to try a call. This way everybody hears the ring. Okay. At least it's ringing. Plenty of times when it doesn't do that, then you know Skype's all off. Okay. That's what I'm calling certain parties. Okay. And so our lady's not there. Alright, we can do without that. Okay, hang up there. Mandy unavailable. X that out. Lower that. Okay. Oh, my neck. Okay, let's see what Sammy says. Our man Sammy Romero and our man Isaac. Oh, yes. I should be able to call Isaac, but usually he's so busy. Oh, that's it. There's Rocco Fowler. That's the other individual I might be able to call. Let's see now. Sammy has got this written here. Okay, loud and clear, Doug. Thank you, dear Sammy. Love you dearly. And your brother Isaac. That's a thought. So, go to Messenger. How could I forget? Isaac and Pack 1. Let's try Pack 1. And it's pity Holly Kiefer doesn't have a, what do you call it? Skype. Because that would make life easier. Okay, Pack 1. Pack 1. Okay. Yeah, cool. Alright, and then Isaac. Oh, Nick. Oh, yes, I know. There we are. This wonderful instrument that I got back when I was with Judith Eggert in San Francisco, traipsing about. Got this wonderful Labradorite pinprick here to massage myself with. Bury that into the muscles that tense up, and then you can hear me scream. Okay. And with that, let's see now. Oh, there, you might hear the car horns outside. And, alright. Let's see now. Where are we? Other person to call. Not Penny, not Pack 1, not Isaac. Rocco Fowler, yes. Okay, let's ask him. Okay. Using this to bounce myself off. The lives of the echo chamber. You can hear me quaffing tea. All right. Nothing going on with anybody, so you're stuck with me. And I'm not saying much. Oh, Sarah Thomas, dear lady. 3 pink hearts. Nancy Volker says, I've seen her walking around New York City a few times. He's not the nicest of the gents, kind of a bitch. The Alec incident. Okay, so yes, she started right off with that, and like I said, yes, that's terrible. Okay, Rocco's there. Thank God. All right. All right. Let me tell him calling. Okay. So, Rocco. There we are. There we are, chatted an hour ago. He's not answering. His Skype's not on. On Skype. Okay. Okay. Okay, he's not online. Let's see if he's back on. Calling on Skype. This isn't working. Aside from that. Then we hit okay. Alright. Anyhow, I guess I'd better hang up on the Skype. And this might not work out today. He'll have to tell me when he's on. Aside from that in live stream, many other people. Vicky Johnson sent 3 wonderful echoing hearts, and God bless her for that. Mwah, love you, honey. And so let's see now. So there we are. Marcus Crick says, I was deep diving into the bot thing. It is much, much, much harder if you make the like, dislike buttons not public, as in you need to be logged in under an account before you can vote. That should fix it, or at least make it cost more. Okay, this is like, alright, so that was brilliant. So by the way, if you hear this constant irritation, it's just dealing with little things like breaking people in. Okay, I need to call you. I need to call you, not the other way around, not vice versa, vice versa. There we are. Okay, hopefully he sees that. And with that, okay, we'll try this again. So get this started. Okay, now this might work. There we are. Okay, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I don't need the camera that eats up bandwidth and it'll knock us off call. So turn the camera off. So just for future reference, whenever these calls are established, I have to call you, not the other way around, because if you call me, then it screws up the production. So just trust me on that. That means that anytime you hang up, then the whole call ends. So it has to be the person producing the show that calls, just so you know. Is that understood?
Yes, I understand.
Wonderful.
I saw you. I saw a clip of you before telling Richard Dolan where to go.
Oh, that's adorable. Yes, thank you. That was.
I hate him. I hate him. I don't like him.
Did you have some encounters with him of some sort?
I think I saw him do something about Montauk, but like I guess he worked for some channel on Sci-Fi at one point. I just look at some of these guys and I laugh because it's like, the pain and suffering individuals go through, and they're know-it-alls, especially in ufology. It's like they think they know everything.
Right. Yeah, go on. By all means, I need you to burn bandwidth, so please, by all means, go on.
I've had Melinda Leslie tell me if I do use narcotics.
Melinda Leslie, that was her name. Melinda Leslie was the name of the woman who was coughing all over everybody when she was deathly sick. That was
Oh, okay. Well, she called me and got very, very rude with me. And I said, "Look, lady, you don't know who you're talking." And I was going through a phase at that point
uh-huh.
where I was having problems with memory blocks.
Uh-huh.
And and I still do. It's like an everyday process for me.
Right.
So
Uh-huh.
I see some of these people and say, I don't even want to go to these conferences.
Right. Oh, by the way, just so you know, the lovely Penny Bradley has joined us, and so Penny Bradley, this is Rocco Fowler, and forgive me, I can't remember whether the two of you have been properly introduced. Was such the case?
We've known each other what?
Oh, wonderful! Oh, good, good, good. That's delightful. So, I do hope the both of you get along. I
As
mean,
far as I know, we do.
I was about to say, as far as people who have
I,
been
I
from,
tend to I tend to
yeah, go
I
on.
tend to find out from second, third parties that someone's mad at me. So
Uh-huh.
as
Okay.
far as I know, I get along fine with Rocco.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Rocco, I take it such is the case, right? Yes.
Yes,
Oh, wonderful.
absolutely.
Yeah, yes. Oh, wonderful.
We've been talking since last Wednesday.
Uh-huh. Okay,
I've
great,
been
great.
having problems. I will be just going along fine and suddenly just fall asleep.
Oh, you mean a kind of
So this
narcolepsy?
has been an ongoing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, have you,
and
okay.
this is a brand new thing for me. So if I am just suddenly gone, that's why.
Understood, honey. So thank you for forewarning us on that. And so Nancy Volker says, "Hey Pennywise," very cute. And all right, so just so that everybody knows, our wonderful Marcus Grix has provided a suggestion about doing what he's basically suggesting that I have the option to do what our dear friend Salman Sheikh does. And Salman Sheikh, for those of you who don't know, I will be conducting a Halloween interview with him on Friday and a Halloween interview with Penny Bradley on Saturday. So I'm booked, back to back for Halloween, and of course my own transmission on Halloween night. In between that, I'll be going back and forth from the estate. I'm never ever going to be doing a transmission from the estate, simply because we can't do that for the sake of security purposes, because we can't have it traced back to the estate addresses of Sugar Daddy, the man whom my son is married to. So for that reason, I have to be in the crypt at home to conduct these transmissions when I'm doing the Skype bit. And but in terms of everything else, I would never do that, because what Marcus Grix is suggesting is that if I go the Salman Sheikh route, where if you where he just doesn't make the like and dislike public, it's kind of like, if you ask me, it's just not my style. It's not the way I would handle it. And it always strikes me as it's not what the public wants. The public doesn't prefer that. So and it doesn't matter either way, because even though it would make it more difficult for the bots to attack, the end result is that YouTube distributes on the basis of popularity anyway. So it might help in a certain sense in making it more difficult for the bots to attack, and then the popularity would be normalized, and it would be easier for YouTube to distribute based on their aggregates. At the same time, I prefer doing it the way it is, because this way we can educate the public so that they understand the gang stalking phenomenon. In other words, the fact that the bots do what they do makes it obvious to the public that I am being suppressed. If the public doesn't understand that, then they don't understand the point of the challenges I face as a public informant. If I were to hide that, then that would just basically, then the public wouldn't know whether to believe me or not. Then they could think I was talking out of my ass, saying that, oh, I'm being attacked by all these gang stalkers and, all this stuff. This makes it obvious. This helps to really drive it home to the public that I am actively being suppressed. So hopefully, Marcus Grix understands that. I know he will. There we are. And Sammy Romero is, I've got his Skype ID now. I'm going to try and bring him on as well, just to say hi. In the meantime, Penny, our man Rocco was speaking about something, and then he could finish that thought if he wishes. If yeah.
Sure, I'm just
Well,
hanging.
Oh, no, no, deeply appreciated, honey. Believe me, I want the two of you to talk and burn bandwidth. I was just having him finish his thought, and then the two of you hopefully will have a kind of exchange while I handle all of these little things that were difficult enough when I had a producer, and then become rather overwhelming when I don't. I mean, good God, with Daryl Neely having had the COVID, you might want to tell people about that. Okay, so I found him. There we are. Okay, there he is. Okay, wonderful individual. So let's add him to the call. First thing I need to do is add him to the contacts. Okay, and then add him to the favorites so that he's easy enough to find. I'll need to do that with Rocco as well, but since I started the call with him, it wasn't that difficult to find him. Okay, and with that, now that he's theoretically in the favorites, there we are, Sammy. But how do I do this? I have to go back to the call. You see, I'm the type of person I have to think out loud to do this. Okay, there we are, and then press the Sammy button. Yes, I read my lips when I move my lips when I read too. Yes, that's actually, I don't do that, but you get my point. I do that when I'm doing these stupid production things. Okay, soon we will be graced, theoretically, with the voice of Sammy Romero, or maybe I should tell him that I'm calling. Of course, he should understand that. Calling. And let's see now. Get back on here, and still not there. Well, that means both of you can go back to talking. So, Rocco, what was it? Oh, there he is, Sammy. Oh, good. Let me introduce this gentleman to everyone. This is the first time he has ever been on Critical Omissions, and this is a man who has been listening forever. He is a primary sponsor, just like Penny Bradley, and has helped immensely. And so, Sammy Romero, your wonderful twin brother, Isaac Romero, was on with us recently. He got himself married. Certainly your mother's wondering why you haven't gotten married yet, I take it. But you can tell us about that or anything else you wish as a brief introduction. And so for those of you who might not remember, Isaac Romero, the twin brother of Sammy, is forgive me if I'm wrong on this, Sammy, you can correct me if that's the case. He is an electrical engineer, and as such has worked quite heavily with many of the phenomena that I've spoken of in the past, such as underground tunnels beneath major cities like Los Angeles and Las Vegas. So, good sir, tell us a bit about whatever you're comfortable sharing about yourself, and how is it you came into some free time to join us tonight, and hopefully we'll have some free time in the, throughout the month perhaps to join us once in a while. There he is. So Sammy, I hope you heard me through all that. Sammy's on mute. That's it. Sammy's on mute, right, Sammy? Sammy's on mute. Okay, I hope everybody else can hear me. So Sammy might be able to say something if he fixes that, whatever he's contending with. But he is indicated as on with us. So okay, Rocco, Penny, say something.
Something.
So there we are. That's so Rocco, that was awkward enough. All right, so you can go back to whatever your thoughts were. Share them with us.
Oh, well, my experience with Melinda Leslie was actually pretty, I would say, to call yourself a professional ufologist, or, it almost seems like some of these people think that they have degrees in this. Richard Dolan being one of them.
Yes. Thank you.
And they're quick to look at a picture and say, "Oh, that's a plane. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's that." It's almost like they want, and sometimes I don't even have memory of what had actually happened to me. And they want a story. And I'm learning. Like I heard Peter Moon the other night say, I get on shows, which I used to, and people would make make fun of me. People would, call me a fraud. But you know what? Now I've grown immensely, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, that it's really not my job to care if anybody believes me or not. My story's my story. My experience is my experience. And that's how I put that. But I was told by Melinda that if I had a substance abuse problem or any of the above, I wasn't involved in any of these programs.
That's
So
the
that
stupidest.
leads me to believe, okay, well, acid.
That's if anything, yeah, being a victim of those programs would drive one to substance abuse. Yeah, that's the stupidest fucking shit I've ever.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my god.
Let's talk about Timothy Leary being in Montauk and distributing acid to the Montauk boys. That's another one. It's like they use drugs on us.
Yeah.
That's part of. I mean, even with big pharma, same thing. It's a way of mind control.
Right.
Unfortunately, some of us have to do it, like to keep ourselves from freaking out.
Yeah. Yeah.
To each his own.
A coping mechanism. It's a coping mechanism. Go on.
Yeah, it is a coping mechanism. I'm the type that likes cannabis. It keeps me very relaxed. It keeps me motivated.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The only reason I'm giggling is because don't take this the wrong way. Since you said that, the first thing that thought that entered my mind was that explains a lot. It's your sometimes when you speak, there's that certain kind of shall we say, just a kind of affect. There's an affect that comes with the pot that is okay. So now I kind of have some context. Could you, I was just curious, you introduced you to pot, and how long was that going on?
I've been using it since I was a child, and I was molested by 4 of my so-called friends at a birthday party.
Oh god, that's awful. Oh my god, that's oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is like, okay, I shouldn't go there. But I'm sorry, it's just reflexive. Is there something you want to share about that? I mean, what exactly? Oh my god, was it like something put in in some fruit punch or Kool-Aid, or were you even incapacitated, or did they just gang rape you, or was it something that you even want to talk about? Or do you feel you've told us enough?
I can talk about it. Quite a few of them are no longer here.
Oh, did they die from various, like, suicide, drug abuse, or crime, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, suicide, drug overdoses. Some are in prison. And then I had another one that was grooming me while I was in 6th grade, and telling me, "Oh, if you come to my house," and and of course, them.
Was this person older or the same age?
Older than me, 2 years.
By 2 years. That's not by too much, but apparently it was enough to have a kind of sense of, what would you call that? Predatory sophistication, jadedness. This is awful. Anyhow, do continue if you feel comfortable with anything else you might be willing to share in that regard, unless you want to move on. Is that I mean, it sounds like karma really hit the majority of them, so you must derive some satisfaction from that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should move on.
Okay, for now at least, and that's if we visit that back again in the near future. Okay, Sammy said that we have some audio problems, or he has some audio. I'm going to play his audio message. He put that in the text, so I
Hello?
guess he wants us to hear it. So let's hear this.
Hello?
Okay, I guess that's him. He's saying hello, hello, hello. So he said it was audio
Hi,
problems.
Doug.
Oh,
You
there
hear
he
me?
is. Oh shit! I thought that was your audio. I thought that was the taped message. Okay, that's you. Okay, so
Hi, Doug.
yeah, hi. God, your voice is deep. Holy shit. I never expected your voice to be that deep. You sound a lot more like a radio announcer capable kind of voice person than your brother Isaac, who's fine, but he doesn't have that kind of presentation voice. So okay, I don't know if were you able to hear everything I said earlier?
Yes, unfortunately, this is my first time using Skype.
Okay.
I'm used to using, because of college, I'm used to using Zoom,
Okay.
that system. So,
Yeah.
obviously, the information you've talked about Zoom, I'm not using it anymore. So,
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, by all means, avoid it when you can. Of course, there's some people they require you to use it, and that's a bitch. But so go on. Give us a short introduction of yourself, if you would be so kind. Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
no,
And
first of
by the
all,
way, I'm so
I want
sorry.
to say hi to Rocco and
Yes,
Penny.
yes, that was remiss of me. To the
Oh, it's
lady
okay.
Penny Bradley, this is Sammy Romero. Sammy Romero is the twin brother of Isaac Romero, who's been on the show before. And Rocco, this is Sammy Romero, a dear friend of the program who has been listening forever. And by all means, now, of course, I'm so sorry. Do say hi to him, Penny, so we can make certain everybody can hear each other.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Penny. How you doing?
Good.
Hello.
I had one of those days where I just suddenly fell asleep. So if I completely disappear, that's where I.
Understood. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. Narcolepsy. She's having experiences of narcolepsy, so hopefully she'll
No,
be.
what I'm
okay.
having,
Okay.
what I had was someone, those concussion headaches that I've had
Mm-hmm.
off and on for the last year.
Yes.
I had a healer get rid of those,
Okay.
but in their place, I have these episodes. I suddenly fell asleep.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's kind of almost preferable. It's a.
It's
Mhm.
yeah, it is preferable to having that massive headache. It's just getting used to it.
Understood. Unless you're driving, you don't drive, do you?
I haven't driven for 2.5 years.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Well, I feel safer now. Aside from.
You don't live where you would be in danger of me driving anyway.
Understood, honey. Understood. I'm just having some fun with that. But Sammy drives. Okay, so tell us a bit about yourself, Sammy.
So,
Yeah. Oh,
somebody else take a turn. I'm turning off my mic so that I can sip my coffee in peace.
yes, honey. But
Okay.
do check in with us once in a while, okay? Please. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah. And so Sammy, yes, by all means. So honored to have you here. Tell us a bit about yourself. I mean, your brother's the electrical engineer, and you can tell us about yourself that you feel comfortable with. And now that Penny's kind of checked out, do say, Rocco, say hello to Sammy again.
Hello, Sammy. How are you?
Hey. Hi, Rocco. How you doing?
I'm doing as well as I can.
Good to hear. It's good to hear.
Yes, wonderful. And I think you're doing fine, Rocco. And you have your own little fan club, which is wonderful. So by all means, Sammy, we're going to develop a fan club for yourself as well. So let's get started with that. And again, introduce yourself to us and tell us a bit about whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
Oh, be my honor. Well, my name is Sammy Romero. I'm the second twin to my brother Isaac. Really, my journey into knowing about you, man, I would have to say it happened the whole 2012 hysteria. And you start, all this commotion about the Mayan calendar. And this really was around maybe 2010.
Yes.
And that's really when I started getting into this whole YouTube, or really alternative information. I would dare say community, but it didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to me because I encountered people like really like someone like Zachariah Sitchin, where he talked about all these, Anunnaki and they're mining for gold, and and it's like it was a head scratcher because one, and please, others, excuse me for jumping back and forth.
Oh, go ahead. Don't worry.
I'll get her. The one thing I didn't get from these people was culture.
Right.
Culture is very important to me.
Yes.
I need to identify with culture.
Yes.
Especially the non-white culture.
Right.
So when I first heard you on Coast to Coast, and this is a show that majority of people that are, the majority of these people are white.
Yes.
Quote unquote.
Yes.
And majority of them are, it's a network. I know this now, but the majority are white.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't resonate to me.
Right.
And I think this is one of the things about alternative media and people of color or minorities, so this country likes to call us, being from Hispanic background, especially Mexican descent, when we start hearing about any alternative news, it doesn't register to us because we're working class people naturally. Not that we're not smart, the Aztecs had mathematics, and there is a history of education in our culture. It's just it's not really promoted in this country like that because this country's America.
Right.
I like to call this country the land of the land of bullshit.
Yes. Yes.
It's the land of bullshit, and it's a good example of that is our previous president. And I'm not much of a political nut, but at the same time too, he was entertaining. I give him that, but he was an ignoramus.
Yes.
Entertaining one, but I wouldn't want someone like that being my so-called leader.
Yeah.
Or in charge of pressing the nuke button.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit about myself. My father, he, like my twin was stating, he came here on a visa and was working in agricultural. But he was also a jack of all trades. He did a lot of the working class work. But he was a Christian. He converted to Christianity and became a minister of God. But even in that sector of the Christian background and relating to people, some like Penny Bradley or someone like Peter Moon or Jameson, that when you're in, I would say finding Christianity and finding religion, they're two separate things because no one tells you growing up that it's a social setting. And social settings can be toxic, just like they could not be toxic. But unfortunately, the toxic settings is the ones you remember a lot.
Yes.
Hearing someone like, I like the one person that comes up is Penny Bradley because she grew up in church, and she's probably more knowledgeable about the Bible than me. But I remember growing up and hearing that church was a hospital church, come to Christ, and it's great finding fellowship. But like humanity is very corrupted. Even when we do try to do good, we're corrupted.
Yeah.
And the Christianity part goes out the window, and you dealt with humanity, dealing with each other.
Yes.
But the older I've gotten, the more I start understanding that through the Christianity of what you talk about, what your mother taught you, it's very linear. It's not as complicated as we try to make it, because even with my Christianity I grew up with, I thinking on it now, I started seeing that, well, we want to be here and let the rest of the world be over there.
Right.
You're part of us. And in a sense, it's good to build community, but in a sense it's not, because it's not realistic. And once abuse happens in the church, then that whole community goes to shit.
Yes.
And you're down with the real world.
Yep.
The world stares at you, and it's like, yes, community is fine, but we're all adults. We're all thinking adults. And when things are not making sense, and then you start questioning, well, then that requires the person that is supposed to be your spiritual leader to actually work and try to contextualize things, but also make it make sense.
Yes.
So my background in Christianity has been a journey, and I'm still a Christian, but I've learned more about Christianity through someone like Sndy, who, I consider a brother in this this conflict that we're dealing with now, because he's at peace with his heart, and that's one thing I admire about him. And even to you, Doug, that you're at peace to what your cause of what you're doing, especially with this information relay, because it is a burden.
Yes.
From talking about the Chochoa to talking about what I've listened to the other day, the deep ones. It's a lot of stuff. Heck, talking about magic. I wouldn't say I've experienced magic like my brother, but I experienced in a sense of basic stuff like manipulation. I've been manipulated.
Yep.
And that is a form of magic,
Yes.
in my opinion.
Yes.
And it's a very simple magic. One thing I do remember about Jameson, what he said is, and correct me if I'm incorrect, but he said one of the most simplest ways of black magic is looking the part.
Yes.
If I dress in a suit, if I have the right cufflinks, if I have the right fragrance, I can look the part.
Yes.
And I've come to realize that, and it's something that it takes time, but and a lot of stuff's racing my mind, so forgive me. It really kind of shows me that you have to understand that humanity is what it is, and what is not, it's what's promoted. As far as how people try to make it simplistic. Go to college, you get a great job, you'll buy that nice house with the white picket fence, yada yada yada, and it's not what it is.
Yeah.
I'm like I said, I can consider myself young. I'm 34 years old.
That's very young.
I'm young old, but what I kind of contextualize with all this information you're telling me is that it's a big world, but it's not. It's a big world, but it's not a big world.
Right.
In a sense that a lot of information it's censored, but even to that effect, it really can't be censored. I mean, when my bro was talking about hearing you on Coast to Coast, thinking about Coast to Coast, all the shit. Oh, excuse me.
No, it's perfect. I'm fine with it.
Coast to Coast was a pile of shit, and you were the piece of corn in that pile of shit that was useful.
Thank you.
And I hate to put it that way, but when you talked about Pearl Harbor, it was like, okay, this is making too much sense. Thank you. Too much sense in the fact that the world's not black and white, especially with American history. It's only one side.
Yes.
Any questions you got for me, by the way?
Oh, no, you're doing
Am
wonderful.
I making sense?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would say that basically one of the things that we're bereft of when you're dealing with something like Coast to Coast reflects this Anglo-American mindset, and the cultural matrix is, for lack of a better word, it's like white bread. And when they bring on all of these very, older white guys, then that is, they're catering to the older white crowd of retirees. And
Right.
like I said, the people who call in, it's on basically on California time is where they're broadcasting out of, and yet when they broadcast out of California, most of their call-ins are from the East Coast, and so here they are in California. They're 3 hours behind the East Coast, so when they shut down the show at 2 a.m. in the morning, on the East Coast it's 5 a.m. in the morning, and so since
Right.
most of their
Right.
calls throughout the night are
Yeah.
people who are up throughout the night, these are all people who are literally on welfare, who are just living in these kind of like rust belts of, these white communities. So it's basically what I would call much more, I would say virulently when I was on Revolution Radio, and I'm making the point, I would call them just basically white trash communities. So you get these white trash communities.
Absolutely. That's I like one of the towns that I passed through. No disrespect to someone that lives in Bakersfield, but
Yes, go on. Bakersfield,
I
California is what he's talking about. Go on.
Bakersfield, California. Okay, I have family. I have family that live there.
Bakersfield is Texas West. That
Texas
should
West?
tell you everything.
Thank you,
That's
Penny.
what
Thank you for
All themselves.
thank you for backing me up on that. Okay.
Uh,
I never knew there was, not that I didn't know. Okay, you see this in movies, but like the Beverly Hillbillies, but there are a lot of inbred white people there.
Yes.
A lot of inbred white people.
It ain't just in Bakersfield, honey.
I'm sure.
It's also in the prison systems all throughout
Yeah.
New York State.
Right.
Right. I'm sure there is.
Right.
Like I said,
Disgusting.
Doug,
Right.
your Doug comes from your dad's family comes from
Upstate New York.
Upper New
Yes.
York City. Yes.
Yes. And by the way,
Um,
just so we can get our man Sammy back on track. One of the things that I will point out, however, is that with Coast to Coast AM, one of their largest audiences, aside from homeless people in various tent cities, was also prison people. The prison population would all be big fans of Coast to Coast AM. So that's just
Yeah.
another.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Now, you be nice because my radio network is broadcast to the prison network. So most of my personal fans
are in prison.
incarcerated.
Oh God, I could go into detail.
This
about,
is part
yes.
of why I don't want where I live given out.
Understood. And
Uh-huh.
this is one thing. Again, we're going to get Sammy back on track, but I can't resist this. One of the things that I pointed out before was that when I finally stabilized financially for a short period of time, when I was taking care of my parents, it was somewhat stable financially. I was trying to track down a bunch of old war games that had been released to the public by the Department of Defense through a private contractor called SPI, Simulations Publications Incorporated, when they took all of the, basically all of the classified materials out like good capitalists.
Wow.
They sold what was left. And when I tracked down this gaming business that I thought could help me find it, the business was essentially run by the lady of the business, who was a common law wife to this basically a transvestite pervert. And but she wound up, because of the gaming industry being so big in prisons, where all they have to do is, aside from fucking each other and beating each other up and everything else, when they're not shanking and flanking each other, they are listening to the radio or they're playing games. However, they didn't allow, there's all kinds of details of this. They don't allow certain things in the prison, like cardboard because they might hurt each other with the board game, or dice because they shoved dice up each other's nostrils and anuses and everything else. So that she had to send them paper dice and paper boards, in other words, Xerox boards that they couldn't kill each other with or hurt each other with, and paper dice to fold up and all this shit. But she had this huge fan base in prison that would send her all kinds of letters that were their version of love letters. When I get out of here, baby, I'm gonna skin you alive while I'm fucking you and shit. Yeah, baby, when I get out of here, I'm gonna pull your hair out while I'm fucking you up the ass. And I says, you gotta take that, you gotta publish that in a book one of these days, just all these love letters from prison and shit. But anyhow, but there you go with all that. And but back to Sammy with that, because one of the reasons, Sammy, that you get all the morbidly inbred people, when I was going out to Sonoma State and I couldn't understand why Rohnert Park and all these other places you're just surrounded by these people who look like they're from the Appalachians or from coal mines out in the East. And I said, how is it, at one point, not confrontationally, but I just said, none of you people act Californian, and you don't, you act like you're from the hills of Appalachia. And it turned out the majority of these people were, at least the original generation, because what would happen is the Moonshine Wars, which took place, led to multiple murders and even massacres of families. Yeah. And so what happened was the people knew that instead of staying in an area where they could get caught, they knew if they went out west to the Barbary Coast, that they could escape. And we're talking into the 20s and 30s here, that basically no one would look for them out in California. They may as well have transplanted themselves to Mars. So this is how you did wind up with a bunch of moonshine mass murderers out in California. And that's why when you step outside of San Francisco environs, I mean, you're in Children of the Corn territory. And for those of you who don't know, Children of the Corn had 9 fucking sequels. In fact, 10 sequels. There are at least 11 films. There's almost a dozen films in the Children of the Corn franchise. And I swear to God, all they did was go up to Bakersfield and various places like that and film these films. Okay. Anyhow, back to Sammy. Yeah.
Well, just a quick segue, Doug. This is just an interesting fact. Maybe Jameson would probably know this, but the third sequel of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, has a very interesting subplot. Yeah. Keep in mind, the only reason why I know this is because last year during COVID, the lockdown, here in Southern California, everything was locked down. Yeah. So I had time, a lot of time. They actually talk about pre-Meiji Japan. This is prior to Hirohito, that era. Yes. They have a subplot where the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles travel to that time zone. And keep in mind, this came out in the early 90s. So I found it very interesting because keep in mind, the third one was probably the very low budget one. Right. So, but as far as telling kids about that type of era as far as Japan was very interesting to me because of the whole Bill Clinton putting those sanctions on Japan.
That's right.
This might have been prior to that, but the fact that these kids were learning I guess this might be before Commodore Perry. I'm not sure. But anyways, back to what I was saying. I just thought that was interesting.
It's wonderful. It's like the lowest budget one provided the most depth. Go on.
Right. And it was, it was pretty entertaining, but the problem is you're slapping that type of history in that film. And by the way, one of the Coreys was in that film. Let you know how low budget it was.
Right.
He played one of the Ninja Turtles. Cool. Never just go if you're bored. And you hear his voice. It's one of the Coreys. I think it's not Corey. It might be Corey Heyman or the other guys. I don't remember. The one with the raspy voice.
Okay.
Feldman, Corey Feldman. Okay. Anyways.
Oh goodness. Oh gosh.
Let me segue.
Hey, y'all are entertaining. I'm just going to sit back and listen.
Thank you, honey.
Thank you, Penny. And anyway, back to what I was talking about. Driving through Bakersfield, I saw a lot of inbred whites, and I knew they're inbred because they just look that way. But like I said, it's just you start getting culture shock and you start seeing what the real world is. But what I started understanding too is, and to segue to someone like Trump, that's Trump's base. That's who he panders to, is the people that he doesn't like. He hates these people, but they buy up his stuff. And because, there's that's just how he does his thing. But one of the things that I always found interesting hearing broadcasts is how you integrated U.S. history with culture, and tying it to how we were in these countries and why. Almost like the perspective of someone as a nationalist Chinese, or someone as a Japanese, or someone even to the side of the show where you talked about how they approached the U.S. government about, hey, you built these monoliths, or you built these areas where these Mon tribal people, and now where are we going to feed on? Well, the United States said, hey, there's plenty of whites here. Why don't you go and do your thing? All this information that does relate to me, and like I said, apologies for being all over the place.
No worries.
It's a lot of information to take in. Yeah. But it's very understanding, because how my brother was saying, I had a Mon friend in elementary, his name was Van, and they lived, I would say, a block away, and we used to go and play basketball. And one time we went over to his apartment complex, and they had an altar, and it was very different to me because I'm a Christian, but I didn't pay no mind to it. But it was an altar where we can pass by it, but we really couldn't enter. It was one of those things where it was there, right? But it was very particular. Hello?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It was very particular, and when my brother had that nightmare, and he was telling me about it when he was talking to you about it, it made a lot of sense, because when we were with my friend Bang, who was still living at the time, my brother was experiencing especially this nightmare that he had. It made sense to me a lot more because of the whole connection with Cho and Mom. Now, these little nuggets of information that relate to me, it's very helpful, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's a lot of information to take in, and someone looking from the outside, especially me not being non-white, it's having a white person here, or having a white person hear this. It's very hard to take. Right. Kind of that you lost World War II on the Pacific side, and you're a ceasefire on the European side, especially with the Third Reich. Yeah. I've had little conversations with people that are close to me, and what they register is just a blank stare, like, what are you talking about? Right. I thought it's almost like a fairy tale, and it's not, but the American public, it's still connected to this matrix of, and it's everyday life. You got to work, you got to eat, you got to buy groceries, take care of your loved ones, and the problem is the people that this information benefits, they design it in a way where it's not important, because it's just this little fairy tale that they tell you, and it shouldn't affect your life, but it does. We have a phone tax because of that war that is still not off. You get taxed just on that simple phone tax. That why do we still have daylight savings time? Yeah. It doesn't make sense. My whole body algorithm gets thrown off every other couple of months because we're still on wartime.
Right.
Yep.
And these small little information, because that's one of the things that I try not to get overwhelmed with this information because, for example, like magic,
Right.
I'm not a magic connoisseur in the sense that I'm looking for sorcery. I'm not, but it's very interesting because I have to get out of this matrix of I love the Lord. I love praying, and praying is a form of magic.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, too, you need to be aware of the world. And as a Christian, you become arrogant in the sense that, well, I know the truth, and you're going to hell.
Right.
That's not a Christ.
Thank you.
Can I jump with you?
Yeah.
Yes, Penny, go ahead.
Okay, my experience with Christianity was that I actually learned basic magic from Pentecostals.
Wow.
There you go. And
Their entire approach to what they call spiritual warfare is basically magic 101. They just don't quote the people that the chaos magic people are quoting. And they're pulling out of Old Testament. Magic is the solution of people who don't have power trying to get what they want.
And it's interesting you say that, Penny, because as Christians, okay, we all have our insecurities. We all have something to us, our quirks, our kinks. And when you're Christian,
everybody does, whether you're Christian or not.
Right. And that's one of the things that I kind of learned from Doug is, if you believe in God, it is universal. It's just because of social engineering and you're a part of our flock and we're here to embrace you. But the moment you start questioning, or you need a little bit more than just Bible scripture, and keep in mind, the Word of God does speak to everybody individually. You don't need a priest or a pastor to tell you. No, you can read it yourself. Like you said a couple of transmissions ago, Doug, books speak to you.
Yes.
Books speak to you. One of the books that I've ordered was Garden on the Moon.
Right. Thank you.
I ordered that book because of you, Doug.
Thank you.
It was kind of difficult to get, but I actually got the paperback, not paperback, but it's a hard copy, and it's circa 1963. It was kind of difficult to buy it. I got it on eBay.
Good.
But
So,
it was one of
some of the books printed then, they still had a lot of acid in the paper, so you'll need to take particularly good care of that one, or it will just start to disintegrate on you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was published the year my sister was born. Yeah. Go on, honey. I'm sorry. Say that again, honey. Repeat
That's archival information. There was a time period between the 1930s and about 1975 that what they called pulp fiction was literally printed on paper that still retained acid.
Yes.
And those books were considered to be like newspapers, and that you would recycle them.
Yeah. There we are. And that's, again, part of the war effort. And
Douglas.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny what Samuel was saying. I was actually put in foster care when my father was, taken out in front of me.
Oh my God.
And I was 14 years old, and it was in the Bible Belt.
Mm-hmm.
And their way
You have
of
my sympathies just from that description.
Yes.
And their punishments would be, if I cursed, you'd have to take a wheelbarrow and push it up a hill. And fill it and fill it and fill it.
Oh my God.
And then if you would curse, they would say you're gonna burn in hell.
Oh Jesus.
And like I was forced to read the Bible, so like it was really like these people would lock us in rooms. I was in Missouri Baptist Children's Home, and we'd be locked in rooms, like literally locked in rooms, like it was like jail. But they tried to make it so not like, oh, this is God's way. No, telling us that we're going to burn and all this stuff. And also a lot of abuse. I got beat up in some of these so-called Christian foster homes. Anybody can go into the system and become a foster care parent, especially through these evangelical.
Yes, this is a form of child trafficking. And by the way, one of the people who taught me everything I know about mercenary work, and he was a raging pedophile. I was talking to Peter Moon about him just last night. We'll be bringing Peter Moon on in a matter of moments. But his name was, Richard Lionel Curtis. Richard Lionel Allen Curtis, I believe, or Lionel Allen Curtis. But it's been long enough now where I've purged a great deal of memory about him. But one of his rationalizations, it no way, in any way, shape, or form justified his behavior, was the fact that he went through multiple foster homes, and each one of them was some form of a similar abuse to what Rocco is describing, which of course Rocco is describing just the tip of the iceberg. And it was always something that I could not relate to. I didn't really, not that I didn't have human sympathy or the capacity for it. I really didn't get what he was saying at the time that he was telling me about this sort of thing, because it was just such an alien world to me. Because I was just one of the few people in America that had a nuclear family, in the sense of my parents staying together as they did, which is extremely rare. So what I want to thank all of you for is sharing all of this. I'm going to ask Sammy Romero to just kind of wrap up for now before I bring Peter on. But I want to, if at all possible, throughout this month at the very least, and hopefully regularly through the future, is it possible, Sammy, to bring you on? I can just call you directly and establish the calls with yourself and Rocco and Penny, whoever's available at the opening hour on Wednesdays and Sundays. Do you have a schedule that's amenable to that from this point forward throughout this month at least? Is that possible?
Definitely on Sundays, Doug. Just send me a message and I'll respond.
Wonderful. So what I'll do is I'll check in with you just moments before 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Sundays, and then I'll establish the call with yourself on Sundays. Is that okay with you, Sammy?
That's fine.
Wonderful. Bless you. And so that will be very helpful. And with that, yes, do me a favor, and also, and I think it was wonderful the way you established your communications tonight. It helped introduce you to our listeners, and it helps to contextualize some of your experiences. So just out of curiosity, obviously you may not want to share anything based on personal security, but just out of curiosity, how did you... I'm sorry, the only reason I giggled all of a sudden was because I'm looking at somebody left a comment on something concerning Sean David Morton. Apparently he met him today. This is a friend of mine on Facebook, met Sean David Morton today or something, or maybe ran across him on YouTube or something. But this is like obviously people know that I've had some dealings with Sean David Morton in the past, and I've got nothing personally against him. But of course he's one of these people that, believe me, is kind of offensive in that it's just by being alive, okay. And so we'll move from there, and I can't help it. I do find him, I will confess this, I do find him intrinsically funny. He's just intrinsically funny. It's kind of like some people find things inherently funny, like I don't know, rubber chickens, and with me for some reason, Sean David.
Chickens.
Yes.
Blue chickens.
There we go.
Avians.
Yes. So,
Avians.
yes. So, Sammy, yes, some parting thoughts for today, please.
Well, I just want to thank you for the opportunity. There's a lot I want to tell you. I want to ask you, but obviously the time constraints. But
well, just take your time to ask. What is it you wanted to ask?
Well, this may seem silly, okay, but it's something I always wondered. Do you believe in the rapture?
No.
Do you believe in the whole rapture thing?
No.
Okay. I mean, I just need to contextualize that just for me, just a little bit. If you can take time, maybe it doesn't have to be today, but just you contextualize about it. Just for a thought. That's all.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And so the question essentially, because you did follow that up while I was saying no, do I believe in the rapture? And was there something else you added to that in terms of the question? Some context?
Um, well, the question in context is this, because when you ask God, hey God, I was always curious about history. I was a big history buff, and just knowledge. And like I told you, the alternative media, it's was not really connected to me because of that. What you brought was culture, especially, for example, the triple nickels.
Yeah.
For example, believe it or not, I actually talked about the Chinese Civil War with my job. I work in the aviation industry with a Taiwanese gentleman.
Uh-huh.
And when I talked about Chiang Kai-shek and Yang Shikai and Mao Zedong, he looked at me like, "What are you smoking?"
and
He literally looked at me like, "Are you okay? Did you bump your head?"
oh my god, oh my god, and
So
go on.
he looked at me like, "Who have you been talking to?" And he literally told me, "Did you bump your head?" He told me, "You're out of thousands of Americans that I talked to. Keep in mind, this person's from Taiwan. They're a merchant. They're well off. They have money."
Yeah.
But he told me, when you start talking this, I had to pause, and he literally paused, and he said, "Whoever you've been talking to, I'm surprised you're even talking to this person, or whoever told you telling you of this history." These are not a lot of Americans, let alone care about Chinese history, but what you were, because I've asked him about that. I've asked him about, does he know the nationalists and the communists? He said, yes, my grandparents told me about it, and it's a subject that they really didn't like talk about, but I do know of it, and it's a very dicey subject in the Asian community, especially me being Taiwanese. There's underlying politics when it comes to people that do business with.
Yeah.
I work for I work for one of the largest airlines in Hong Kong. Well, the largest airline in Hong Kong.
Right.
Pretty much he told me, wow, I never thought I would meet an American that talked about Yang Shikai and Mao Zedong and Chiang Kai-shek, because it's not a subject that most Americans talk about, especially, being someone of my background and my ethnicity. And I thought that's very interesting, but the reason why I told him this, because like anybody, you start realizing that World War II was global conflict, literally in the South. It's just not the American side.
Right.
But that was very interesting because it made me realize how much we don't know. But just to just leave you with that, it's I just want to thank you for letting me be part of your podcast, and I want to thank someone like Penny Bradley. I don't know Rocco, but Penny Bradley, I do appreciate. She did come on and she talked about her background, and it kind of made me realize that it's not always, you don't have to practice the infernal side to really see screwed up people. And to a certain aspect, it's more screwed up on the heavenly side, because people don't understand that it's as closer you get to that, for example, like a pastor or a priest, when you deal with, corruption, dealing with these entities and dealing with, these devils and demons, you're going to get corrupted.
Yes.
Especially when that role of quote unquote authority, it's going to lead to you doing bad things. Like I said, growing up, I found out that a pastor that we used to go to church to is a pedophile. He actually got arrested last year, but this man was doing his thing for almost 25 years.
Doubtless he was
And he
considered
got,
doubtless he was considered a pillar of the community. Go on.
well, here's the thing: is he was a manipulator, and he used the word of God to quote unquote chastise people, but he was abusing children, and one of his abusers was
One of his victims, you mean?
childhood. Yeah, one of his victims. Sorry,
Yeah.
one of his victims was a childhood friend of mine that couldn't speak.
Mute.
And
Mute. Yes, go on.
mute. I'm sorry.
The
Mute.
perfect victim. In other words, the perfect victim. Go on.
Yes, and through her family, they brought him down. But the organization that this pastor belonged to didn't do anything. No one questioned anything. Nobody did anything.
They
And
enabled
it's-
him. They passively enabled him.
Exactly. And it's because, well, it'll make the organization look bad.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't want controversy. And it's like,
Oh my fucking God.
and it's almost like, look, you're playing with people's lives here. Okay? Forget the ties and forget the big banquets. I mean, this is one of the things I tell my friends in church. It's not going to be a big Christian convention in the sky. It's not going to be that way.
Yeah.
It's not.
No.
Okay, and this is one of the things that, or in any sector of the quote unquote Christian world. Okay, it's not that way. It's not that way. It's not. And like I told you, it's one of those things where it's one of those things where I try not to get overwhelmed,
Right.
and not try not to, I understand. I can sympathize with Jameson on why sometimes he gets heated on certain subjects or just about things in life, and you can't display that type of behavior, at least not all the time. You can have outbursts, take up boxing or running, but life moves on. And you try to improve yourself every day, and that may sound cliche, but like I said, and I didn't mean to. I don't want to bring up his name, but I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Kino picked you as his liaison. Okay, there's a reason why he picked you. You're different. You're different in the sense that Aquino was almost like a rock star, in a sense that of his knowledge, of his superiority, what he thought about. I listened to him about maybe 4 minutes, and as soon as I listened to him, I can tell this man's very charismatic. He knows how to speak. He knows how to, present points and how to deflect information. He doesn't want to talk about. When I listened to him, I think he was interviewed by Sean Stone, I believe.
Yes.
Sean Stone talked some dumb question about, what do you think about aliens? What do you think about, secret technology and all this? And when I saw Kino's face, it's almost like talking to a child.
Yes.
And he said something defensive. Well, the American government is very pragmatic. We like business, we buy stuff, and he didn't even answer the question. And keep in mind, this is a man that, you talk about, the person of black magic. This man is beyond that. But to give such a cockamamie answer like that, it's almost like, okay, obviously you're not going to answer that, but to translate that to the Christian world, or in my world, when I used to ask questions, the pastor didn't really have an answer. It was almost like, well, somewhere in the Bible it talks about it, and it doesn't really say it, but you can translate it this way. And it's almost like when you start talking about grimoire and grammar, it's just when you speak something, you almost speak it into existence. Or if you can label someone ugly, you're ugly. You're always going to be ugly, or you're always going to be fat. or you're a Mexican, you're a wetback. All you do is pick oranges, you know? Or like you, Doug, when you talk about cross-dressing and how you had to use that as survival instinct, many people don't understand that, because a lot of my friends especially in the evangelical side, they'll say, well, this person is possessed. He has the devil inside of him. He's gay. Why is he gay? Why is he cross-dressing? Well, idiot, when you're around a military base and you have closeted, very damaged people that are sickos, they're going to try to rape little boys. Hell, like, it's almost like the environment where the Presidio and church is like, well, what's the difference? Yeah. To a certain degree, it's like, what's the difference? All of this guy is putting on a suit. If it's not a military suit, is your Armani suit or your Calvin Klein suit. But what I'm trying to tell you is the world. This is a side that the world, especially even people, they don't want to talk about these things, because it requires vulnerability. And obviously, someone like you really got nothing to lose.
Yes.
And it makes it easier for you to be vulnerable. Talking to you right now, I'm at risk.
Yes.
Penny's at risk, Rocco's at risk.
Yes.
But it's one of those things where
the world needs to know it one way or another.
Exactly. I have friends that were in the military, and one of the first quotes they put in their Instagram is, "Don't hate me because I'm a hero. Hate yourself." And it's like,
oh my
you
fucking
realize,
God.
you realize you joined the military voluntarily. We're not fighting we're not in Mars Attacks movie. I don't know if you guys know that movie, Mars Attacks.
Yeah, it's a perfect scenario. Go on.
We're there. This is not Independence Day. Will Smith is not leading you guys, okay?
Yes.
You're fighting for these bureaucrats in uniform, and they're playing you like pawns. Don't get me wrong, Doug. It's like I said, the military. I have friends. I have a friend who is a veteran. Okay, she can't sleep. She sleeps during the day. She has
PTSD.
Horrible post PSD. My heart breaks, and I want her to. I want you just to talk to her, just to feel her out. Some things I don't touch. I can't.
Right.
Heck, some things you can't tell us. Some stuff you've forgotten that you don't want to tell us.
Yes.
And it's not that. It's just I stepped on my puppy's leg today, and hearing it scream, I wanted to rip off my arm and give it to him, because I don't want him to scream. I can imagine what you encountered.
Thank you. I believe me, you have no idea how much I appreciate what you've expressed. What I would like to do is, if it at all possible, see if one of these Sundays soon you can bring that young lady suffering the complex post-traumatic stress disorder on with you. It would be something if that's at all possible. And
yes.
Yeah, go on.
Unfortunately, go ahead.
Oh, unfortunately,
it's gonna require me to kind of explain to me a little bit, because obviously it might be just on one-on-one type of thing at first.
Understood. So what we can do is, what I'll do is, now that I have your Skype ID, I'll give you a call. What are the good days to call you where I could privately arrange for something to speak with her, at least privately, for a brief amount of time? That would be doable, and I'd be willing to do that. So what we'll do is we'll write about it in Messenger.
Yes.
And we'll arrange for that. And that I can follow. Yeah. So go
ahead.
Oh no. Finish your thought.
She has a similar background to me, as far as the evangelical Christian side.
Yeah.
Now imagine not just that, but throw in the military aspect.
It's just replacing one cult for another. By the way, before you go, I'll kind of I'm going to bring Peter on, and then as everybody knows, once Peter and I are together, we suck all the oxygen out of the room.
Right.
And but in terms of what I would like to say is, I just recently saw a commercial that may be a few years old. It was offensive enough to me where I actually took note of it and made certain that I had the link on file so I could reference it again in the future. But what it showed was a movie theater with all this entire spectrum of age groups of different quote-unquote veterans, and they're all basically saying they're all watching various war films in this theater, or this war imagery, and they're all saying, "I fought for you," and that is beyond offensive. There is no, you see the old World War II veteran, quote-unquote, the Korean era veteran. Of course, a World War II veteran really wasn't there because at this point they would all be beyond life support. But in terms of these veterans, no matter what their age, they were showing them say, I fought for you. Of course, none of them fought for you as in us. They fought because they're under orders, and because, of course, if you don't fight, you're basically going to be subject to execution by martial law. It's a terror. There's all kinds of reasons they fought, but they didn't fight for that. Families back home were the last thing on their fucking mind. These are not people who were confronted with an invasion of the United States. These are people who were always overseas. So it was beyond offensive to me. And of course, I can go into the details of that later tonight in Arc of Narrative. But I want to thank all of you for joining us tonight. Rocco and Penny Bradley, and or for full names, Rocco Fowler, Penny Bradley, and Sammy Romero, in order of their coming on the call. My love to all of you. We're going to bring Peter on for now, and Peter, if you'd come on now and just say hi to everyone, and everyone will check out at their convenience. But Peter and I will start talking about various things that he's been covering lately. He's done some reviews of what I've been talking about, and he himself will be adding his perspective. And so I'm very happy to say he will be working with this young lady who is named Sonia Barrett, who, of course, it's far better he work with her than I, because let's just put it this way, there's some chemistry going on there, and with between her and I that I don't need to go into right now, but he can handle her at 10 a.m. in the morning, which is he's going to be on with her this Wednesday, just so everybody knows to fit that into their schedule, and then he'll be on with me later that Wednesday nighttide if everything works out well. So Peter, by all means, just say hello to everyone as they check out.
Hello, and I'm now here. It's 9:30.
Yes.
And hello to everybody, and goodbye to those of you who are signing off.
Yes.
Good night.
You. Yes, that was wonderful. And so everyone, do say good night to our listeners. Sammy, Penny, Rocco.
Good night.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yes. And,
Night.
bless you. Okay, and so Peter, thank you very much for your patience, and obviously you were reviewing quite a bit, and we went over quite a bit the other night, and hopefully you'll be patient with me if I cover some of the same materials that I covered with you when we were speaking last, but by all means, catch us up on anything new that may have happened. And of course, I do want people to know that Sonia Barrett has been a great supporter of Peter Moon throughout, I think, all of the books that he's published. So she essentially grew up with Peter.
15 years or so, for the last 15 years or so, I think, is how long I've known her, since I got interested in the Moorish issue.
Right. So she essentially grew up with you. And so tell us a bit.
I don't know if I would say that, but anyway. I just don't know if that's accurate, but she's been, a supporter of mine for a long time.
Yes, wonderful. And so where can people tune in to find this? She was using Google Plus or something. I didn't even know that was functioning anymore.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Look up Sonia Barrett, SONIA BARRETT. I will zoom into her studio, and that's So I don't know if I have a link or not. I just don't know.
Right.
But Sonia Barrett, we'll be talking about the Roswell deception.
Excellent. Excellent. And I'm sure she'll be excited about it. And obviously, this is very important. One of the things that our man Sammy Romero was talking about was a lack of culture on places like Coast to Coast AM. And when it comes to the cultural aspect of what we cover in the Roswell Deception, this may be a part of the problem why Americans have a hard time in just why it's not moving apace is simply because many Americans just are not into that, quote unquote. It's like when Sammy said he brought up Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong and Yuan Shikai with this Taiwanese man who is obviously a very wealthy mercantile class Taiwanese who was working in the same airlines company, the major airlines for Hong Kong that Sammy Romero himself is affiliated with. And the Taiwanese man looked at him aghast, saying that he never had encountered an American in his life who even knew those names, let alone knew anything about the Chinese Civil War, and brought up the fact that there is a lot of political sensitivity in talking about any of these issues within the Chinese community itself. So all of this is highly in line with what we're confronting. The problem is when we bring up the subject of Asia, the majority of Caucasian Americans concerning World War II in the Pacific and Asia in general, they're just not interested. They really just are locked onto the European theater of conflict because many of them had familial descendants or antecedents. In other words, their ancestors trace back to Europe. So most of them are interested in Europe, but because of that, there is a popularity with the European theater of conflict. But since most Americans, and especially the consumer majority, are not descendant from Asians, they're a Anglo-American, white American, European American majority, German, Italian, Irish, etc. They just don't have this sense of any identity with Asia. And so when you bring up something from a very Asian perspective, it's simply a case where even if it's not reflexive where this offends their patriotism or their sense of identity or reality, it's simply they're not interested. They can't relate. It's simply they can't relate at all. So that is an issue, and that's the culture which Sammy Romero was talking about. That this is the problem. There is a lack of multiculturalism, and that's a horrible term. I know everybody responds to that immediately by cringing, but that's the problem. Peter Moon has conquered that personally and dealt with that all his life, and he'll be introducing the topic of the Roswell Deception via the black multiculturalism, the triple nickels, etc. Herman Perry, the entire experience that will I'll segue it back to him, and he can help bring us back into alignment tonight. So Peter, hope your day's been going well.
Yes, it's fine. The Roswell Deception, I feel we're getting some traction because, as I said last time I was on, I stayed up very late because I came in very late.
Yes.
And, that was the good event that was done in New York City, and I'm following up with some of those contacts which I helped to expand upon. We'll see how that develops, because sometimes these things take time. But I also am sending 5 books to my friend Mary Sutherland. Mary Sutherland is she used to operate the Sci-Fi Cafe in Burlington, Wisconsin, which is, she'd take people on I think took me on it once or maybe twice, a tour of all the Masonic symbolization of that little town of Burlington, Wisconsin. And it's really interesting. I mean, and she'll show you where underground stuff is, and people will deny it, and then it all kind of ends up at a statue of Lincoln, huge statue of Lincoln. And what most interesting thing of that occurred to me on that was we ran into a Christian minister. I think his name was Reverend Lemon, spelled like the lemon, the yellow lemon, and he was poking around outside of his church, and the group got talking to him, and he invited us in. And I saw this. He told us this story of, I started asking him about this figure 8 it wasn't a figure eight, but it was very similar to it was a qigong symbol, and he said, and he was talking about I forget this ritual with Abraham and this bird from the Bible, and I could recognize it. I spoke to my teacher about it. He says, yeah, the qigong is much older than the Bible, much older than the Bible, and so it kind of pops out in the Bible here and there. Mm-hmm. You know, the Bible. It's one of my Moorish friends taught me because it was being discussed earlier. It comes from the word Helios Biblos, book of the sun. It's all astrology. It's all veiled in astrology. Mm-hmm. The Christianity is an attempt to co-opt astrology and put it into Christian terms. There are different interpretations, each apostle representing a sign of the zodiac, but these would be directly imposed or imprinted on, you know, cathedrals and whatnot, the zodiacal symbology of the apostles, because people could relate to the zodiac. People could relate to the zodiac long before, you know, so it gets flavored, it gets Christianized and whatnot, so on and whatnot. You know, we've lost so much in terms of history as we move forward in time. But that was a digression. But so anyway, Mary, we were talking to this Reverend Lemon, but the most interesting thing he said to me was how the local Christian groups were fighting with each other on the astral plane. Like, wow. My Christianity is better than your Christianity. And it was like, you know, basically this is like what Wiccans will often do. Right. They will cast spells on each other.
Right.
You know, Wiccan minus 101. Negative 101. You're going in the wrong direction.
This sounds like the occult war that took place between Aleister Crowley and the OTO.
Between Aleister Crowley and the OTO? Oh, you mean with the Jack Parsons stuff?
Well, when he was ultimately excommunicated, so to speak, when he was cast out from the society, and he had these occult duels ongoing with the various members of the OTO that cost everyone in terms of health and money, and you know, they were casting spells on each other. Yes, go on.
I don't remember he was the OTO. I don't remember him being kicked out of the OTO. Crowley, he was kicked out, or there was a dispute with the Rosicrucians.
It was a well, forgive me if I'm no expert on Crowley, but that was how I understood it. It may have been a miscommunication. I know that there was you know, certainly other people can correct me on that and bring up the details, but
thinking of the Golden Dawn.
That's it. Maybe that's what I meant to say. Yes.
The Ordo Templi Orientis, he was initiated by God, what was that guy's? I can't even remember. I mean, Carl Kilner started it. I can't even remember.
Yes, I meant the Golden Dawn. As a matter of fact, you're absolutely right. I meant the Golden Dawn.
Rudolf Steiner was a member of the OTO at one point. I just can't remember this guy who was the head of the OTO, but Crowley, and this guy I think was also the head of the Rosicrucians. There was a big lawsuit with the Rosicrucians, and it was Theodore Royce. It was Theodore Royce who introduced Crowley to the OTO. And Crowley said, "Oh, this is right down my alley," because it involved, see, the opening of the pineal gland. If you look up the hormones and whatnot connected to, it's also connected to your reproductive and your sexuality, and so it rides, you know, the sexuality especially in the OTO runs right along these tantric lines of the connection between your enlightenment and your sexuality. So, you know, Crowley put the acceleration on that, and you might say exacerbated it, right. And amplified it, and so Theodore Royce, and then Crowley started introducing the Book of the Law, which was accepted by certain German. This ingratiated him into Germany, if he wasn't already ingratiated anyway, and so Crowley. Then as it come forward into the 20s, there was a dispute with the Rosicrucians, and there was a lawsuit with Aleister Crowley and Louis Spence. If you go to San Jose...
That was it. I believe Spence, and he had the great ongoing battle, supernatural battle, in which they were casting spells on each other that ultimately...
They may well have, yeah. But Louis Spence... So this huge or big, it's a campus, the Rosicrucian campus at in San Jose.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. As a matter of fact, our friend Brendan Zogit was over there taking a photograph of himself in front of their Egyptian museum. So go on.
Yeah, and when we went to California, Paul said, "I want to see San Jose." I said, "What the hell do you want to see San Jose for?" You know, I was mystified that anybody would want to go see San Jose.
Which he did come from a heavily occult background, after all.
It's like what would you want to see San Jose for? There's nothing there. They're not even have gas stations there. I think they might have some now. They had like one gas station. I mean, it's a big town to try to find gas. And, you know, what they had was Silicon Valley. And I actually spent the night there once when we went to visit my ex-wife's grandmother in Salinas. And so we spent the night in San Jose and, you know, spent most of our time trying to find gas. And, and my friend who lived in the Bay Area at the time, up in Benicia, he says, "Oh yeah, San Jose is terrible for gas." But anyway, we had some time to kill before we checked into our next place in Walnut Creek or wherever it was, and we went to the San Jose Rosicrucian campus, and you go up and there's this huge door. It's like it's big. It's one of the biggest doors I've ever seen, and there's no sign that says, you know, "Welcome, come in this way." You just open the door. You know, it's kind of imposing.
Yes.
You open the door and then you're in this museum, but it doesn't, you know, tell you to come in. It doesn't say museum hours. You just opened it, and then you're in a museum, and then there's a ticket office there, and you can, you know, go out and see these basically replicas of Egypt. But that was Louis Spence, and that campus, you know, they had a cute. I don't know if it's cute, but it was a yellow pyramid. And I asked the guy, because you were doing a tour, he says, "What's that? What's in that pyramid? What's that pyramid?" He says, "Oh, those are archives." That was a complete lie. Because I've known at least a couple of people who've been in that pyramid where they do rituals.
Yes. That's quite true.
And there's nothing good about that campus. I mean, except the tour might be good. I mean, you might learn a little bit about Egypt. But this is like an outer. Except they're not really trying to recruit you either. They probably don't want you to recruit you because you might find out about them.
Right.
But they are considered, well, let me see. They don't have the reputation of the OTO, but maybe everything about the Rosicrucians is more well hidden. And I'm not disparaging Rosicrucianism in general,
right,
but I'm disparaging some of the followers and believers. It's all built on mystery. There was one woman I knew. I met her in Chicago, and she was really kind of a very unique woman. I think she was a pianist. Mm-hmm. She was classical. And she started talking to me. She was being stalked by Rosicrucians. Not all the time, but through her, you know, like very mysterious, weird. It was very weird. She ended up dying prematurely, mysteriously. And her brother, I think she was married to Leonard Bernstein, not married, girlfriended to Leonard Bernstein's brother, I think it was, and he blamed her communicating with all these authors. He said, "All these authors, wasn't my fault." But yeah, she was a very interesting lady, but you know, Rosicrucians, you know, it's like Freemasonry comparatively is in your face. Comparatively, Freemasonry is all very secret. Rosicrucianism seems to have a lot more oomph behind it and a lot more secrecy, and is less, I guess what you'd say, in your face. But this museum in San Jose is interesting, and I don't even think I told my wife about San Jose. What I told her was it's too far the hell out of the way from where we're going.
Right.
You know, you go traipsing around the Bay Area, you'll be exhausted. You know, I relegated our trip to San Francisco, Marin County, and with, you know, Davis and Sacramento thrown in the gold country. You know, there's no time for San Jose. And as she learned, Sacramento was no place to see. She was very disappointed. She thought it was very important to see from the tourist stuff she read. So no, you don't want to see Sacramento. Although they did paint the bridge in Sacramento gold, this ugly bridge. When you go from the Capitol and you go due west, I think it's Capitol. I don't know what hell remember the name of this, the boulevard that takes you right to the Capitol.
Right.
And it takes you straight out to West Sacramento. And West Sacramento is not a part of Sacramento. It's across the river. And there's this bridge.
It's kind of like the difference between South San Francisco and San Francisco. So go on. Yes. Completely different cities.
Yeah,
go on.
It is. It is. And they painted it a beautiful gold. This is the color. I think I told her it was the Golden Gate Bridge because it was gold. And you know, everybody comes to California and they want to see the Golden Gate Bridge and they're disappointed because it's not gold.
Right.
It's painted red. Yeah. It's painted orange red. Red lead is what it is.
Yes.
It's to prevent it from rusting.
Right.
But you know, but they painted the bridge. It's a much smaller bridge and over the, I don't know if it's I think it's the American River, painted it gold. So that's very impressive.
Yeah.
A gold bridge. You get a gold bridge in California. But in any case, where did I get from to San Jose? We were going in some direction.
We were talking about the Rosicrucians. We originally, I was talking about Aleister Crowley and his occult battles.
Lewis Spence, he was the one who built AMORC, AMORC. Right. And there actually saw the papers concerning the lawsuit and Aleister Crowley. And Aleister Crowley just said, okay. And Theodore Royce was the senior. Not only was the senior of the OTO, he was the senior of the Rosicrucians. And Aleister Crowley said, he says, he basically settled it saying, I think he lost the suit, or he said, okay, Lewis Spence he can be the outer head of the Rosicrucian order, but Theodore Royce had said that Crowley could be the inner head of the order, which is where the power is.
Right.
So it's like we have Joe Biden. He's the outer head of the White House. He's the face of the White House. Nobody believes that Joe Biden is controlling things.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to believe. So there would be an inner head, and who that might be is who the hell knows. But there was a book, The Naked Capitalist, that was more of an independent book. I don't know if you could find it anymore.
Yeah, I don't have a copy of that, but I have a copy of its partner book, which was The Naked Communists, believe it or not. So they made one book about how the communists, what their conspiracy is for world takeover. The other book, done by the same publishers, was just talking about how capitalism essentially destroys itself, auto-destructs by selling out to the communists and anyone else. So go on.
This is what the story. This is he's talking about. I think the guy's name was Hall, maybe John Hall. He was the American head of the Communist Party.
Okay.
He was, he was blowing a horn to almost nobody behind him. But there, he had some followers of the American Communist Party. He just wasn't very big. I one time heard him interviewed on the radio. He didn't, he wasn't very impressive, only because he didn't have much of a following. Mm-hmm. Anyway, and what are you being a communist? It's like being a member of the KKK in a black community. You're not going to get much support. In fact, you're going to get a lot more hatred directed at you doing that than this communist guy did. But anyway, it was he wasn't getting the 5-year plan. He kept telegramming Moscow, we need the 5-year plan, because Moscow and communism operates on a 5-year plan.
Right.
So the 5-year plan, and he kept persisting, and he kept getting no answers. He kept getting put off answers, and finally they answered him, and they said, "Here, we don't have it. Go to this address." And it was address, I think, in Rockefeller Center. He was supposed to get the address from an address in Rockefeller Center. They'll give you your 5-year plan. This is the irony of the way the world works. So you have an inner head of Moscow, an outer head of Moscow, an inner head of the White House, and here we're talking about secret societies. We're talking about the Rosicrucians. Now, Crowley he never called himself the inner head of the OTO. He called himself the outer head of the OTO, the 10th degree. You have the 9th degree, which is sexual magic to birth a moonchild. Right. The 10th degree is you give up your identity and take on the office of the OTO, the Ordo Templi Orientis. That is the order of the Temple of the Orient, which means Solomon's Temple. So you're the head of the outer temple. Well, who's the inner head of the temple? Say in the Judaic religion, it's the spark. It's Jehovah, the divine spark. You have in the inner head of the OTO, and this is something that I stumbled upon in my writing about Baphomet, is literally Baphomet. Baphomet is the inner head. He also aligns with what in Islam is the hidden one. The hidden one is the genuine successor to the prophet, the hidden one. And he never died. He was I don't remember the exact description, but he didn't die. He's still alive, but he doesn't necessarily live in a personage. This is very similar to Christian Rosenkreuz, right, whose tomb implies forever. Right. Written across the top is vitriol, which means if you translate it into the Latin, and I think it says visita interior. I can't pronounce it in Latin. I don't have it in front of me, but it's visit the interior of the earth, and by rectification thou shalt find the hidden stone. Right. That's so that the Rosicrucian order and the tomb of Christian Rosenkreuz is leading you to the inner earth, which is what the work of Radu Sinamar is so much about, is just about connecting to the intelligences in the inner earth and the intelligence in the black hole of the earth itself, which is the senior prime mover and would coincide with the primal intelligence of the earth. Right. So when Douglas talks all about the Germans connecting to this, they're connecting to it, but they have a problem. It's sort of like the garden on the moon. When you get a base on the moon, there's not much you can do with it unless you have a little bit better contact with the inner moon, yes, or whatever. The project gets truncated. Yes. And this is what happened even with the Unterland, even with the civilizations below the earth. From what I've seen, they might be advanced, but they're not completely aligned with the core of the planet. Mm-hmm. Just from my observation and opinions. Right. It's not,
it's not some kind of idyllic utopia, just so people understand that. We're talking about a very real, go on.
Yeah, it's a struggle zone.
Yes,
it's a struggle zone.
Yes.
There's a lot of intelligence, a lot of technology, and this is the problem with Inside the Earth. If you look at so much of Timothy Beckley, the literature he published, he passed away recently after some health struggles, but he's in the the celestial abode, I assume. Right. but he would write about the Darrow and all these negative characters
Right.
that, and you know, one of the most popular books that I ever sold
Mm-hmm.
with the catalog,
Mm-hmm.
and this was the catalog, and I basically sold books from him and David Childress. That was the backbone of the catalog, which started out as flyers and developed into, you know, an umpteen-page catalog. But the most popular book I ever sold of his, of any books I ever sold that were, you know, not my own books, was the Dulce Wars. Stuff about Dulce and the underground Dulce. I mean, people just sucked that up. They sucked it up, and it was.
And what's bizarre to me is how the very dichotomy of the subject matter. Obviously, I've tried to put that into context for people, and hopefully, maybe we can bring some of what I've said about the underground nuclear testing and the kind of creatures and flora they were breeding, the environments.
That you have talked about that,
Yeah.
although I don't know that this stuff is necessarily going down that rabbit hole.
I understood.
It might-
It may not be book worthy with what we're doing.
That
Yeah.
might be confused with it.
Yeah.
I unfortunately never had time to read it.
Right.
Sold all the copies because I was too busy with other things.
Oh, by the way, before I forget, and maintain your train of thought, but I remembered, thanks to Rocco Fowler, I remembered the name of the woman who did the My Laps book, who was basically spewing her sickness on everybody when she was ill, and she was brought there by Laurie and Ann Fenton to one of these conferences, and basically was throwing everybody to the ground and spitting down their throat, practically tongue-kissing myself, and, you know, when we were all at the dinner table sneezing on everybody's plates. That was Melinda Leslie. Melinda Leslie. It was Rocco Fowler brought up. He had a very negative encounter with her. I said, oh, that's the bitch who was just, vomiting over everybody when she was deathly ill and brought to this conference by Laurie and Ann Fenton. This was well before COVID, of course, but
There's a great advantage. There's a great advantage to staying away from people in general. It's a great advantage to it. There could also be a great advantage to, you know, circulating with people. You have to pick and choose, and in an instance like that, it's very unfortunate that anybody should have to be in the range of her expectations. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but anyway, I was talking about the Mary Sutherland, and Mary Sutherland had me this tour of this Masonic town, and we're talking about, you know, Reverend Lemon. He was a very nice.
And another person, when you're bringing up the individual who was exposing some of the darker aspects of the intraterrestrial environment, the subterranean world. Obviously, when you brought up Dero, I was reminded of Richard Shaver. I thought you were going to say one of the books that sold well was, David Hatcher Childress's. He anthologized the Lost Continents and the Hollow Earth. I remember Lemuria and the Shaver mystery. So Richard Shaver was not someone that was directly. He was dead by then, I take it. No.
There was a connection between him and Tim Beckley. Yeah, but the problem with Shaver, it just didn't go far enough. And this is what I like about Radu. He takes the subject further than anybody I've seen. He takes you, and it took him years to do it. It's like an unfolding drama and story. He takes you in deep in this book, Inside the Earth. He goes into civilizations beneath the earth. He describes the physiology of the inner earth, the science of the inner earth, and ultimately, past a certain point, you go into a vibrational frequency where you enter the earth. He explains what happened to Admiral Byrd and people of that ilk. They're going into a different vibrational frequency. So they're not in this reality, but there is a resonance to this reality. So anyway, and then he goes into civilizations beneath the earth, and what he still has left, he hasn't visited Shambhala himself. He's seen it from a distance. He's met guardians representing it. Two of his friends and mentors have been there. but they don't discuss it. At least two, and I would say three or four. But so that's like, wow. And Shambhala is such a whether you listen to his iterations on it or the iterations that come from Tibet or pretty much anywhere else that don't portray it as a, negative, it's a much more intriguing, I guess what you'd say, obtainable reference frame than say heaven. There's something about it that's much more grounded. Whereas in Christian ideas of heaven, well, you're up in the clouds. And what happens in the clouds, you're not grounded. When you have the clouds in the heaven, you got to have hell down there too. It goes hand in hand.
Yes.
And and it's heaven is unwieldy because you're sitting there all alone, playing the piano and singing hymns. You're not watching TV. Not that TV is good. You're not necessarily circulating chi. You're singing to the sky. You're singing to the sky, and I don't know.
Well, the greatest problem is essentially boredom, and this is why many people decide to reincarnate, is sheer boredom in that kind of environment. So there you have it.
Well, yes, there is. There's ways to deal with everything, and it's just a paradigm.
Yes.
It's like heaven is a paradigm. It's the end of life. Hell is a paradigm, that's eternal damnation, eternal punishment. Purgatory is much more workable because then you can purge your sins and your mistakes, and you can go back and do it right. But these are all paradigms that people struggle with or deal with, and I've had different impressions during my life, and right now it's like, okay, it's what happens next. And I think I might have explained this before, but it's worth going over again. One of my friends says, what happens when you die? And I said, it's like the same thing that happens when you graduate from high school, graduate from college, the last day of your job, the last day of retirement. You go on to your next transition, and you accept what is there based upon your experience, your fate, your destiny, and what's in front of you, and you have choice, as was alluded to earlier about joining the army. You can join this, you can do that. One of my friends who was not only a high-level Scientologist, he was a pretty sharp guy, and he said it was a few years before he died, and he got cancer and died. It sort of surprised me.
Jesus.
But he said, we talked about, reincarnating. If and he says, oh, yeah, I'd like to, pick up a new body. And this is the term Scientologists would use, pick up a new body. And I said, why? Oh, why not? I think it's a good idea. And I'm thinking like, boy, I didn't see that at all. I said, this is like, let's retire. I want to.
You want to escape the wheel of samsara.
Yeah, exactly. The wheel, you took the words right out of my mouth. The wheel of samsara. This is the whole goal of ancient, Buddhism and Hinduism, is escape this hellish cycle of reincarnation. And he didn't look at it that way. And I thought his viewpoint was odd and misguided. But I mean, I didn't.
Thank you.
Well, I didn't say it that way, but I kind of, in a much nicer way, I said, why'd you want to do that? Well, why not? It's like, don't you get the idea? But now, it's like, you have to live in the moment.
Yes.
You have to live in the moment, and whatever happens between now and then, I'll have a new viewpoint. And the best thing is not to stress it. One time during a psychic consultation that I do every month, and this goes back many years, we were finished for the day, the month, and the woman, who's very clairvoyant, and boy, she can get stuff strong. She said, "Stop, I have something to tell you." It's and then she started coming out the words L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard. Now, she lives in the Clearwater, Florida area, so she's heard L. Ron Hubbard, but she didn't really know who he was or what. She had no real previous thing except that she knew I was connected to him. And she says, "I have a message from this person. I have a message from this person." Mm-hmm. So it wasn't like she was, like somebody you knew, psychic you knew, channeling Aquino because you knew Aquino.
Right.
It wasn't that. She just kind of co-opting it.
Right. Got it.
So, he was like kind of freaking out. No, he's not coming back. I don't have to come back. I don't want to come back. It was just like you'd see the needle dancing on an e-meter. No, I don't want to go back. No, you're not making me go back. I'm not going back, sort of. And I'm thinking like, what the hell is this? And it's like, why am I getting this communication? So then she started getting other impressions of, I think, I don't remember detailed, goddesses in red or something. And I started explaining to her what was going on. I said, someday, and, it's sort of like there was this communication between me and what she was experiencing as L. Ron Hubbard on the, astral or causal plane. And she was the in-between. And I was basically saying, I said, L. Ron Hubbard, you can tell him will be more famous someday for his role in the Babylon working than he will be for all of Scientology. And this was important because of, bringing in the mother goddess and all this sort of thing. And, it's not necessary. And I said, everything he did to help me understand this. And, and basically, apparently calmed him down.
Cool.
If this stuff is even real, you have to give it some degree of credulity.
That's right.
And it was, wow, because this woman talks from spirit. How much of that is echo? How much of it is real? It's stuff that's bouncing around on there. Because every day that goes by, as it was the weeks, not every day, but as the weeks and months go by, there is so much more perspective on all of that, all of the things that were viewed, all of the things that were done, and so on and so forth. So, but back to Mary Sutherland. Mary Sutherland, her husband died. Mm-hmm. And he had a long, slow death. He was dying for years of cancer. And I would always, tell him not to eat the donuts. He was just they had nothing but sugar in that sci-fi cafe. And I told him, can't do this sugar. So it's hard for me to eat there.
Right.
They did accommodate me.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's like
how did they accommodate you?
There are things you can make that don't have sugar in them. Okay. And some people go out for me or whatever, but and the one thing I admonished her for, still would to this day, is that I said, you have the sci-fi cafe, you have all these drinks with names. I said, you have to make Tranya. She didn't make any, she didn't mean Tranya. She didn't even know what Tranya was.
Yeah, I don't either. What is?
You should know what Tranya is. Being somewhat of a Star Trek fan. Tranya is a drink that is offered to Captain Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, and some other crew member aboard. It's the Corbomite maneuver. Okay. With Clint Howard, the little brother of Ron Howard, is playing Balak. He's this little. He's got to be about 4 years old when he does this role. Uh-huh. And I have to send it to you. And he offers them Tranya. Okay. It's a drink. All right. It looks like orange juice. Okay. And they drink the Tranya. And when they get aboard the space,
it's like Tang.
Yeah, it could have been Tang. But that's what Tranya is. Okay. So she never made the Tranya. Right. But in any case, I think, she raised money and whatnot for, because she had to pay for his disposal.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. What a way to say it, to phrase it.
Disposition.
Yes.
It's what it is. Nowadays they cremate everybody.
Yeah.
It's you get buried, you got to be motivated to bury somebody. It's big bucks.
Yeah, I'm so glad my parents are buried. It makes me feel so much better. Honestly, it just feels certainly your traditional Christians would not have it to be cremated. It's simply a violation of the body, which they want it to be whole to enter heaven. And of course, I don't want to bring us back to that, of course, because everything you say about that is quite true. It's that's such a nebulous concept. It's there you go. It just it does feel like you're destroying a tether or an anchor of. And some people might think that's positive. And of course, it's been very common in Asia where there was very little room for burial. But do continue. So she was dealing with his. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I was talking about last week about Vertwape in the mountains of Romania and Transylvania, where they burned, thousands and thousands and thousands of bodies over the years.
Yes.
It's like
yes,
it's efficient. But in any case, I told Mary I would send her 5 copies of the new book. She didn't really even know about the new book. Mm-hmm. She took an interest in the book and she promoted it on her site. And she's going to do it as a raffle. I said, you can sell, you can give these books away or you can sell them. This is my contribution to help you with the expenses. Mm-hmm. And she did a big announcement for it, and she's very interested now. And she's always been a supporter of my work. I remember she drove all the way from Wisconsin down to Michigan when I was in Michigan to come see me and videotape me.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's when I first met her, and then she invited me to the Sci-Fi Cafe. Mm-hmm. She's written a lot of books that are similarly themed to mine. Mm-hmm. I've never had time to read them. They're more in different binding forms because they were more ad hoc publications, right? And they're more, they cover a lot of ground. She's covered extensively the Blue People of Kentucky and this sort of thing, and the place names of
and by the way, explain to people about the Blue People of Kentucky. That's so fascinating. There's so few people bring this up.
The Blue People of Kentucky. You can look up Blue Fugates, Fugate, Blue Fugates of Kentucky. But they're blue people that appear in not just in Kentucky. They're known for Kentucky Blue Bloods. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of weird. I mean, there's Blue Bloods in Kentucky societal hierarchy mm-hmm. of Blue Bloods. There's a very, you can think of Kentucky for its horse racing or its backward people, but it's also got its genteel class. Kentucky was really neutral during the Civil War. Yes. It was an in-between state. It tended to be more Confederate in terms of its official alliance, but it was really quite neutral. Mm-hmm. And of course, Kentucky was settled by Daniel Boone, and it was known as Transylvania at the time. Right. It was to be the 13th colony, also Kentucky inclusive of parts of North Carolina and Virginia, which is West Virginia now. So Kentucky, there's got this history of blue people who are Rh negative. But, and Kentucky, I would also tell you, is etymologically the same as Kon-Tiki. Mm-hmm. Kon-Tiki.
Right. Fascinating.
Yeah.
And of course, you're familiar with my sponsor, Ben Estenius, of course, when we had the presentation in the Kon-Tiki lounge. Anyhow, so go on.
No, I didn't know that. Okay. But Kon-Tiki is you have Kon, which is, it's spelled K-O-N. If you read Thor Heyerdahl's book, yes. And Khan, Khan, is of course what they call Kubla Khan,
Right.
or Genghis Khan is the Khan, but Khan is very much related to, etymologically, the Cohen priests, who are the keepers of the Holy of Holies, the Ark of the Covenant, and all that stuff. They are the priest, the priests of the Judaic religion, the Cohen, Cohen, the Cohen priests,
Right.
Cohen Khan, and through what all of my life adventures tell me in my works, the most sacred mountain in Romania, which is nebulous, it's as nebulous as Mount Meru, is called Kogian. So Kogian, the contraction would be Kogian Khan Cohen. It all fits. All things come back to Transylvania for me.
Yes.
In what I experience. But nevertheless, Mary's going to raffle off the book to people who contributed to her.
Wonderful.
And this promotion for the book, it's a small promotion. She knows nothing of this. She knew nothing of this. I sent her some videos and she was impressed and wrote about what I sent her, the videos that I've produced.
Oh, great.
And it's like enlightenment. Now, she had Stanton Friedman there twice. That's how I met Stanton Friedman at the Sci-Fi Cafe.
Okay.
And why does she Friedman? It's because when you're doing the Sci-Fi Cafe, you're in show business.
Yes.
You know,
That's it.
and she's trying to draw a crowd and she's trying to make money. Did she make money on the event? If she did, and I'm not so sure she did, she earned every penny of it, and it's worth. It only kind of pays off as a general promotion,
Right.
where maybe you pulled in $1,000, maybe,
Yeah.
because she's got to pay for all of our airfares and whatnot.
Right. Two
So-
thoughts come to mind with that. One of them is that when I first started calling into Coast to Coast AM, insinuating my way to the point where I ultimately personally met Tom Danheiser and George Norrie several times. And for those of you who don't know, Tom Danheiser was the producer of George Norrie, and they had this very incestuous thing going on, just this side of a gay couple, even though they weren't. But in terms of Stanton Friedman, one time, because he was promoting the Roswell shit, and I was trying to introduce the reality to people of Roswell. Basically, I had a Mexican friend of mine whose relation had been part of the Aztec Eagle Squadron, which were the Mexicans who had fought on the side of the Allies in World War II, airmen who they transported over to the Philippines to fight against the Japanese. And so he was bringing up what he knew about Roswell. I since lost all contact with him. I believe he was a victim of the cartels. But at the time, he called in to say, I'm a Mexican. My relation was a member of the Aztec Eagle Squadron, and I wanted to tell you what we knew about the Japanese and what we understood about Japanese prisoners of war in America. And when he brought this up with Stanton Friedman on, Stanton Friedman automatically, and the only way my Mexican friend described it was he said he acted like a pro, like a true professional, in the sense of his ability to just pump the situation, what they call pumping, and he just took over and said, thank you for that, and by the way, come on down to Roswell, and this is what Peter is alluding to when he's talking about the sales pitch, and the reason that Stanton Friedman is just there to present sales, and the man who organized those conspiracy conferences, named Brian William Hall, forever alienated himself from Stanton Friedman because Stanton Friedman overheard him at one point just basically saying saying something to the effect that Stanton Friedman looked like he was transforming, like he was caught in the middle of a metamorphosis from transforming into a troglodyte or some kind of reptilian. And once he heard him say that, then Stanton Friedman, of course, was never friendly to him again. But the funny thing, there was one more thing, was I forget who it was. It was somebody who... of course, he was somebody who had a book stand, and it was Stanton Friedman ambled over to his book stand, And he wasn't talking about me. Stanton Friedman wasn't talking about me, but somebody, of course, had identified Stanton Friedman as a shill. And Stanton Friedman was just up in arms about this and outraged and saying, hey, you got this guy's books, and this guy called me a shill sometime back. I wish I remember who it was that called him a shill. But it, that's what I think of when I think of Stanton Friedman. When I think of this mountain in Romania, this nebulous mountain very similar to Mount Meru, I would suspect that this mountain is actually very similar to what I described in North Africa, where you had the volcanic entrance to this large lacunae, this cavity within the earth, this large hollow within North Africa that was known as Xanthodon, and or referenced as such, and how the German film crew that filmed the Last Lady of Atlantis was able to get down there to an extent and get their way back up to the surface world from that entrance. This would be a mountain that was known as the center of the world in Hindu cosmology because it's a mountain that touched the sky. And that would be that kind of mountain that leads to this kind of lacunae within the inner earth and is a bridge between the worlds, the surface world and the inner earth.
That sounds about right to me. That sounds about right to me, because it gets, when people try to materialize these things,
yes,
just like, all those, the trips to Shambhala or Shangri-La in the movie Lost Horizon,
yes,
it's like there's this frustration about, where is it? Where is it? It's like in that movie, The Robe, Caligula trying to find the magic robe of Christ and then trying to, use it for magical powers. Like right now, kill somebody. Right, by the power of this robe. It doesn't work. You have to be in concert with the vibrational frequency. And this is like, instead of, trying to see evidence in the physical plane for something that is not inherently physical, you have to see beyond the physical,
yes,
move into the quantum and or spiritual realm. And this is, everything is not physical. And this is one of the challenges. But Stanton Friedman, I would say, it's important in the context. Of course, he has been exposed in the new book, The Roswell Deception, as a member of the cult of the horned brow,
yes,
with the devil's eyebrows. It's unmistakable,
yeah,
his devil's eyebrows and who he was aligned with. But he gave probably by far the best lecture I heard. I'm not talking about my lecture because I didn't hear my own lecture, but the lectures I heard, he was engaging, he was interesting, and I think because he did a good presentation. But the thing, what was most striking about his presentation, what it all focused upon, was his arguments with Philip Klass, a naysayer, a debunker of UFO. And he had actually, Philip Klass had offered $1,000 if he could be proven wrong about something. Like, and Stanton was able to actually pull documents out and prove that Philip Klass was wrong.
You know why Stanton had those documents? Because he was affiliated with the deep state. Because Michael Aquino gave him documents to counter the naysayers with. That's why he had that.
Well, but this is the point. That may well be true. But this is the point: is that he showed the check that Philip Klass wrote him for $1,000. So he says, "Aha! Here's $1,000." And he gave up. Now, I really didn't care about any of this stuff because, I don't have issues with UFOs, or I don't need proof. I don't, I mean, what do I need this for? You can have, if you have proof of a UFO, what do you have?
Thank you. I mean, first off, it just means something's flying by in the sky. I mean, what the fuck is that? I mean, it's so tenuous.
Even if it's a literal alien DNA,
right,
who cares?
Thank you.
What do you do with it? It's
Thank you. This is what I wanted to bring up before, by the way, just as to show people the how would you say this? The banality of extraterrestriality is that, first off, what people in America, in particular, of all cultures on Earth, really think in terms of what can it do for me? And so your average American, it was only recently that the concept of immigration was politicized to the point where it became an issue. Most of the time, people wanted somebody to pick the fruit in the fields or the vegetables and to serve them burgers. And so honestly, if it were discovered there were extraterrestrials, and it doesn't matter what they look like, but let's say they look like the Greys, and
they're already here. They're already here. You know, it doesn't matter. It's like, so what?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And, I pointed that out with the Cho skull with our man Lloyd Pye. And after that, he just became a real bitch on wheels and hated me. And I think he was just bitter with life in general after that and turned very sour, not like he used to be. He was very happy-go-lucky until the whole I call it the curse of the Star Child skull. But my point is that if there were alien Greys, your average American wouldn't give a shit if they were flipping them burgers, so long as they were, serving them, picking the fields, flipping burgers for them, etc. That the Americans, like most cultures, have a very pragmatic perspective. So it's not like there would be anything that would lead to dogs and cats sleeping with each other and jihadi rioting in the streets. It just, it would be a non-issue if they were here and they were something that was useful to us and were able to provide us a service. We would just accept them as a fact of life. So go on. I'm sorry. I just had to get that out.
But see, so he gave this very good presentation, showed his $1,000 check. Yeah. And in the process of this, there were 2 events I went to. Yeah. And the first one was, I think, on Halloween. Uh-huh. And
of course,
I don't remember.
And you know who that reminds me of? The Amazing Randy. Remember the Amazing Randy would say, I have $1 million for anyone who can prove psychic powers, but the guy's a phantom, so nobody who had psychic powers could ever make contact with him.
Well, but so anyway, so I had given him a DVD of David Anderson's Journeys into Time. Mm-hmm. And then I think on the second round, God, I think it was a year later. Yeah. I don't know what it was. I could figure it out because I remember the San Francisco Giants were playing in the World Series then, and he had come over and asked me for if I knew if they'd won. Because
right. Because he was a San Franciscan. Yeah.
He was in Berkeley, and in Berkeley, when he was working for that company, I forget the name of it, irradiating the United States.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess he had acquired a kinship with the San Francisco Giants when living in the Bay Area. So now that would have been probably 2000. 12 probably. Uh-huh. Because they had a thing with the Giant when I saw you, it was 2014, and people in the streets were saying, "Oh, it's an even number year. They're going to win. They would win, and they won in, was it 14, 12, and 10." This was probably 2012. And so anyway, he had met me, and then he said something about, I also knew that behind the scenes, he had been attacking. I think this is what happened. I think I gave him the CD, and then he was attacking not only David Anderson, but the World Genesis Foundation. He says, he says he's a physicist. There's no record of him being a physicist. There's no record of him being an engineer. He says he's an engineer. He has these degrees. He says this world. I can't even remember. I'm the board.
The World Genesis. As a matter of fact, didn't they invite Stanton Friedman to come to Romania? And he was just.
Yeah. So I'll tell the story. So the World Genesis Foundation. It says he's going. This is a PO box in Rochester. This thing doesn't exist. And at that point, they started taking Atlanticron off the internet, off of Wikipedia. They removed David Anderson's name off of Wikipedia. My name was removed, and
So you could see the concerted effort behind this. That had to be Aquino.
of course it did. And so anyway, I said, so he was really attacking, and so anyway, I had emailed while I was there in talking, to Stanton. I went over to the internet. I had to use somebody's computer and log into the internet, and I wrote to David because I know David had been getting a lot of flack from this, and Deepak Chopra was, interested. He wanted to get, control of the time technology, and David wasn't, Deepak Chopra was in a position to really help the World Genesis Foundation, but he took a crap on it because he wanted the control, because he found out all this stuff was going on in India, which he didn't know.
Right.
And and then another one of the people I know told me that he used to, hire prostitutes and beat them. This is who Deepak was.
That's believable. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, David Lewis Anderson had an operation ongoing in India for quite some time, and this was how he knew that the Asian Indians were working with time travel, because of course their culture is millennia old, and what they were working with was really Vedic technologies from millennia ago, from the Golden Age, and really just kind of trying to reintegrate that into their postmodern society after gaining independence from colonialism. But in terms of Deepak Chopra, he was making his own empire in America, and really, in a very real sense, was serving the forces of darkness just for fame. He was really, that's what he was after, something that ephemeral. But with something like Stanton Friedman, his orders generally came directly from Michael Aquino. They were co-religionists, and even though Michael Aquino held him in utter contempt, he certainly had a more direct line to Michael Aquino than most.
Aquino found him useful. But so what happened is I wrote to David and said, look, I wrote to him, told him, I'm with Stanton Friedman, and David invited him to Atlanticron. He invited him to come and, come to the island, meet, as a guest of the World Genesis Foundation and whatnot. And
that's like just like inviting Aquino, but go on.
Well, basically, that's when Stanton started challenging him, on the internet and stuff. And David basically wrote to him and said, look, I agree to meet with you, and I will show you my degrees, and I will basically, just like he did with 1,000, although David didn't know about the $1,000 with Philip Klass, he offered Stanton Friedman. He says, look, I'll give you $20,000 if my claims show not to be true, basically about his credentials. And he says, and if they are true, I want you to contribute $20,000 to the World Genesis Foundation. In other words, he pulled the same card on Stanton that Stanton had played on Philip Klass.
Good for him.
David would have won.
Yeah.
But, Stanton Friedman, we're not going here.
He ghosted. At that point, he must have ghosted, as they say.
Yeah. So this is who Stanton Friedman was. It's just, and yet heralded. And what also struck me is Mary had a conference in between those two times, and she told me that he called and was very concerned that he hadn't been invited. And it was like, it was something that was, in other words, if you go to a conference, don't expect to be invited every time. And this was a conference that was just sort of, it wasn't a big one. In other words, she wasn't necessarily bringing people in. People might have paid their own way or whatnot. So, it was like, and I'm thinking like, this is, maybe 100 people came, maybe, it wasn't like this mega who cares? I mean, what cares if you speak to 100 people?
He's on assignment. That's why. Yeah.
I'll go there and I'll sell some books and I'll have a good time and meet people and do what I do. And it was a good experience. I hardly got to talk to Mary because she's so busy doing stuff.
Right.
And I actually met a woman who sort of told me how to put up my first website. Now, it wasn't my first website where I was doing it. I went on to Bluehost and eventually was directed to Bluehost and put up my own website. The first time I did my own, I had other people do it. So, it's interesting what you get when you circulate and meet people. That girl could not stay with me because she was very Aryan, very Aryan, very sharp in some ways. But when I wanted her to do the artwork for, I think, Radu's book, his first book. And she said, God, this is going back in time. So or some book, I don't know what I wanted. Anyway, she said, oh, no, because what it was is the book exposes Freemasonry as a very negative element in Romania and in Europe and in America. It's very anti-Masonry. And I think she was looking at this from the same perspective. Like, what do you want to do all that again? In other words, because this is what, the National Socialists were very anti-Freemason.
That's correct.
Very anti-Freemason. So, and this went back to, the Catholics being anti-Freemason. Right. So, it's like she thought this book was stirring up, anti-Semitic.
That it was opening old wounds. Yes.
Yeah, and it doesn't. It doesn't open up old wounds at all, because, as much as Freemasonry is all based upon Judaic history or mixed with myth and legend, it's, Freemasonry is not identified as it is and it isn't as Jewishness. To be anti-Mason is not to be anti-Jewish. At least that's the way it's perceived. So it's more about Solomonic magic than it is Judaism.
Right.
But so be that. So anyway, that's I'm talking about promotion of the book and getting the book circulated. I have not had time to look to see if the demand has increased or decreased from my primary distributor, just because I haven't had time to check it out. But it's, trying to get it more into the circulation. One of my friends who's a reporter, I've talked about him before, saw the post I put up about when I quoted you about this reality.
Yes.
And anti-gods and the anti-reality. And he said he would check it out. It was very interesting, but, he was, I thought they surrendered, unconditionally. Now, this guy's a smart guy. He's a reporter. He's very good. Mm-hmm. But what does he have to go on?
Only what he's been told. Yes, go on.
Exactly. So I put, the video of the San Francisco Peace Treaty, 1951.
Yeah.
I think I put the other videos for him to watch if he wants to watch.
Yeah.
And he said he would check it out. Unfortunately, I don't know as a reporter that he has a voice anymore. Right. Certainly not, because he had done a whole story on the Montauk Project and for the local paper, and they gave him a kill fee. They didn't want to run it. Right. What happened with that? Let's go find out. So he comes over and interviews me and finds out, and he kind of knew, but he finds out how much more it had progressed. Instead of telling how much it had progressed with the David Anderson stuff, oh, okay, well, we'll pay you. Here's a kill fee. To hell with the story.
Yeah.
And he also complained that they didn't want real journalism. They wanted fluff pieces because, he'll go in and talk about corruption in the school board. No, we don't want to upset anybody. And this is what journalism has become.
Yeah.
Let's target our opponents and attack them. Let's build up a case against Donald Trump and how his tax returns and all this. And, it's like this is selective prosecution. that's not being done for any other reason that he's a political enemy. Now, whether he's guilty or not is beside the point. You know damn well anybody who's wealthy as he is has an army of lawyers who are maneuvering every way. As he said in his own speech, he says, the fact that I don't pay taxes means I'm smart. And he's right. It means his accountants are smart. So he's going to be covered every step of the way. Right. And if it does turn out that his accountants have practiced malfeasance, it's going to be on them. Right. Because a certified public accountant certifies that it's his word. He is responsible. He is as responsible. So you can't go to a CPA and say cheat. Because if you do, the CPA, his head is on the line. Yeah. So you can say, well, the CPA said it. Mm-hmm. So it absolves you in a lot of ways. People don't realize this. And I once asked this, what's the difference between a CPA and an accountant who's not a CPA? Well, anybody can be an accountant. Anybody.
Well, an accountant's simply a bookkeeper. A CPA means that you've got kind of legal authority. So go on.
An accountant, well, a certified public accountant.
Yes, the CPA.
Means that they are certified that what they do and what they write when they do a financial report has integrity and is accurate. So they're putting their reputation on the line. Now, that doesn't mean that accountants do not make mistakes or manipulate things. But I once had spoken to this guy. He was a client, very successful, huge accounting firm. He was Jewish. He was Orthodox Jewish. Mm-hmm. And he said, look at the accounting. All the accounting does is get us in the door. We make our money as consultants. So they take what these companies, construction companies, give them, huge projects, and they go in and start counting beans and say, you're spending too much money on steel.
Interesting. Interesting. So that would be different. Just to relate an anecdote here, that would be different probably because of the ethnicity, because he's Orthodox Jewish and is involved with the East Coast. So things are working a bit differently. Whereas my gang brother Beaver, his older brother became the straight guy, meaning the guy who was working legally for the family, the face of the family, and so his older brother Terry Wu became the CPA, and so when he became the CPA, the time that after both my parents died, and I was left with this incredibly paradoxical situation where I finally had to employ a Jewish tax attorney, not a CPA, but a tax attorney, where I was dealing with the federal government, because all the while that my parents were alive, both of them were recognized as being in need of 24-hour-a-day care. And so on paper, in cyberspace, I'm getting paid 24 hours a day. So in cyberspace, I'm making more than the President of the United States. Of course, none of that money was ever given to me. The state of California paid itself and said that this individual, Douglas Dietrich, is on contract to care for these people, to keep them out of state care. That way the state's not expending money putting them in a state-run rest home. And this saves the state money. And not only were they saving money, they were paying themselves. And that was the only way I could get them on the system where I could get them both into Medicare and Medi-Cal, because as a 3-war veteran, my father was supposed to be taken care of by the military, and my mother, as a military dependent, his wife, was supposed to be taken care of by the military, but all the military bases had been closed because I got the Presidio military base closed, and all subsidiary collateral bases around it were also closed collaterally as part of the that entire scandal. So all of the bases in area had closed down. There was no place to take my parents. So basically I had to work for free. But at least I got them on Medicare and Medi-Cal to get them covered, because there were no places to take them. I could take my dad to the VA, but I couldn't get my mother in there because she hadn't been treated in the VA before the age of 60. And therefore, in order to get her on Medicare and Medi-Cal, I had to get them both on Medicare and Medi-Cal. They could have spared me that if they had gotten divorced, but they wouldn't get divorced. So I had to get them both on it, which required all of the finagling that I did. So when they both died, then I had basically over 10 years worth of all these incredible earnings that I owed back taxes on, and I was headed towards prison. And so when I contacted, our man, Terry Wu, CPA, just said, hey, how about this problem? Can you help me with this? And he was so used to dealing with the incredibly wealthy, he had no concept of where I was coming from. He just said, oh, look, I'll tell you what I tell all my clients. Just pay them all the money, and then I'll get it all back for you. This is what I do with all my clients. Just pay them all the money. I said, dude, I haven't got that money. I said, I don't have that money. And he had no concept where I was coming from. So I finally just had to, terminate any conversation. There was no point in going forward. So that's when I hired the Jewish tax attorney and took it from there. And I still paid thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars that I had never gotten. Even the Jewish tax attorney said that this was, beyond unjust. He said that, I've never, ever encountered a case like this before. He said, in all my years of working, your case is unique. But aside from that, the other thing that what Peter Moon brings up, where the journalist, is basically saying, the Allies won World War II, the Japanese unconditionally surrendered. Like I brought up, in terms of circumstantial evidence, it's found in the damnedest places. Everybody in 1952. I brought up that in 1952 there was an RKO and RKO movies and radio and movies. That these are the people who brought you King Kong. The RKO Studios released a film in 1952 called Captive Woman, which was released the year that the war ended. And the first thing you see in that movie, Captive Woman, which is a science fiction film about 1,000 years from now, and they had to say 1,000 years from now to take the bite out of the extreme controversy of the topic, which was a post-nuclear world in which the heroes are all practicing Satanists. So in order to present them sympathetically, they had to portray it as 1,000 years in the future, because otherwise people would just freak out and demand the condemnation of the film and that it be burned, etc., banned and burned and all that. But in the film Captive Woman, they open up with San Francisco and in the present, as it was in 1952, and they said, here we are signing the peace treaty with the Japanese in the year 1952. That's the opening of the film. I gave a link to Peter Moon. I don't think he ever had a chance to review it. But there they are in the opening of the film saying, we're working towards world peace, we're settling peace with the Japanese. They don't say who surrendered to whom, but they said, here we are in San Francisco where the peace treaty is being signed with the Japanese. And they present it as San Francisco Opera Building, which is actually where there was some kind of public ceremony where they made an announcement, but it was, of course, signed on the Presidio military base in San Francisco. But there you have it. That was in 1952, so there was a general awareness. You had the public at that time, just like you did before Pearl Harbor. Everybody knew the Americans were fighting with the Japanese in China. But it was like the Vietnam War or the Korean War. It was background noise. It was static. People knew enough about it so whenever my dad went home on leave, people would ask him, because he's a sailor in uniform on leave, and people would ask him, hey, sailor, how's the war going with the Japs? And this was before Pearl Harbor. Then suddenly after Pearl Harbor, oh my God, the Japanese attacked us, those dastardly, those sneaky, devilish Japs. Oh, what did we ever do to them? That's just this.
Well, you see, what we need with this voice is only when I come on board with you. Now we have stereo instead of
mono.
Monaural.
Yeah,
thank you. We have stereo. We have you and me, but we need now we need quadraphonic. We need more people echoing this to the point where
it can't be ignored.
people like David Icke, and not necessarily these people, but people like David Icke and David Wilcock
Exploit it.
exploit it and start, saying it. And that, because, well, see what that is the co-opting of, well, that's alternate media, alternative media. They are a part of alternative media, and they're very broadly, trafficked or listened to. But this is the problem. People listen to information without discernment.
Yes.
And it's like they're not selective in what they chew on or what they eat. And this is a big problem. And just like you get this email from or this Facebook posting, I saw it, saying, "Yo, check this guy out, Sean David Morton." Yeah. Not a real weird one. I was writing reviews of Strange Angel, the production that was done by Ridley Scott and that aired on CBS All Access, which was a horrible, horrible place to have anything. Who watches CBS All Access? Who has it? And not a lot of people. I was able to access it through a Fire Stick or something, and I watched all the episodes.
Jesus.
I also
about Jack Whiteside Parsons. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know why he's commenting on this, because it's just some episode, and it says, I don't know if he's being sarcastic or genuine. He says, "Well, you have been outdone. I was on the Science Channel yesterday, and they said they knew how to go forward and back in time now." Explained it and said they are now building a time machine. What in the hell does that mean? Could you tell me the name of the show? The Science Channel. Oh, they know how to do it. They know how to do it. It's just the same old. I don't know if that's sarcastic or he's trying to be informative.
I would just. It's not even. It doesn't even bear responding to. It's one of these things where you just got
responding to it. But I'm thinking, why would somebody? It says then it says here how to travel in time, kind of how the universe works. But what if it were possible to build a real time machine? Is time travel possible? Yes, it's a real thing. Well, I'm thinking that the Science Channel. This is like, and people are watching the science like they're getting news or something.
Yes, talk about lack of discernment in information consumption. This is the problem with information consumption. This is kind of like, what that reminds me of was going through YouTube when I'm just zoning out after doing a show and I'm just totally fried and I'm zoning out, and you run across things like stupid ways that people die. And one of them was some poor woman watched a documentary on some guru in India who was claiming to live off sunlight, and she tried to do that herself and died, and this is like, okay, you see some documentary about somebody doing something, there's obviously, there's all kinds of things to do before you act and emulate what you see someone else do, like these bungee cord jumpers who don't use bungee cord, but tie something like cable to their ankle, which has no give and no bounce, and then they jump off a bridge and it tears their ankle off and they die in pain. Not only do they die, but they die in incredible agony and pain on the way to the ground. But it's just, then somebody sees Science Channel and says, oh, look, they're building a time machine, and takes that literally, as opposed to, here we are, we found out how to go back and forward in time. It's called reverse and forward on the video cassette. It's like this is the horror that you deal with when people are consuming information sans discernment. This is it's along those lines, and it's just as dire in its results. This is what people get by
Yes. It's it's part of the course. But let's get into the meat of where we can go tonight. And in response to your earlier allusion or question about what listening to your broadcasts on the Chichewa.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
These were, now, for those of you who have not heard it, I would highly recommend you go back into Douglas's last transmission, which was, what's today, Sunday?
Yes.
Today is Sunday the 24th.
So it was my birthday transmission, really?
Yeah.
Or was it the one before?
October 20th, and he talked about the Chichewa, and he gave it was probably the most thorough overview he's given talking about them. And of course,
bless you. I actually think it was the Sunday before, just so people understand. I believe it was.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But you could be.
Yeah.
Well, I can find out in half a second.
Yeah.
It might be more than a half a second.
Oh, take your time.
I was listening to this, and it was. Let's see.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it was
10:17. It's 10:17.
Yeah, so that would be the Sunday beforehand. That would be the Sunday beforehand. That would be the Double Nine Festival weekend, critical omissions. So that was the kind of like the senior day, critical omissions for Asian Senior Day. Yeah, my birthday one was the one that I began talking about the. That was when you just came back from that wonderful conference. Yeah, that was the birthday transmission when you came back and you were with us late because you got home late. And then you met your wife just coming in the door and couldn't spend much time with her, and kind of saw her the next day after that, Paula.
Yeah, I think it starts at 7:12.
Yeah,
it's 7:12, and for those of you who are not familiar with the Chichewa, they are they are a group of indigenous. And I say indigenous in quotes.
Thank you.
Because they originate in Tibet. Under probably, I don't know if you talk about their origin, I don't remember, but it's some sort of ghoulish, golem-esque
origin.
invention.
Yes, by their own claims. And in terms of anthropologists, looking at them from a conventional level, the speculation was that they originated in the Iberian Peninsula, which, as we know, when you take a look at the several groups on the Iberian Peninsula, like the Basque, they're genetically so distinct and differentiated from the rest of the people on the Iberian Peninsula that there's speculation that the Basque may have come from lost Atlantis or etc. This is kind of the situation with the Cho, but as far as anthropologists can ascertain, and this is documents that I saw in the military, these were Department of Defense contracted anthropologists, so this is nothing you'll ever see in public, but they felt that they originated in the Iberian Peninsula, but their own myths say that they originated more towards the Tibetan plateau of Leng, which would mean actually more towards Xinjiang or northwestern Turkestan, the desert regions of China. There's a plateau that is a transitional border between the snowy mountains of Tibet and the harsh deserts of Xinjiang, the northeastern Chinese area of where they're mass murdering all of the Caucasoid Muslims now. So in that transitional plateau area, which is quite forbidding, that is where they say they come from in their own myths as the kind of a product of a vile kind of magical ritual between the gods and mortals that resulted in their hybridization. I
have something to add about this.
Yes.
It's consistent with my research or my experiences, and a lot of times with my research, it's hard to get specifics because I'm going into areas where there aren't specifics. And if there are specifics, they're kind of obfuscated. But what I would say that these anthropologists who identified them with the Basque region is certainly not inconsistent with my own research. However, I would have to say that it's almost a lazy man's research.
Yes.
That's about all you can find, is that the Basque are Rh negative.
Yeah.
And the Basque have high incidence of Rh negative blood. Now, everything I learned about Rh negative, it was always considered to be off planet. And the reason it was considered to be off planet was because there's no identification of it with this planet. Now, without going into the ifs, ands, or buts of that,
Right.
where it's consistent with my research is that, and this is in my book, The White Bat, where I wrote a play or a script based upon Rh negative, Kentucky, meeting it up with Rh negative Transylvania, because Mary Queen of Scots was the first person in modern history, known person to be identified with Rh negative blood.
Wow.
Or blue blood's disease, or what they called, and she had, her ancestry went back to Transylvania. So what I posited in this creative play that was actually inspired by David Anderson saying, "What do you want to do at Atlantic Run this summer?" And so I said, "Well, write a script." And he was so enthusiastic about it. He didn't tell me what to write, but I wrote this, and it was basically about Rh negative being tied to blue blood, being tied to, but the thing is, what I wrote about it, it was related to the 24th gene pair, and the human gene pair has been, there's 46 chromosomes, and each one of them in a pair, so there's 23 gene pairs in humanity. Historically, biologically, there were once 24 gene pairs.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you have this number synchronicity with 23. It's 23. Oh, 23 gene pairs. What about 24? 24. Well, and these collapsed. And this can be genetically referenced and established. Now, what I posited in this, well, is that if you have all 24 gene pairs, you are, see, we descended. I'm talking about, people talk about ascension. Well, this is descension. We descended into 23 gene pairs.
Right.
We got dumber. We got less able. We got limited. So when you open up that 24th gene pair, you get your psychic ability is more full on. Your paranormal ability is more full on. You are, the pathways of your mind are functioning instead of 10%. Now you're operating towards or at full capacity. That's the idea. But what I also put in there is this could go either way, because it can go towards the dark or it can go towards the light. And here you have angels with supernatural powers. You have demons with supernatural powers. It stands to reason, just, fundamentally. So when you have, according to my fiction, when you have and common sense, when you have an ability to exercise all of your function, it can be directed towards the negative or towards the positive. So for the Choa to be Rh negative would make sense. Mm-hmm. For somebody to have Rh negative and have supernormal powers or be positive, that's okay too. It's all right. The Rh negative gene goes back to the blue blood. Yeah. The blue. See, this is the blue blood. This is sacre blue, sacred blue. This is the blood of the Christ in this paradigm. So, yeah, and I strongly believe that L. Ron Hubbard carried this sort of maverick gene, which was a messianic gene, right? Which could go to the positive, it could go to the negative, or it could just be mutant, whacked out. And I don't mean that he was whacked out. I mean, I'm talking about some of his collateral descendants or people that shared that gene could be, I guess, greatly anomalous. Yes. And not necessarily in a way that was comfortable for other people or them. Mutant, almost. And so this is, so what you have in the Chichoa, you have a concentration of evil creatures that are harvesting the souls of men, harvesting their energy. It's like the opposite of chi, or life force. It's life force turned against itself.
Yes.
Turned itself against itself. And to use Christianity in this paradigm, you have this in the New Testament. You have the story of the Christ who's here to deliver the truth and make everything hunky dory, and then you have the opposition. The opposition. You have Antifa, you know, you have, or whatever. You have peaceful protests, or they're doing peaceful protests. It depends what side you view it from. But you have agents of not just chaos, but you have agents of evil. So you have, back in this ancient Tibet, and the Chichewa are older than the kings of Edom, I would gather. Tibet has the Rh negative bloodline.
Yes.
As does Romania, and these are two civilizations, two pieces of topography and geography that survived the Ice Age because they were so high and or protected. Tibet as well. So you would have this pocket of negativity, and it would have to be older than the kings of Edom, but certainly aligned with them. And it's almost like which came first, the Chichewa or the kings of Edom? But it doesn't really matter because they both represent the forces of chaos and evil, and getting in the way of evolution. So the Chichewa are these, and what's interesting about them is the Japanese. Douglas was saying the Japanese ran them. They didn't come to Japan. They weren't. The Japanese were not vulnerable to them to the extent that the Sinitic people or the Chinese and the
other Asians were mainland Asians.
Yeah, mainland Asians. So and then the Japanese had a policy of destroying them, which is very positive from a standpoint of eliminating them. It's very positive. I mean, it's horrible to think of killing, but it's like getting rid of roaches.
Yes.
And the Japanese were smart, and Hirohito knew about this. They were smart, and they were doing this. So this is a war that's going on that is behind the war.
Yes.
It ostensibly has nothing to do. And then it extends into Southeast Asia during the Vietnamese War.
Yes.
And this is where Douglas goes into all of this, where, and so I realized as I'm listening to this, when I first met you and we sat in that restaurant, I think it was on California Street.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, in the Indian restaurant, which was pretty good as I recall. And I remember talking to you about the Chichewa, and now here it is years later, and you're coming forth. I don't know if you could have said all of that in one fell swoop, as you were, it wouldn't have made so much sense because you'd already talked about them, and that's why I was interested, and so much of the heritage of your mother that I've learned since then.
Yes.
Because I'd asked you where your intelligence came from, and you said it certainly couldn't be your father because it would have come from your mother. Although your father, he was a pretty sharp guy in a lot of ways.
Yes.
By reason of his experience, if not his mental faculties. Yeah. He'd seen so much, and he had so much experience. So as we, it's as if when we're talking about consciousness, and so much of the things you fought with Aquino, the Chichewa are, it's almost like it's more like the fight's going on with the Chichewa more than it is with even Aquino, because they have a long history.
Yes.
It's like you can see that Aquino was waving his magic wand, help bringing them to America, which is a whole other story that Douglas talks about in various times of how that most of them ended up in the Bay Area that were left. The majority of Chichewa on the planet were brought to America, into the Bay Area.
Yes.
The Bay Area, which was already weird beyond belief. We're gonna bring in, and then the next thing you know, Silicon Valley rises out of the aftermath of the Chichoa coming to town.
Yes. Talk about a synchronicity there. Yes, go on. And
No, it's interesting. And then also the subject came up, and I discussed this with Douglas privately. First, it came up in my own head. I said, "We're going to do the book. We got to get a picture of the Chichoa in the book." And then I realized, even before I even asked him, that you don't want the picture of the Chichoa in the book if you can get one, because Douglas said, well, people will criticize it and they'll call it this and that. And I said, yeah, but you don't want them because that's part of the way they get a lock on you.
yes.
They lock on you and then into your dreams. So I have known many people, women, who have had aliens visit them in their dreams and, making babies and this sort of thing.
Right.
And the baby theme with aliens, women having alien babies and stuff, was very prevalent. And so much of this is the Chichoa breeding program, where they're trying to come into you and co-opt your DNA and get their 2 cents in.
Yes.
It's like pervasive, and they're out there on the airwaves. They're a fact of life, and it's just grimy stuff, and they're good at being grimy.
Yes. It's like carrion feeders, and what my dad used to say as a sailor, spawned in bilge water. So go on.
Exactly. And I was thinking, I said, there's so many people who have failed purposes or failed goals with regards to Scientology. I'd say many of them would like the idea that the Chichoa came in and influenced Scientology. But I would also tell you that you didn't need the Chichoa to do that. It's there's so many harsh lessons in life that you don't need the Chichoa. I mean, it just there are so many, just the way this world is. This when Douglas talks about the anti-gods, it's almost like the reverse. There's a polarity in this physical world that is known as Malkuth to the Kabbalists. It's a polarity that kind of rejects you. It's like the physical plane rejects you. It also accepts you. It accepts you and it rejects you. But the rejections are the challenges you have. So you're born. Good for you. You get a blue or a pink balloon. And people congratulate your parents. You're born, if you're fortunate. You're not born into utter neglect. And it's like, oh, wow, baby's a wonderful thing. And the baby has a life of its own, even if they're brothers and sisters. Everybody has their own individual life, their own individual horoscope. So you're like, and then you got to eat. And if you don't eat, that's a challenge. And most of us are fed and propped up until we have to go out in the world on our own. And then it's like, I think that was, in many ways, the most disillusioning challenge of my life, is when you're in high school and you realize you got to go out and provide for yourself, and there's no help. There's no help. The only help is go to college and get a job. That's about, and that doesn't sound very interesting, unless you're driven for a career. Go to college and get a job, and it's like, and of course that was what was especially hard for me to do in that regards, is that it was so disappointing. Where you go out and look at the people that have gone to college and get jobs, they're absolute, what's the word for it?
Well, most of them are miserable.
I wouldn't say that they were I didn't look at them as being miserable, but I looked at them as
The
hopeless.
Vietnam War.
I looked at them as hapless and hopeless. They were following a program that I viewed as like lemmings going off of a cliff.
There we are.
They were following it, and they were just like fish swimming in the ocean. They all go over here, they all go over there, they all go over here. You know, here comes the bigger fish. He's going to eat them up. They survive, and they're going along. And there is something about following the crowd that can be very detrimental to your survival. And then if you pepper that with idealistic ideas of consciousness and growing and real, I guess what you'd call accomplishment of a spiritual nature, it's like, where do you fit in? You don't fit in. And then it becomes even more challenging. And something like Scientology comes along, which not only it not only has some efficacy to it that's over the top in compared to the efficacy of other things you've been doing, but it has this whole program structure of, you know, you can do this, that, or the other thing. It's like you know, the road to enlightenment paved out, and it's, you know, was completely off the wall, unique, and I never saw anything else like it. I still haven't seen anything else like it. And it was like, wow, and you can do this, and some of us were good at it, some of us were better than others, some people weren't very good at all. So it's like, in the end, you know, and in the end, it's all about you. It almost seems easy now that it's all over. It's all that's in the past. It's like in the further back in the past it goes, it almost becomes like a myth and a fairy tale to myself. Mm-hmm. Well, you negotiated that well, you did that well. Oh, that's good. And there's some things you didn't negotiate well, and you didn't navigate well, and you put up with a lot of hard times, just in terms of struggling. But when we think of all these, you know, challenges that we have in life, it's like I was saying, the physical plane it's constantly batting back at you. It's constantly challenging you. So inherent in it, it's almost like a negative entropy that it will consume you or challenge you or take you out. So we see a lot of homeless people right now. And Douglas, for all of the challenges you have, you're still kicking and fighting and living, yes, despite, you know, you're being challenged all the time. And it's commendable that you've been able to meet the challenges to the degree that you have, especially in spite of what you've had to deal with. It's really remarkable. So, and that's, you know, your story is remarkable and your challenges are remarkable. So, you know, this is really important that you've been, I mean, obviously you're intelligent, but, you know, the challenges are, you know, you've had a weird life.
Yes.
And
it's just,
it's a weird life that we can all learn from, though. What were you going to say?
Oh, thank you. No, definitely. And it's what you brought up about my father earlier is very important, too. When it comes to my father, the most important thing that he taught me, of course, was that as things so very often are, intelligence won't get you far. That was something he would often tell me. So be glad you've got more sense than you have intelligence. That was kind of like a personal little rhyme of his, that it was his common sense got him through, whereas intelligence is often a hindrance. Certainly, if anyone truly studies evolutionary science, intelligence is not an evolutionary advantage. This is why most beings, most life is not intelligent, not in the sense as we define it. It is self-aware. But when it comes to, my father's case, he taught me that it's far better that someone be a good person than be an intelligent person. And as the intelligence is not always an advantage anyway. Certainly when, Yeah.
People can think way too much. They can think way too much. But you've got, I mean, you have to survive to the extent you did. And you have to have a lot of street smarts to
Yes.
survive in San Francisco. An incredible amount of street smarts, and then, the niceties of life can be, enjoyed on top of that. Underneath the, the awareness of the brutality that goes on underneath, underneath the world. But you were the way you speak of Beaver, it's very clear that his family, from what you've said, is either the, is like, the king of the Tong, or his family is like a leading.
I wouldn't say that. I'll need to qualify that. It's certainly not necessarily that, but rather certainly they've participated enough where they're a solid part of it, and so
okay, they hold up their end of the bargain.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the best way to understand that. In terms of another thing you brought up about the Chochoa, I can understand the reality is, of course, we're talking about a kind of true manifestation or embodiment of degeneracy. When Peter Moon is bringing up the loss of our genetic inheritance, what he's really speaking to is the descent of man. It's really all about literal degeneracy, meaning the genes are disintegrating. And so with the Chochoa, they're kind of like a prideful manifestation of that, and almost as if it's a living kind of dysgenia, which of course when you hear the term eugenics, and it's always presented negatively, they don't have that view in, say, a place like Russia, where I remember I was delighted when after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the many doctors were relocating to the United States, I met one Russian girl while I was caring for my parents who was an MD, and this wasn't one of the unfortunates who basically gets an MD in Russia and then comes to the United States and has to be a cab driver because they don't recognize foreign degrees in the United States. They don't recognize foreign academia. She was earning her medical degree here, so she was from Russia, but her name was Eugenia, which of course is eugenics, and Eugenia means good genes. And most people look at that in the negative because they think of eugenics and they think of the eugenics programs, hopefully of the Americans. Most of them are so stupid they'll think of the Third Reich. But the eugenics programs in America were the true killers, where they said we've got to breed out criminal types and also minorities, opening up a lot of abortion clinics in black neighborhoods, etc. But when it came to Eugenia, and I was telling her how wonderful that I ran across her being named that, a woman of good heritage is literally what her name meant. Then you have the case of dysgenia, and nobody ever hears that term, dysgenics. Dysgenics is the literal intentional downbreeding of people. And not that the Cho are aiming for that in some sense where they're intentionally downbreeding the human race, but in a sense that's collateral their own efforts to continue breeding themselves, which involves abducting human women and impregnating them, because there are, according to the Asian paradigm, there are no Cho women. So in terms of not naturally, there's no Cho woman. Every once in a while, a hybrid female will be produced while they take advantage of human woman by breeding them as abducted broodmares until they die. They're bred to death. And out of those breedings, many Cho will be produced, but a few of them will be, and they will be hybrids, of course, and but a few of them will be hybrid women. And these can be quite attractive, but the point is that when it comes to their age, they were around during the time of Pangaea, the single continent on Earth. This was prior the Permian extinction. Certainly the anti-gods would be much older than them in the sense that they're the product of failed cosms before the creation of our universe, but they would be newer to this Earth than the Cho. In other words, the anti-gods would have permeated the dimensional fabric as brought in by various mad sorcerers in the past, and certainly the Department of Defense, starting around the time that they knew they were going to lose World War II. But in terms of these anti-gods that pollute our world now, they're definitely newer to this earth than the Cho. And this is what Peter Moon intuits when he speaks of that. And so I'll check my private messages here and not read that out. There we are. Oh, thank you. Got a personal message from our friend in San Francisco. Good. And so just taking note of that. And interesting. Oh, okay, that's wow. So that confirms something I suspected. So thank you for that, Peter. Peter really followed up. He's been doing some wonderful work lately. So Peter, yes, by all means, go ahead and take it from there, and that'll bring us back to some of the other things that we'll speak of in regard to the Cho, who, as Peter said, he said, compared to all the other subjects of the relic populations that I spoke of and the anti-gods, Peter is right in saying that the thing about the Cho is just not only my personal experience with them and the personal experience that comes up with so many Americans because of what that asshole Whitley Strieber was promoting as the as communion, the alien gray. He was there as basically a Department of Defense cover. To cover, he was a shill to cover the Cho phenomenon. The relocation, the mass relocation of the Cho into North America was accompanied by the supermassive demographic experience of alien abduction and impregnation. And so then the man who was asked to cover for it was Whitley Strieber. And so he became a shill for the feds to cover the Cho phenomena by saying they were aliens. Of course, and of course,
it has to be explained. All of these dreams and stuff, they're going to come up in psychologists' couches and stuff, and it's, there's got to be some measuring guideposts for it. Say, oh, we're all getting abducted by aliens, and then they come out with this show, these Fox News. It was Channel 5 in New York at the time. What was it called? They had UFOs Are Real. Showed Condor, and they all had these aviary names. Talked about the aviary, and it was all this stuff about UFOs and the mysterious stuff, and they like strawberry ice cream, and when everybody knows they really like chocolate.
There you go.
Chochoa chocolate.
There we are. Cho chocolate. By the way, I don't mind the fact that people send me Cho chocolate. Yes, even Selena Khan sends me Cho chocolate. So people do this, and I don't mind that, okay? I don't encourage it, but, I don't mind that. I even eat it, I don't gorge on it, but, honestly, it doesn't bother me that people do that. And I think people do that just to try and, quote unquote, unsettle me or get my goat or something. It's like, I don't know why they would think that would bother me. Obviously, I see enough of it in San Francisco. But again, I didn't bring up all the experiences as in depth as I went with the Cho. Some things I didn't go into were like my medical cosmetologist, V, the time she was called to this state in San Francisco. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, San Francisco is the second most congested city in the United States next to New York City. So there are very few estates within the city. None of my son's husband's estates are in San Francisco. He has office space here, but they don't, he has no estates here because it's simply so impractical. It's just not convenient. So therefore you can imagine the rarity of an estate where they have the internal parking spaces. I'm not talking about like you would find underneath the skyscraper where you've got the interior parking space and a garage. I'm talking about open parking like you would find in certain more rural areas where you have the parking that is on the estate, but it's outside, it's outdoors. Okay, that takes space, San Francisco, absolutely does not have, except in extraordinarily rare cases. And that kind of property, we're talking billions and billions of dollars. So she was called to one of those estates in San Francisco. So we're talking about somebody who's got to be up there in the astronomical wealth category. And so when she parked her little car into this parking space that was inside of the estate gates, but out in the open, and then she goes into this massive mansion, this manse, and basically the person who called her on site was the wife of the owner of the Cho chocolate industry. And as I said before, for those of you who have, said, oh, yeah, I'm going to show you one up, Douglas, and I'm going to travel to, take advantage of the tours. They say they got tours of the Cho Chocolate Factory. I just laugh and say good fucking luck, because Holly Kaditis Kiefer went on site to the Cho Chocolate Factory in Oakland, where you look it up on their website and you see this factory, tours are offered. There's a spot in Oakland. She went there personally and took a look on site, and there's no building there. There's nothing but an empty parking lot. There is no Cho Chocolate Factory in Oakland where they say they are. So wherever they're making their stuff, it's not there. Where their address is given, and where you've got this photoshopped, computer graphic generated image of some building on site where they say it is. It's not there. And so here was V, and she goes into this estate where to do this house call for this woman, and when she meets her in the mansion itself, she was the only person she could see, but she had the distinct feeling she was being watched. And she, and the woman confirmed, my husband, who owns that Cho chocolate industry, he's always watching. And she says, is he here? Is he somewhere around where I can't see him? And she says, oh, he's always around. That's all she would say about it. But her scalp was seething with lice. And that was what she called her to. She couldn't go to salons. That was the point. And so V had to just do all of this delousing, and she went through this whole procedure. And afterwards, when she left the estate, she basically lost money, because no matter how much she was paid, she had to throw all the equipment away. As a matter of fact, she had to basically kind of fumigate the car. It was just to make certain none of that went with her or on her clothes. All her clothes had to be disposed of. She wore there at that tower. She had no idea she was in for that when she went. And then when she was confronted with the situation, she handled it as best as she could with all that she had. When she was called back later, she never responded. V, when she was called to go back there, she didn't respond. She herself chose not to deal with that again. So it's a Caucasian woman who, at the time, at least, was the wife of the person who runs the Cho chocolate industry, a white European descended Caucasian woman who married him, and apparently is constantly and chronically infected by him with the lice. So this is just a bit more to the context to that whole phenomenon. And so there we have that, and hand it back to Peter. And we'll work our way towards that character, Philip Cunningham, who I spoke about him in some depth the other night.
Well, this character was very interesting, but what's most relevant to me, and why the Chichewa are
so visceral.
Well, but why they are relevant is because they have tractability.
Yes.
You can get traction. Now, I have a friend who has suffered extreme, it could be called paranoia, but she thinks that there's definitely this black magic sorceress who was going after her house. Mm-hmm. And there's all this drama around it, even to the point where people put stuff in her car that's malevolent. I mean, even accidents. And it's like, I'm patient and I listen to her because she's a very special friend. But anybody, and most people can't listen to her. And if they do start listening to her, they're going to turn on her. They'll become part of the conspiracy, and not in a way that they're just telling her to F off. They're like, they'll start doing something malevolent.
Interesting.
They
They
might,
fall under the baleful influence. Go.
yes, and then I learned after like over a year that I learned she had an unconscious moment. She had a concussion, and then it all made sense. Like, she's trafficking on neural pathways that are connected to astral pathways that are tied to other people's neural pathways. And there is a malevolent frequency going on about her. Now, if you try to zero in on this and go, aha, I caught you in the act of doing this, you're not going to catch anybody. It's ephemeral. It tends to be real, but and I would say, you know, people can easily point to her being crazy, but she's not really crazy. She is a wealth of information when I need help on something. It even turned out, I don't know why I was talking about mortgages with her, but she used to be in the mortgage business. She does all sorts of stuff. Wow. She's really good, you know, when it comes to artistic subjects. So she's a valuable resource as a friend and as information. But it's like this, you know, it's like conspiracy central around what she goes by. She seems to be getting at peace with it, though.
Thank God.
Seems to be getting at peace with it. But the problem with her situation is it's not tractable, and to the degree it is, you know, like, she'll want to go to the police. I said, why are you going to go to the police? It's just going to recoil on you. It's not going to be good. And she says, you know, you're right. They kind of look at her suspiciously rather than as, oh, we want to help you. Right. And even in situations where it's borderline. So this is the problem. And this is the problem that Maury Terry, the author of The Ultimate Evil about the Son of Sam murders, he would talk about how the political establishment would enable situations like the Son of Sam to go on. Mm-hmm. They weren't actually, you know, they were frustrating proper prosecution. Mm-hmm. The system is built like this.
Yes.
And you can blame the individual. Sometimes you'll have somebody who's you know, bucking the system. There's the famous New York City police detective Serpico, who was uncovering corruption in the NYPD, and you know, he became a huge target. You become a huge target. This is what's happening on school boards across the country. And I learned about this far before there was all this issues about kids being taught critical race theory. I had a friend who had a developmentally disabled son. And he was, he suffered an incident or something, and he was like subjected to sort of a violent takedown in his special ed class.
Jesus.
And they didn't understand. You know, he wasn't being treated properly. But she said, if you go out and start raising a ruckus, you become a target of the board. In other words, oh, this person's causing trouble. You know, you have to be very clever about how you vocalize your disfavor. Now, even places that are repressive like that, they're more afraid of their image and their reputation. So there are ways to talk to them and get their attention. They have an acceptance level. But if you approach them through a awkward public relations angle, you'll make an enemy of them. And it does not serve you to make an enemy of them. unless you're going to usurp them. And that's not as easy.
Right.
It's trying, because some people will help you. There's a whole level of help factor where you can get help from people. And if I've noticed this, I can have much better. I talked last week about, football, and there was this guy who alienated everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Well, much to my surprise, he came back this week.
For more punishment?
Well, he wasn't getting the punishment. He was delivering it, at least socially. And I had announced to everybody that he wasn't being invited to come back. Well, whoever was not inviting him didn't tell him. So he came back. And I actually noticed that I could get along with him about 18 times better than everybody else. Because I never had any conflict with him. He did something real stupid twice, and I told him, and I noticed he wasn't listening. He didn't even listen.
Right.
I could see where I could get along with him, and it's like, it's easy to reject people for who and what they are. It's also easy. Sometimes you need to shut the door on people.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, this guy is an incredible athlete, so I actually liked him for that. He was incredible. So it's like you have to be able to, when you're dealing with establishments and authority, there's acceptance levels of where to reach them. My whole energetic being can be very challenging to people. It's easier than it used to be. It's much easier than it used to be. And because I remember, I think I talked about it, this guy looking at me like I was the beast warmed over. It was like, he saw 666 emblazoned on my forehead. And I could only see that because I was studying Crowley at the time.
Right.
I was studying Crowley. This was right at the same time I was meeting Preston Nichols. And, if Preston wasn't enough to chase him away, I would be. And, so people are afraid of darkness. And I wasn't a very dark individual at all. I happened to be studying darkness. I was studying Crowley, which led me to the Montauk Project. And it wasn't like I wanted to go sit there and crawl up into it. Mm-hmm. It was like, wow. And talking about the Chichoa and all the stuff that you've been involved with is equally dark, if not more so. So it's like people, but if we go back to the Montauk Project and people are start absorbing this information and they start resonating with, I've been mind controlled, we're moving into a realm of post-traumatic stress disorder where people are mimicking and echoing it and then perpetrating it or continuing the squirrel cage of, you can't get off the squirrel cage of being mind controlled or talking about the fact that we've all been mind controlled or what is it? They need acknowledgement that they've been mind controlled, right, and that this has happened. It needs to be acknowledged. Emperor Norton of San Francisco, right, Douglas?
Of course. Oh, of course.
Emperor Norton was he was the emperor. Well, I don't know whether the hell was the emperor of, if you called him the emperor of San Francisco, whatever he was called. But he was this old guy who just was the emperor. I think he issued his own currency.
Yes, yes.
He was treated with a great deal of acknowledgement, if not respect, by the city of San Francisco.
Right.
For all appearances and purposes, he was a crank. Michael Aquino was very well aware of who he was.
Yes.
And he was just, this crank was Emperor Norton. He was getting acknowledgement. Yeah. He got acknowledgement as the emperor.
Right. Just so to put this into some context for our listeners, for those of you who are unfamiliar with San Francisco's bizarre history, it was during the Barbary Coast era, of course, when we were still very much on the frontier, and do understand that the coast was being colonized a bit faster than the frontier west. It was kind of like by ships. You could get here faster to certain points on the Pacific coast, but San Francisco was by far the largest settlement on the entire Pacific coast. It was far larger. It was 20 times the size of Los Angeles at that time because of the gold rush and because of the gateway to the Orient. It was the port of trade with the Pacific and also all of the Pacific coast of the Latin American nations down south, including Mexico. And Emperor Norton was this bizarre eccentric who essentially had suffered brain damage at some point. Something horrible happened to him when he came to prospect for gold, where more than likely someone bashed his skull in with a shovel and stole all the gold he had found. And at that point on recovery, he never recovered. He went insane, and he essentially at that point, shortly thereafter, declared himself and presented himself as the Emperor of California. Now, the reason that this came to his mind was because California had declared itself an independent nation state via the Bear Flag Republic Revolution. So the Bear Flag Republic Revolution was part of a genocidal campaign to exterminate all the indigenous population. By the way, one of the people who was involved with that was the man who wrote The Wizard of Oz, Frank Baum, I believe his name was. But
Yep.
he was a man who wrote for the West Coast papers, and he advocated quite publicly the annihilation of the entire indigenous population in the United States, but most specifically in California and all of the environs. And so you had Frank Baum, this man who everybody, if you see this portrayal by John Ritter. John Ritter was the man who played in the series Three's Company. He portrayed Frank Baum, the author of The Wizard of Oz, and made him look like this angelic figure, kind of like God, I'm trying to think of the one of these idiots that we used to think of as kind of like a the guy who did Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, kind of like he's Mr. Rogers, when in reality you're talking about an advocate of racial genocide. And so here you've got this individual who was around at the time of the Emperor Norton, and you have this individual with brain damage and suffering from just trauma, and he suddenly declares himself the Emperor of California and Baja and Mexico. He basically claimed this very vast land. But what was something that most people are unaware of concerning Emperor Norton was one of the reasons he was taken so seriously, and this is the only reason I know this is because of my involvement with the Tong and people like my gang brother Beaver, was because Emperor Norton became an advocate for the Chinese community. And I think it was because when he was bashed on the head with a shovel and all his gold was stolen, the Chinese took him in and nursed him back to health. So what Emperor Norton did was he basically was a man who acted as the advocate and acted as a go-between between the Chinese community and the rest of California. And this is what prevented the extermination of the Chinese community, which the author of The Wizard of Oz was also advocating, an exterminatory policy for the Chinese. He didn't say drive them back into the sea or send them back to China. He said kill them all. And so the person who ultimately prevented that was Emperor Norton. And because of that, he was provided with an imperial guard. In other words, he was provided with a Chinese security contingent. He was surrounded by Chinese martial artists. And
I didn't know this.
nobody knows this. Almost nobody knows this. But think about, why would a lunatic who dresses up like Emperor Maximilian suddenly be taken seriously? Why would he be given free meals wherever he went in San Francisco? Why would white people? He was the inspiration for Dr. Lovelace, the villain who was going to conquer the frontier west in the TV series Wild Wild West, was inspired by Emperor Norton. And the reason why was because of his connections, because he was such an innocent, naive, basically credulous and earnest man who was basically standing up to the whites and saying, "Oh, don't do this. Don't go around killing Chinese people. And how would you do your laundry? Do you want to do your own laundry?" And he was saying all of these things, and then was provided this security contingent of Chinese martial artists. Then the whites were saying, "Oh, okay, give him a free meal, give him all this, and he became like an advertising kind of presence in the sense that where it was good for business. Okay, oh, Emperor Norton eats here. Emperor Norton is kind of like seen as this. He became known as kind of like this tolerated lunatic, but he was. That's because there was this undercurrent of fear that's been completely erased from history because it doesn't look good for the tourist crap that came up later to exploit his name when he died. Later on, as San Francisco became more established and people were coming here, hundreds of years after his death, or, a good, 150 years after his death, over 100 years into the future, then you'd have Emperor Norton chips, and Emperor Norton kind of like products in San Francisco. They had him, a effigy of him as the figurehead on one of our local ferries, the San Francisco ferry system. So because of his marketability, you're not going to say he was somehow affiliated with the Chinese underworld. So they just said, oh, he was this tolerated and eccentric, and everybody, but if anybody, if the, there was every intention that if the, because of his naivete and his earnestness, and he was this kind of innocent figure that was exploitable to a degree, there was every intention that if California had become a separate republic, it would have become a constitutional monarchy with him as the figurehead, whereas all the businessmen, the Copper Trust, and everybody who was behind exploiting the resources of California would have just used him as a figurehead to provide a kind of benign front to their malevolence. So they had every intention of doing that had California gone the route of independence, which it almost did again during the time of the American Civil War. But in terms of his life, he was cared for to the end of his life because of that. And so that hopefully provides some context for people who have heard of Emperor Norton, because otherwise, if you hear his story, it doesn't make any sense. In fact, it's downright senseless. It's so much so that people don't really study him or even look at him. I mean, how many people even know of Emperor Norton? But here was this guy who claimed he was the emperor not only of California, but Baja and Mexico. And basically all the way up to Oregon and Washington as well. So up to the Canadian border, really, since all of it was just basically an amorphous blob on the map at that point.
He's honored annually by Eclampus Vitus. They meet at Old Malloy's Tavern in Colma, with a visit to his grave, Norton's grave, and a banquet of beans and bread. It's a tradition of the Eclampus Vitus. And it says that the prominent member of the group, Pat Aloysius Sweeney, noble grand humbug of the Mountain Charlie chapter, stated that California then and now has been a haven for people who don't necessarily walk the beaten path. It's a place where individuality is not squelched. Well, of course, I'm interested. Pat Sweeney was the name of my uncle. That's not the same Pat Sweeney, but it's interesting. It's part of my lineage.
Yes.
In that. So, I did know that the Clampers had seized upon Emperor Norton. And there's a whole paper, a research paper I'm reading about him here. But you've offered great new insight into his relationship with the Chinese. And of course, right there at the juxtaposition between the Chinese and the gold country is Eclampus Vitus. They are very much in there. That's why I have the Queen of Chinatown on my Facebook page.
Yes.
The Queen of Chinatown from West Point, California.
Yeah, she would have been the brains, whereas Emperor Norton would have been the face. There you go. And yes, and
And you can even get oh no, it says there was once an Emperor Norton sundae at Ghirardelli Square ice cream parlor.
there we
Uh,
are.
they had a box of Emperor Norton I don't know this word.
Nonpareils. They're a kind of chocolate. I adored them. I was addicted to them for the longest time. I'd easily get addicted to them again. They're just not easy to come across.
Now we're back to chocolate and Chichoa, the
Yes.
Chichoa Chocolate Company. It's
Yeah.
all regular. What's the relationship between Emperor Norton and the Chichoa? I mean,
well, remember the
he
Cho
petered out around 1934, I think. I think he passed away in 34.
Yeah, so he was before the Cho came to America, came to North America. So the Cho were not really coming to America with the Chinese. The Chinese were coming to America to escape the Cho. But the important thing is that he was heard about in China because the Chinese community here wrote back about him to the Chinese. And so that is why when he was given kind of a imperial kind of tributary in the United States, in other words, the martial arts artists who surrounded him, these weren't just people who were involved with the Tong enforcers. These were like people who had kind of a contract with the imperial government in China itself. So they actually thought of him as kind of a genuine dignitary. And this is because, again, he stood up for the Chinese to try and give people an idea of the dramatic reality of this. Here you had Frank Baum, the guy who wrote The Wizard of Oz, stirring up exterminatory campaigns against the Chinese, some of which were carried out. By the time our Emperor Norton was nursed back to health by the Chinese community, he started stopping them. Basically, when men showed up with firearms and were going to ethnically cleanse entire Chinese communities, then Emperor Norton shows up with this imperial contingent of Chinese martial artists and says, "Why would you want to do this? And what kind of men are you?" and stood these men down. Here you have this figure of incredibly tragic, naive, earnest nobility, and he's truly standing up to mass murderous forces in America. Then, in that sense, his nobility, well, it cannot be denied. So, in that sense, he was what he was, and certainly recognized as such by the Chinese, as opposed to so many other Americans. I mean, when you take a look at The Wizard of Oz, for instance, and we think of that as this benign phenomenon, hopefully none of you will ever see it as such again. When the individual, Frank Baum, is writing about the man behind the curtain, he's writing about himself.
Well, it tells me that, it might call for a sequel where the, like the Mexicans surrounded the Alamo, they might be surrounding the Emerald City.
There we are. Yes. Something of that nature. Yeah. It's really needed. Yeah.
No, it's like surrender Dorothy. It's going to surrender Frank.
Yes. Something like that is needed. But...
Sorry.
Yo, go on. By all means, please.
Emperor Norton, it's interesting. It says that he appears in a novel by a Diane Day, Emperor Norton's Ghost,
Interesting.
In which the series heroine, Fremont Jones, attends a seance that channels the spirit of Norton. His ghost assists him in solving crimes that Jones is investigating. He is briefly in the 1956 movie, not the emperor himself, but an actor playing him. It says an actor dressed in regalia similar to Norton's. I guess he's sort of paid tribute to in that movie. Right. He's in a 1950s show called Death Valley Days, which used to be star Ronald Reagan. Sometimes he was the narrator for Death Valley Days and starred in it at different times. They ask in the scene, they ask why he produces Norton's money free of charge. A printer does, and he says because it humors him and does not harm.
Also, it served as a kind of currency between the Chinese underworld and other parties. So go on.
Well, that would make sense. He even is an entire show dedicated to him of Bonanza, and it's called The Emperor Norton, and they're trying to commit him, and Ben Cartwright is his old friend, and has Mark Twain testify to Norton's sanity. Now, Mark Twain actually wrote about Emperor Norton.
Yes.
And so it's
also important to emphasize at this point that Mark Twain himself was a combat veteran of the American Civil War, and he fought on the side of the Confederacy. So he was very much a person who knew quite a bit about the world. He wasn't just a writer, as in somebody who just wrote. He had experienced quite a bit himself. And one of the things that Mark Twain said, his real name, of course, was Samuel Clemens, but one of the things that he said about, he was also a friend of Tesla, as our man Peter Moon can attest, Mark Twain, that is. And so you have this person who was just everywhere. He had an incredible bicoastal career. But one of the things that he said about San Francisco was that he had spent the coldest winter of his life in a summer in San Francisco, which gives you an idea of just how cold it is here, just so people know. As Peter Moon can also attest, as can Paolo. I mean, we were like, we were out and about when it was bloody frigid, and the swells, the waves were just crashing against the shores when we went to look at various landmarks, the old Camera Obscura, and where the building was, and all the rest of that that we went to see, along with some buffalo.
San Francisco gets the wind. It gets the wind, and then it gets the mist and the moisture, and it's just. But as they say, after living in New York, San Francisco's not so cold to me. It can be quite pleasant there too. As you explained to me, it's the western part of San Francisco that is so fog-ridden, and that applies to so many places in California where the fog, like say in Ventura, where my parents lived, if you want to go to the beach, you go about 2 o'clock to make sure the fog will have lifted. It takes all day for the fog to lift sometimes, and then it's, then the day's almost over.
Yeah, it's awful.
I mean, not there aren't nice summer days, but and what was it like? Even in L.A. County, where I lived as a kid, you expected it to be foggy and cool in the morning. You'd wear a jacket in the morning and a jacket at night. Yeah. In the daytime, it'd be sunny. Yeah, but or a sweatshirt at least.
Yeah, and you just feel so bad for the tourists who come over here expecting sunny golden California, and they're freezing their asses off, dressed in Bermuda pants and Hawaiian shirts and just catching pneumonia.
It's not like the Bahamas. No. It just isn't. But it has its own beauty. You just have to know how to deal with it. Yeah. So this is very interesting about Emperor Norton. He really does represent a key in between the Chinese, and for this entire paper to be written on him. And as they say, they're not telling the whole
story.
The whole story because they don't know the whole story, and how could they know the whole story? Because you're the only I guess what you'd say white person, and you're only half white, to even know anything about Chinatown other than some academic.
Right. And even the academics, it's going to be from a very different angle.
My daughter's ex-boyfriend had, his I think it was his grandmother wrote the book Unbound Feet. He knew a lot about Chinatown.
Right.
In fact, he was even made a comment when I was with you, and I wasn't with you when I visited you on that trip. I took all these pictures of Chinatown and the videos. I was going into all the back alleys and getting the tong. He says, "Oh, nobody bothered you?" I said, "No. Why would they bother me?" The benevolent societies. Right. I got some real good footage of that stuff. Where I'm going to all these back alleys in Chinatown, and giving my friend Doug a tour of Chinatown that you don't get. Right. You don't get if you go into on the main streets.
That's right.
And there's nobody out there, and we had some very friendly encounters with
some martial art people and stuff, and it was great fun.
It was so sad when we were with Paula because of the COVID and how empty Chinatown was and how shut down so many places were. That was sad, but
If she was disgusted by the dirt in the streets.
Of course.
However, and this surprised me, 6 months later, she's saying, "Yeah, I miss Chinatown. I really liked it." Because it is a magical place.
Yes.
It's a really magical place, and Chinatown in New York, which is now probably bigger in terms of square footage, it's expanded so much.
That's right.
And it has its own little special places. It's not. It just doesn't. It doesn't have the ambiance and what San Francisco did so good is they, a long time ago they invested in the, architecture of, to make it look probably more Chinese than China.
In some ways.
China. Yeah, but I mean with all these like ornate, bridges and Chinese turrets and whatnot, it's really it has a look like no other Chinatown. And L.A. Chinatown, we were there recently, or I was there recently, not Paula, because my daughter. We went to Chinatown after going to Olvera Street.
Right.
And Olvera Street is the original kind of street in L.A. It's a Mexican, curio shops and stuff like that. But we went to Chinatown. I was surprised at how big LA Chinatown was compared to when I was young. It used to be like you see a couple of Chinese pillars and some Chinese stores with writing. Now it's quite expanded. But we were too tired to get out and walk around, and it just looked like a bunch of stores. It didn't look that interesting, but it's expanded quite a bit.
Right.
And I was very excited to go to Chinatown in Bucharest. Because I once saw a signboard for it, and one of the, journalists told me, he says, "Don't go. It's all commercial." So my friend Nicole, I needed her to help me, take the subway and ride the bus, and we went there. And
she helped you navigate. Go on.
She went with me, and I bought her a hat or something. She was eternally happy. But you could get really. Basically what it was all merchandise, and they were like 4 or 5 huge like warehouses, huge.
Right.
And you could only go into 1 or 2 of them. You don't have time, and you go in there and it's like kind of like a flea market. It just all sorts of clothing like you wouldn't believe, and it was reasonably priced and looked reasonably decent. I wasn't there to go clothes shopping. But if I was, I wouldn't have been disappointed. Right. And the journalist was right. It was all commercial. Yeah. I was hoping to, find something like San Francisco. And if there is, it wasn't that.
More of a community. But as you said, as certainly I expect it and would not be surprised at. One of the things that's very sad to me is that in the old days when I was growing up, my father... by the way, and so people understand, the photographic image that's embedded in the thumbnail of Livestream tonight is not myself. Hopefully people understand that, but just by looking at it, that's my father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich. That's a rather old photograph that was actually colorized. That was shortly after, or around the time of the Vietnam War. I mean, they had color photography back then. So this actually isn't one of the World War II era colorized photographs. It's more the one that's on my promotional banner on Facebook for tonight, so the people can link there through the link that's provided in the in tonight's summary on YouTube. But he was in Taiwan. That photograph was taken in Taiwan, and those are actually military issue glasses. You can actually, they call those kinds of frames birth controls, which are very thick black frames that are, this is what prompted the woman who wrote the book that's titled Black Glasses Like Clark Kent, about her father who was stationed in Japan in World War II and was ordered to execute a number of black Americans, potentially numbering in the hundreds, to partake in a mass execution of them so that they wouldn't take up space and the Americans wouldn't have to bring them home. And these were Americans who were in prison in Japan who had committed crimes overseas, or what were deemed as acts that were deemed criminal overseas, perhaps something like mutiny or deemed rebellious, etc. And so just so people understand that, and so that gives you an idea of what what he was like at that time that I was born. And by the way, my dear friend Peter had asked myself, oh yes, so somebody asked me the authoress of the book entitled Black Glasses Like Clark Kent, which is subtitled A GI's Secret from Post-War Japan. Her surname is spelled Svoboda. That's Terese, 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 Terese Svoboda, surname spelled Svoboda. That is a book that people can access to find out a bit about. The man she's writing about later committed suicide when the atrocities at Abu Ghraib were exposed, because it began to trigger all of his PTSD trauma that had to deal with his time in Japan. And this, of course, is what really made Japanese aware of the American exploitation and persecution of blacks, and what made Japan such a black sympathetic nation. Though blacks had appeared in Japan before, there were such thing as black samurai who were escaped or even purchased slaves from Africa that the Europeans had sold, but the Japanese freed them on purchase and actually made them warriors. So this was that was another aspect of Japanese history and experience with blacks, but that was pre World War II. But in terms of that period of time, Peter Moon had asked me about whether or not my late sister and I had looked alike, and I said, yeah, we grew up when we were young and growing up. We looked very much alike, and people could probably still see the similarities later. But when my sister was born in 1963, that was the first real argument between my father and my mother, because my father, of course, was still serving in the Navy and was gone for extended periods of time. And when my sister was born, my father, first off, she was born out of wedlock, which she never knew, and I don't believe, I don't know if I don't think she knows it now, but or ever knew it. She never knew it, but my father told me never to tell her she was born out of wedlock. But it almost resulted in the severance of my father and my mother, because when she was born, he said she was all brown and hairy and looked like a little Filipino. So he didn't believe that that was his child, and it took a lot of argument for my mother to convince him it was. And then when I was born, I was told that I looked exactly like my father. In other words, my hair was wispish and blondish. What little hair I had over my head was actually blondish. And so I looked very much like him. And of course, the eyes were much bluer when I was born. And then it was much more indicative of the kind of Alexandria's Genesis that my father had, whereas my sister didn't seem to manifest that as much, but she certainly had it. But so there you go. So that hopefully provides.
He looks more like Johnny Depp than you do.
That's so funny.
And he does look like you, but he also looks like, he could easily be related to Hitler too.
It's if I am the product of my father's seed, in other words, the seed of the man who raised and guided me, that would mean that I am distantly related to Marlene Dietrich, who, of course, was determined to kill Adolf Hitler. And so look at the irony of that. It closes full circle. And so when I've kind of presented my picture in between my father and Adolf Hitler, most people lean towards the Hitler similarity and just say that you do look more like him. But then it could be simply the black hair that I have at the time in the photograph that I usually put between my father and Hitler.
Where was your father born?
My father was born in 1919.
Okay, that was when Hitler was finishing that was the aftermath of World War, the end of World War I. And I had a chapter in the Spandau mystery book. It was like I had
was about Hitler in Payswick. You know, he was in you know, what do you call it?
But
in
by
a
the way, go on.
hospital where I think I had him being drugged.
Mhm.
If I recall, I had Hitler in Payswick.
Interesting.
I'm trying to look up.
Understood.
What
Yeah, you're looking up the book, and while you're talking, looking that up, one of the things to let people know about Marlene Dietrich's plot to kill Adolf Hitler, understand that Adolf Hitler publicly had a crush on Marlene Dietrich. He found her bisexuality and her ambisexuality to be, and her expression thereof to be, it inflamed him. So he had a public crush on her, and even during the Battle of the Bulge, there was one certain attempt where he had tried to have her abducted so she could be brought back to Germany. She was born a German national and was considered by the Third Reich to be a traitor because, of course, she was a traitor to the German people and serving the Americans. So she was on the front lines entertaining the American troops. But if she hadn't been pulled back by the Allies, her entire plan was to be captured and brought to Adolf Hitler, and she was determined to sleep with him and kill him. She had a weapon that was designed to be inserted in her vagina, and that is something that was later confirmed by many of the people who knew her. And so when it came to one of the men who spoke of this, Marlene Dietrich's plot to kill Adolf Hitler, the man who knew the most about was Douglas Fairbanks Jr., who was Marlene Dietrich's boyfriend at one point. And what was so funny was that my biological father is very likely Adolf Hitler, but for any number of reasons we've gone into in depth before, no need to repeat it now. But one of the people, the man who raised and guided me, my ostensible seed patron, my ostensible, but certainly the father who, in all other regards, George Dietrich, when he was a sailor and on leave, he was trying to get back to base at one point, and he was hitchhiking, because if you're in a sailor's uniform and you were hitchhiking in World War II, you'd get a free ride with anybody. And the guy who picked him up was Douglas Fairbanks Jr. And Douglas Fairbanks Jr. began talking to my dad about, I'm trying to talk Marlene out of trying to kill Hitler. She's fucking crazy. She's got this fucking weapon that was made for her that she's going to stick in her cooch. And, and all. She was driving my dad back to base. He didn't wind up telling anybody else about that.
When was this?
This was in the middle of World War II when my dad was on leave at some point, and he was being driven back to base by Douglas Fairbanks Jr., who...
How did Douglas Fairbanks become a taxi driver? I mean, how did that happen?
He wasn't a taxi driver. He was just... He was involved with the USO, just like, all these entertainers were involved with the USO, of course.
That's right.
Yeah, and so this was their contribution to the war effort. And unless they were actually serving in the military, like, who's that guy with the horrible accent? I forget his name, but, the guy who played in that Christmas film, that everybody watches obligatorily every Christmas. And they made us watch it in the Marine Corps boot camp. I forget what it is.
Christmas Carol?
That stupid one where, the guy kills himself and then, he's told by the angel, oh, don't kill yourself. If you kill yourself, everybody's going to go to shit.
It's a Wonderful Life?
It's a Wonderful Life, yeah. Yes, he served in the military in World War II. But
he was big time. He was a big time he was a big time
who was that? I forget his name.
Jimmy Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart. That's it, Jimmy Stewart. Oh my God, they made us suffer through It's a Wonderful Life in Marine Corps boot camp. It was like, that was like, anything that's shoved down your throat is torture. But no, Jimmy Stewart, he's a wonderful person, of course, but he served as a bomber pilot.
It seems that way. Yeah. I'm not sure that he is.
That's true too. That's true too. Yes, you found out some dirt on him, right? What, didn't you find out some dirt?
Just that he was so aligned with the military-industrial complex. He did a movie that was done to recruit. When he did the movie about
pilots. All the people joined the Army Air Force because they want to be pilots like Jimmy Stewart.
Yes, that's right. He was definitely part of the
He was
military.
shill.
Yeah,
He
yes.
was shill.
Oh yeah, definitely. So was Ronald Reagan. I mean, so were all these dudes. They were either shilling or entertaining. Very few of them were conscientious objectors. And those who were went to jail or wound up in various other things like those smoke jumpers for the white guys that I talked about. But when it came to Douglas Fairbanks Jr., so he was involved with the USO, and so he said, "Hey, sailor, I'm going back to base to entertain, the sailors." He said, "I'll drive you to the base." And that's how my dad, got in with him. And by the way, they were both drinking. And that's how he got to talk about Marlene Dietrich, was because he was drinking while driving. By the way, in those days, you could do that openly. Nobody gave a shit. So he was like, he pulled out the flask of whiskey and shit. They were passing it around. And that's how they got to talking. He swore my dad to silence. He said, "Don't ever tell anyone about this." He said, "It's crazy. And, I'm going to stop her from doing this if I have to knock her unconscious." But yeah, it got to the point where she was on the front lines around the time of the Battle of the Bulge. She was pulled back, but she was attempted to be captured so she could be brought before Adolf Hitler. But here you have her being a distant relation to my dad. Now, what's so funny about this is that when people have seen me in videos, before I brought up any of the Hitler connection, when people have seen me in videos when I first became a public informant, and we're talking about 2012 or so, people were saying, "Oh, you can see he does look like Marlene Dietrich." They would say about myself, his features, he does look like Marlene Dietrich. So they could see that. Now, what's interesting is this is one of the things that Stephen Outram chose to attack. Of course, he and the gang stalkers attack everything about me, just anything that. But one of the things that Stephen Outram went into this, just half-assed detail about, where he's like looking up computer genealogies, and he said there's no computer genealogical connection between George Dietrich and Marlene Dietrich, and then he was trying to claim. And he later on may have scrubbed that from his that part from he kept the Marlene Dietrich part, but he might have scrubbed out the part where he claimed her real name wasn't Dietrich, which it is. There's this stupid rumor that her real name wasn't Dietrich. Her real name was Dietrich, and but in terms of what he was saying was first that, then he tried to claim there's no computer genealogy that traces George Dietrich to Marlene Dietrich. Now this is the insanity, is what these people feel compelled to attack, is that in other words, they're trying to say once a liar, always a liar, and they're trying to glom on anything they can to say I'm a liar, and then they attack everything. And in the end, of course, it's self-defeating because of the sheer insanity of the immense amount of effort they put into trying to discredit me. But what we need our listeners to understand is how vindicating all of this is because the sheer amount of effort where the cult of the kings of Edom, the military-industrial occult complex that is so integrated into the cult of the kings of Edom, it's not the other way around, where the cult of the kings of Edom is integrated into the military. The U.S. military is integrated into the cult of the kings of Edom. It is basically an Edomite force. And when it comes to them, they blew their wad. The whole idea while Aquino was alive was Dietrich's got to be suppressed and stopped before he becomes a thing, before he gets rolling. And so they put everything, all of their effort, into doing everything they could to gang stalk and attack me. And then Aquino died. And now at this point, it's too late. So everything they did really did fail. But just the sheer amount of effort they put into suppressing me has left cyber tracks all over cyberspace. So you really have a monument to the effort they put into suppressing me, from the Burning Man colon column of Stephen Outram to all of the trail left by Richard K. Cole Jr., etc., so that people understand this. Most people will look at that, and that would be vindicating. They would say, wow, all this effort shows that what Douglas Dietrich is saying is something the military occult complex truly fears. And now, of course, we're really on the roll and on the offensive with Peter Moon, as he said. But it can't be just the two of us. We can't do it alone, Peter and I. It's up to you, all of you listeners. By the way, I want to thank, first of all, the individual in the chat room who has said, I just bought your book, Peter. That's Michael Andrich. And so Michael Andrich sounds either Srpski or Krvatsky. sounds like a person, maybe Slovenian, but a Yugoslav, while there was a Yugoslavia, and a South Slavic person, Michael Andrić, says, just brought your book, Peter and Douglas. Thanks for your great work. And he's in Australia, I believe. I may be wrong on that. Yes, from Western Australia. He's in Westralia, which, of course, for those of you who don't know, Western Australia has is considering at times, it's considered independence from the bulk of the rest of Australia. And so whether it ever attains that or whether that's even desirable, it's certainly feasible. But whether that's desirable or not, we'll see what happens in the future. But definitely Westralia is fed up by the fact that the capital of Canberra, they may as well be another country with the way the capital of Canberra tends to treat them or ignore them. They're almost like Australia's Siberia. But so there you have that. And with that, of course, thanks to all of you in the chat room. And one of them, Marcus Grix in Australia, says, "Hey, Peter, I'm looking forward to your Qigong video." And he says, "Start here first, 101 to come out." Might be referring to something you said. He said, "I need advice for where to start and what to learn first in Qigong. I have hip and thigh nerve damage and fibromyalgia." So just relaying that to our dear people.
I will answer that right now. What I would do, he says hip damage. I don't know what hip damage is, but nerve damage, one substance you want to look into is lion's mane. Lion's, M-A-N-E. It's a mushroom, and it's very good for rebuilding nerves, damaged nerves. And you can study up on lion's mane. I just bought some of it for my friend, his birthday, not because he has nerve damage, but it's good for just people that are getting old. But it's also good. I recommend it for a much younger lady who had nerve damage. And when you start looking up stuff like that, hip damage, there's a procedure called circle walking, which will be in the course that I do. But circle walking is walking around get a couple of hula hoops or a couple of chairs, and you're walking around it in a figure eight, and you're breathing and manipulating your joints as you're doing it. But when you walk around in a figure eight and you do it slowly, intentfully, breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth, and it's like you're pushing your hands through the air like you're pushing through Jell-O. You've got your fingers webbed. You've got your fingers webbed because when your fingers are webbed, you'll be taking in more oxygen. But when you're moving in this figure eight, you're moving the sacrum. Each side of the sacrum is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it lubricates the sacrum. This is very key. I had a bad sacrum since I got a cast when I was 13, my growth spurt. So my sacrum was always tilted. My pelvis was tilted from one side to the other. So I went through Qigong. The pain went away twice. It was remarkable because I did so much work. But then it came back. And I realized I wasn't doing the circle walking. I stopped doing the circle walking. And as long as I do that circle walking every day for at least 20 minutes, I have no problem. Now, also very good is leg stretches, where you're stretching the hamstrings. Because now, this is something I picked up. I met somebody from the post office at the beach. I'm sitting there writing at my writing pad at the beach. And I start yelling at them. I go, "Hey, postman!" I yell at him. I forgot his name, and he turns around and he sits down and talks with me for a long time. And he starts talking about his wife having spinal stenosis. And I think he had a problem, but his wife with spinal stenosis, whatever. So anyway, my chiropractor friend, I'm going back from the weights. I do a little bit of lifting, not much. Every time I go, and I see his colleague, the other chiropractor in the office, and he's working on this woman's back. And he's really doing an aggressive, neat job. It looks like he's got her stretched out on a table, and he's got this. I don't know what he's doing, but he's working her spine good. And I go, what are you doing? You know, it's kind of an open air environment. I said, what are you doing? He said, oh, this is, and he said something about, I don't know how this, he somehow he mentioned this is good for spinal stenosis. He's manipulating the spine with, really giving it a workout with these equipment he has. And then he says stretching the hamstrings is important for spinal stenosis. It's the hamstrings. Now the hamstrings are something I stretch every day. And I thought I could do it once a week for playing football. I realized I have to do it every day. I stretch before and after the game. And so basically I remembered who's got spinal stenosis. And it took me a long time to remember the postman. So when I finally went back to the post office and saw him, I told him, they said, you know, tell your wife to stretch her hamstrings. But the hamstrings are very good for that. Now, you don't have spinal stenosis, but spinal stenosis is in that hip area of the, I would also recommend you look at if you have pain in the hip, Pete, it's a Romanian name, but he's American, Ogescu, Egoescu, Escu. That's a Romanian name.
Right.
Or Pete Ogescu, Egoescu. He has so many exercises on there. I mean, you can do classes, but his exercises are free on YouTube, and they will help you with the hip. It'll, as they say, I don't know the extent of your hip pain. You said you have what do you say was wrong with his hip? It's a
fibromyalgia along with the hip damage.
That's not the hip. That's not the hip.
Okay.
The hip was, he said he's got a damaged hip, an injured hip.
Yeah, he just said some hip and some kind of nerve
That
damage.
will help you with your hip. The Pete Ogescu exercises, in addition to what I said about the circle walking, and then the fibromyalgia is literally the easiest to fix. It might take time. And I have a friend with fibromyalgia. She wouldn't do the exercises because she knows. She knows. She knows. They want to maintain the disease. If you Facebook me, I'm talking to him. I will send you an exercise for your fibromyalgia. It's basically the rising drill, getting you to breathe. Breath will get rid of the fibromyalgia because you have to take in oxygen and you have to exhale. And it's just a lack of oxygen getting into the fascia. The fibromyalgia is all locked up in the fascia. It's not getting enough oxygen. It's becoming stultified, and you've got to breathe. You've got to circulate. That means oxygen has to circulate, fluids have to circulate, lymph has to circulate, oxygen, blood, it all goes together. And most people are just not going to do the exercise. It takes hard work. And it's not like, like my wife has when she's doing it, she's been busy lately, she has one of the most vigorous exercise workouts. She's a fanatic when it comes to working out. She's not doing Qigong. She'll do spiritual work, and then she'll do her physical gym work.
Right.
I can't do it. She's young and she does it, and it's really impressive.
In fact, she gets up early in the morning and does it in the local park. Honestly, it's
She'll do it at home or she'll do it at the gym.
Okay.
And so I might imitate her for 5 minutes if I can last that long and make. It's like I can't do it. I'm not making fun of her. I'm like,
Oh, no, no. If anything, I was laughing at your attempt to try and keep up with her. I know that would be almost impossible.
no, it's. I mean, if I had my heart set on it, maybe I could. But it's
Right.
just this is for, as my qigong teacher once said. One of his friends that I got to hear at the funeral, he gets up there and talking, and I guess they did their black belts together and whatnot. And this guy never got into the qigong. He was just like a super martial artist
Right.
without the qigong. But he
like an action martial artist. Go on.
well, yeah, and he said that they were out there once in all their regalia with all this, swords and stuff, whatever they had, and they were going at it, and they just looked at each other and said, we can't do this anymore. We're too old. We just had to put down the stuff, because, I mean, yeah, they could still do stuff. They were still very competent martial artists, but this, high action packed, boom, bam, bang. It just, they become a point where, this is why you see old football players getting fat and sitting on the sidelines coaching the younger guys.
Yes.
This is what happens. But the fibromyalgia, it will yield to good old fashioned breathing and circulation. But the thing is, and what I was going to say is, I don't do the amount of exercising my wife does.
Mm-hmm.
And I do a different exercise. Mine is more slow and meditative. Mm-hmm. It's very important you take a walk every day. You want to walk 2 miles. And if you can't walk 2 miles, walk 1 mile. If you can't walk 1 mile, walk a quarter of a mile. Well, build it up. And walking is so important. It's so much better than if you're sitting around the house all day. You can't do that. You have to walk, and the exercise is so important. People who have fibromyalgia are not exercising. They can't be. And if you do it geared towards getting oxygen into your system and circulation, it will go away, because it's not natural to try and put pills into it or something. And as they say, this one woman I knew, although she was always very friendly with me and would continue to be this day, what I never told her, well, I tried to avoid her from coming to our meetings we used to have, because I didn't want her there. Not that I didn't like her. It's that her energy would bring the whole thing down. She's just going to sit there, and she'd love to talk conspiracy. But when it comes to being in charge of her health, she knows best. She knows. And to try and get a person like that to exercise, you have to light a fire under their ass. And it's like an addict. You have to do an intervention and say, you've got to do this every day. And, a person's addicted to their alcohol or their drugs, they're not going to listen to you.
Right.
They're not going to do it. So a person who's addicted, everybody who has a disease is addicted to that disease. And it takes a while to accumulate. It didn't just accumulate by itself because you were bad or because, you inherited it. By reason of your diet, your air supply, your exercise regimen, you are accumulating whatever you have. And so you want to accumulate health, which would mean breathing, oxygen, and sometimes you'd be afraid to to see what people would put into their body. And this is another postman, a different postman. I got it to talking to him. I mean, this guy's been around for years, and he had it was something with his skin. It was what's the thing? Psoriasis or
that must be it. I mean,
eczema.
that's most common.
And
one of those two.
Yeah, and one of the things is, my friend Mary told me that she got rid of she had really bad eczema or psoriasis on her arms, wouldn't go away. What she got rid of it was with Vicks Vapor Rub. Vicks Vapor Rub is antifungal.
Cool.
And I didn't know that, but it'll
I
get
didn't
rid of
either.
it. No, it's just she put it on and it went away. She had problems for years. There used to be a product called Skin Cap, I think it still exists, which actually got rid of eczema I had.
Uh-huh.
I had eczema I acquired in Atlanticron. I was out in the
shit.
bush doing qigong. I was out in the bushes, and somehow I got a bite, and then it got so bad it was going all up my leg.
Oh my God.
And I called my Chinese doctor, and she's in Santa Monica. And she says, okay, she told me, she says, you have to get Head and Shoulders and put the Head and Shoulders all over that. She says, you're fighting a war. Those are mites. Those are, microorganisms. They're all over your body.
Yeah.
It's like lice. It's not lice. She says, the Head and Shoulders will get rid of it.
Right.
Sure enough, it did. It reduced it to a patch. And she says, when I get back there, we'll finish it off. So, when she comes back, she starts doing lymph work on me.
Mm-hmm.
And then it reduces to the size of about a golf ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that's left.
Right.
And she says, okay, come over. I have something for you. And she gives me steroid cream. Mm-hmm. She says, she puts it in a baggie. She says, this is my steroid cream from my own prescription. But she says, you use it. Put it on 3 times and it'll be gone. Sure enough, it was. It was gone.
That's great. I mean, that reminds me of, for those of you who have ever seen this kind of phenomenon where at the corner of your lips, certain people get these like little dry, like manifestation of like little cuts at the corner of the lips. People will compare them grotesquely. They'll say, that they're like little second mouths, little lips open up at the corner of your lips where it's just a kind of...
That's disgusting. It's disgusting. And we had in the 5th grade, in 6th grade, we had Old Foamy, we called him. Mr. L, he was the PE teacher.
Uh-huh.
He'd be foaming at those corners, and he was called Old Foamy.
Oh, that's awful. And so what that is that's athlete's foot. Rather, that's the same fungus that causes athlete's foot. And the way you take care of that is Lamisil. And Lamisil is basically an athlete's foot cream that you can purchase off the counter. And
you internally by pill or externally?
Well, it's interesting you say that because they do put that in a pill form. So you apply it externally using the cream, but it's not going to hurt you if you swallow some at night. You just cake that shit on the corner of, the reason I know about this is there was this one woman who was basically a model, and she developed that, and she went to her dentist, and she asked her dentist about it, and he had no idea what it was or what to do. And I said, that's disgusting. The man, as a dentist, that's despicable. I mean, that's just.
So it never comes up. It doesn't come up in that dental school. How would he know? It doesn't come up.
I guess. So I told her what it was, and I sent her, just a Lamisil because my dad had the prescription for it for his athlete's foot. So I sent her just a bunch of tubes of it, and this was after my dad died. We had a bunch of that.
You can now buy Lamisil over the counter now.
Yeah. And so it took care of that. She considered me like a sorcerer after that, a true like magician who kind of like semi-miraculously cured her. But it was something that, it manifests on us all at one point or another. I mean, you can contract such things just by, as Peter said, you go to conventions or something like that. But in terms of, with me, it probably came from kissing the wrong people at the Quite
The one
admitted.
thing I wanted to add is that I did get rid of, I think that was the second bout. I had it on the one leg and I had it on another leg. And the other leg, I think I got rid of it first with something called Skin Cap.
Uh-huh.
And Skin Cap was a product that a friend of mine had recommended because I think she heard it on the radio, and it got rid of the eczema. This was not psoriasis, it was eczema.
Right.
It got rid of it. And the problem with eczema, with Skin Cap, it was a product. Oh, so when my friend Mary had it, I said, use Skin Cap. She says, I did, it doesn't work. They changed the product. So what happened with Skin Cap is Skin Cap was created in Spain. It was a product that got rid of psoriasis and eczema, and it did so by using a topical steroid. Now, for those of you who are familiar with the game of baseball, particularly San Francisco Giant baseball, Barry Bonds was, the greatest home run hitter of all time, and was the greatest baseball hitter I have ever seen. He mastered the plate. He just a phenomenal hitter. He used steroids, supposedly. He was brought before Congress to testify, and he would never admit to it. But I guess he did say that he used steroid cream on his back or his girlfriend or something. I don't know. But steroid cream on his back because, obviously an athlete like that's going to need it. But it was cream. Now, Barry Bonds used steroids, admittedly, on his back. She didn't know it was steroids, supposedly, but didn't kill him. There's also questions of whether he was taking them internally, which probably was.
That's what they were accusing him of. That's what they were insinuating.
He probably was. When you can't prove it, you can't prove it. Right. But the point really is that they had steroids in this cream called Skin Cap, and it was topical. And listen, I used it for about a week. The eczema went away. What's the problem?
There you go. Yes.
Now, what happened was, it was explained to me that psoriasis is a $1 billion+ industry.
Holy shit.
And so when you start to fix psoriasis, you become a target because they're selling medications that don't work.
There we are.
So they came down to these people, and they're in Spain. They're not in the United States. This is a company in Spain, and they come down on them and say, "Look, you got to take this steroid out of the cream. It's dangerous, and we're not going to let you sell this product in the United States, and probably put pressure on you elsewhere." This is how sick our world is now.
Thank you.
So apparently, Vicks Vapor Rub is not marketed as a skin cure. I have personally not used it on skin. But my friend did, and she said it got rid of, and she had bad psoriasis on her arms.
But by the way, it's a product that's been around forever. We're talking about this is like your grandmother's medicine. Okay, go on.
So as long as you, I would, as long as one tries that for eczema or psoriasis, it's basically killing, it's antifungal. Right. So, one can experiment it, one can try it, and it's pretty harmless. Right. So there are so many natural and folk remedies. And then now with the internet, you can go on and look up these things. You can get even more specific. You can get very specific. You can look up stuff and figure out and self-medicate to a certain degree. A certain degree. If you have a problem that won't go away and you need to see a doctor, better to have a good doctor. There's other types of doctors besides MDs.
Right.
And I took, what was it? Lamisil by pill form. Mm-hmm. Get rid of toenail fungus, which I'd had for years. Right. And there was a big price to pay for that. I took it for so long. Uh-huh. He said, you can't take it anymore. And it got rid of most of the fungus except for the stringy toes. And then so I got some topical
Agent Jojoba, or what was it? I forget, Juba, something, I don't know. But of course, it was very expensive. It was like $800, and I figured out how to get it to Canada for a couple of hundred,
Wow.
from Canada.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and Juba oil or something, and that, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It worked to some extent, and I started putting Vicks Vapor Rub on the toenail. The long, there's not much toenail there.
That's right. Yeah. That, by the way, that's what happens. Yes. Go on.
Yeah. So it's like it's okay.
Yeah. In my father's case, all the toenail became replaced by very hard fungus. The fungus kind of fossilized and became hard as he got older. We're talking about, in his 80s. And that happens to some people. So.
Yeah, but one other thing was that I was saying about the not the toenail, but the
I'm just chuckling because both of us have turned into old men talking about all these various home remedies. It's very funny in its own way.
no. The thing is, I have gone into extreme. It's pretty good now. I still, but every night is toenail management, not because I'm old,
Right.
but to play football, I have to manage my toenails.
That's right. Otherwise, it would be excruciatingly painful when you're running around in those cleats.
Oh,
Yes.
it was. It's like digging in and digging there, and until I finally figured out what was going on and got a pedicure. And, the woman was really good, and then I was going to the podiatrist every 3 months, and he cut my nails back and do this, that, and it's like now I just do it myself.
Right.
I mean, I've learned executive toenail management.
There we are.
It's very important to do, if at least if you're gonna run and whatnot. So taking care of the body is very important. Right. I forgot what else I was going to say, but it's late.
Well, along those lines, before you go, I can't let you go just yet, but I'll let you go as soon as possible because I know it is very late. It's well after midnight where Peter is. I do want people to know that they're writing me in the emails, what about your father's toenail fungus? Well, what happens is the podiatrist, when it gets to that point where it's this hard fungus has replaced the nail itself, the podiatrist shaves it down. So they're basically shaving off the fungus at that point, using a sander, basically. And so there's that. But what I wanted everyone to know was that Peter Moon and I had a very long discussion the other night about this Phil Cunningham character who had entered into what I had described as a chogram, and I didn't follow up with the conclusion of that. Basically, when he spiraled into his infatuation with this hybrid cho female, which are very rare, but sometimes the product, as I said, of these forced impregnations that the cho conduct. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I shared this with Peter or not. I may have shared it with someone else, but in terms of the very hybrid female that Phil Cunningham was so infatuated with, just the age she likely would have been, she could very well have been, since this is a rare enough occurrence, she could have been the product of what my own father and I had seen in the Tenderloin when, looking out of our window, we saw at this one end of the courtyard the cho conducting that sacrifice of a human baby in a burlap bag that they were stabbing repeatedly, draining its blood into the chalice while they conducted their ritual. That is something that my father said, there will be a woman who disappears off the streets tonight. That's a cho fertility ritual. He had seen such in China when he was a river sailor with the gunboat patrols. That is something that maybe one of the girls born of the woman who disappeared that night might have been the one that Phil Cunningham, from what he described, it would have been about the same age that he had become infatuated with. And later on, as he descended into his attempt to descend into Black Buddhahood, it's not called an ascension, it's called a descension. As he attempted to descend into Black Buddhahood, he called me up one time to taunt me about the fact that he was in China, and this was, for those of you who don't know, and I'll summarize this as briefly as possible so we can let Peter go. But Phil Cunningham, of course, was one of these veterans who had been part of this military elite program that many people fail these training programs when they try to join the SEALs or the Green Berets or the U.S. Army Rangers, and they'll experiment on you when you're in these programs. Even if you graduate from and become a full-fledged professional, recognized elite trooper, they will conduct experiments and test weapons on you. They don't care. All the thousands of dollars they've expended on training you, they still can always replace you. And the no amount of experience you gain seems to factor into them trying to preserve you or considering you some kind of an asset, which anybody should consider when they want to enter the military. The man who taught me all about mercenary work, the raging pedophile, he was part of a war game in which they unleashed a chemical weapon to test on him and his squad, and they wound up almost all dying. They all near death, but I don't believe any of them actually died, but they certainly thought they were going to. And the collateral effects of that weapon impacted them the rest of their lives in many ways. It didn't necessarily incapacitate them from further action, but they were to the point where it had effects on them like allergies that remained with them the rest of their lives when they had never been allergic to certain things before, like dogs. They had to get rid of, in the case of Curtis's pet dog, etc. These are things that will happen to you when you're in the military. You're something that is a guinea pig. There's no laws that will protect you. And so this sort of thing was done on Phil Cunningham when he was in the U.S. Army Rangers. He did not make it through. He was washed out. And what they do with the washouts is they usually assign them to some kind of espionage. And he was assigned to certain espionage activities in Germany, where they mustered him out of service. And that way, when he later came back for compensation, they said, well, you're mustered out of service and you're just in Germany on your own. And they lost all of his records that he was in service. And so he didn't get any disability, didn't get anything. And so that's when he was on my show and quite honest and talking about various things he had learned, because when he was unleashed to infiltrate neo-Nazi groups in West Germany, he was known as a washout from the U.S. Army Rangers and therefore disgruntled and trying to infiltrate neo-Nazi groups. It was the perfect cover story. In other words, he was trying to join the neo-Nazis because he was now angry at the Americans. That was his cover story. And then when he was with them and they were looking for nuclear weapons, they wanted him to ferret out whether they had assembled nuclear weapons parts, because nukes were all over the place in Eastern and Western Europe. Both sides had them, and people were smuggling out components. So they wanted to see if the neo-Nazi groups in West Germany were reassembling them. So he was given training courses on nuclear weapons, so he could identify nuclear explosions, etc., nuclear weapons. So when he was on my show, he was helping to confirm that the Russians had deployed tactical nuclear weapons when they invaded Ukraine, which the Ukrainians themselves had filmed and were showing the world, but the world was not acting on that fact. But he confirmed, yes, the Russians are deploying the tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine, and he said this based on this footage and that footage, which of course we put links to in my on Revolution Radio at the time that I was working with Revolution Radio when I was interviewing him. The next time after that, they immediately found his military records of service, put him on disability, and after that, of course, the next time he was on my show, his job was just to make me look like an idiot by looking like an idiot himself. And so at that point, he said he had entered this new form of Buddhism that demanded he consume supermassive amounts of alcohol. And I said, that's a chogram. You've entered a chogram. And that's when he confessed he had was trying to join the Cho community. Well, ultimately that resulted in, because of his experience with espionage, and of course at the time that the military had lost all his records and he was not on any disability or any form of support, he was homeless for years. At the time that he was Skyping into my interviews on Revolution Radio, he had finally gone back to living with his mother. But that was after traveling a good part of the world. He had actually, as a homeless person, not stayed in the United States. He got a job on a tramp steamer where he was just swabbing the decks and washing dishes, and he made it all the way to China and stayed in China for a while, where he entered kind of a monastery existence. He actually was doing some martial arts training and was doing some pilgrimages in certain rural parts. The real Shaolin trip, I mean, that was commendable. And this was why he had a comfort zone with Asian culture. Well, after he got into the chogram, he wound up going back to China, only this time he was assigned by the military-industrial occult complex, and or the intelligence, whichever one had gotten a hold of him at that point. And when he called me back, it was to taunt me basically on my sister's birthday in March, saying he had planted the explosives, which resulted in the supermassive chemical explosion in China on the 21st of March in 2019, the year before yesteryear. And so it was the year before yesteryear he was responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people. They only said, the Chinese communists claimed only 78 people were killed and 617 critically injured. The reality is, of course, they covered up what must have been more like 617 killed and thousands critically injured. That was the largest chemical plant explosion that ever took place, the largest sabotage to ever occur in Chinese history. That was at the chemical plant at Zhenjiagang Chemical Industry Park in Jiangxi County, or Jiangxi County, rather, in Jiangsu, China. So that was what he did, and let me know that he had done it on my sister's birthday, which, by the way, was to show me how much information he'd been given, because nobody, my family hadn't ever celebrated my sister's birthday after she became a Jehovah's Witness, because Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate their birthdays. Indeed, they do everything they can to forget when their birthday is. They consider it completely pagan. So in terms of my sister's birthday, I had forgotten when it was. I only knew it was in March. But he knew it, and it was something I had never shared with anyone because I didn't remember it myself. And when he brought it up, the date that it happened, that was when I said, "Oh shit, that's her birthday." Yeah, this is what he had descended to. So he was hoping he would descend to Black Buddhahood, and this was the kind of life he had entered. And as Peter Moon said, this really makes us understand that the Cho and the military-industrial occult intelligence complex are in lockstep. It's not like there's a difference between the two. They are a united front, and their objectives are essentially the same. And by the way, before Peter goes for tonight, just so that I don't lose it, I was just driven right now to outrage by this stupid USO site. I ran across this USO site. Marlene Dietrich was one of the most patriotic women in World War II. By the way, I don't hate Marlene Dietrich, but all Germans are very ambivalent about her. Adolf Hitler had asked her to support the Nazis from the beginning. She refused. She definitely, the other things I find on the internet about her, if you look up Marlene Dietrich kill Hitler, I mean, all of this, it gives you a real perspective on her. But the important thing to remember is when she died, she asked that her body be buried in Germany. So, all these Americans claiming she's this super American, understand, she felt German and identified with Germany. She hated Nazism, but she's buried in Germany. So the idea of the Americans trying to, what would you say, kind of copper or kind of
co-opt.
Thank you. It's just so cheap. And but the things I'm coming up with they're all true. It's basically, when you look her up online, she seduced John Wayne, James Stewart, and JFK, kept all their watches. But as they say, the German siren had grander designs on history. Oh, there's one here. This one site. Oh my God. Pagiba.com. That time Marlene Dietrich plotted to honeypot Hitler, Marlene Dietrich believed her pussy was magic. Personal disgust for Adolf Hitler aside, she would put it aside temporarily if it meant a chance to murder him. And it goes on. But in terms of all of this, think of the circle as being, it's closed no matter who my father is. Obviously, if it were my dad, his relation to Marlene Dietrich, who's trying to kill Hitler, and then if my father is Adolf Hitler, which is far more likely, his open crush for Marlene Dietrich, despite the fact that the Nazis did everything to destroy her career after they felt she had become a traitor to the fatherland. There's a circle that's closed here, and perhaps only Peter can put it in context before he turns in for the night. But hopefully you can respond a bit to what I said about Phil Cunningham and this. And by the way, I'm happy to report I didn't go into this because I wanted to do this when Maria Gregorich had returned to helping with the chat room, but she's still absent. I'm happy to report she's alive and safe, but she's going through a lot of things. But she's Italian, of course, or half Italian and half Slovenian. But, you know, I might as well report it now. Happy to report that Mussolini's granddaughter was reelected to her second term in Rome, where she is one of the mayoresses of Roma. They have more than one. It's a very complicated Italian form of government, but she was elected twice by a landslide. So Benito Mussolini's granddaughter is the most popular woman in Rome, essentially, and you know, was given a position of responsibility before and has resumed that position. So a lot going on in the world with regards to Nazism and fascism and all of everything that we kept up on. So with that, turn it over to Peter before he says goodnight to us all.
Well, I mean, you told an incredible story about this guy. It demonstrates so much. It's an intricate tale that most people, I mean, they could be interested in. It'd be hard for them to relate to it viscerally because, you know, most people are not spies.
Yes.
And those few who are, it's kind of like the super soldier syndrome. I think that the story you have is merit and should be told in the book.
Thank you.
Sure. It's interesting. I'm just saying there are so many spies and super soldiers whose, you know, like, it's hard for some people that are on the outside to relate to what he went through.
Yeah.
Except for other spies and super soldiers. They can relate to that real well.
Yes.
And so they will be attracted to the type of literature that we're producing.
Right.
It's okay.
Yeah. And by the way, this just in, Jim Carrey was making jokes about hanging fascists based on the historical hanging of Benito Mussolini and his mistress upside down by their ankles by the communists. And
real funny.
Yeah. So Mussolini's granddaughter kicked off at Jim Carrey, calling him a Yankee bitchard. And she said he's a Canadian.
He's a Canadian.
Yeah, she called him a Yankee bitchard because of course, she says he sucks American cock. It's what Alessandra Mussolini said about Jim Carrey. So she responded back at him.
Jim Carrey is a very funny and talented actor who I think is now, you know, suffers from, you know, age syndrome. In other words, you don't get the parts when you look old, and you're not as funny when you're old. But you know, he studied, I think, Eckhart Tolle, and he's kind of had an empty life outside of his success, which is, I mean, how can you not? When you have that much money, you know, people or success, they don't like you for you. They like you for what you can do for them. And that's unfortunate for anybody who reaches that, you know, that pinnacle of success. And, you know, he studied Eckhart Tolle, and he did this movie called 23. He doesn't understand 23, but he's, you know, this is the problem, is he's very successful in entertainment, but so he thinks he knows something, and he doesn't seem very sharp at all.
Thank you. Yeah.
This is the problem with these guys when they go into that, you know,
I think it would be easier for me to be an actor in his venue than it would be for him to go into my venue. Not that it would be easy for me to do any of the things he does. I think it would resolve in being completely uninhibited and your sanity filters going out.
Thank you. Yeah.
In public. I could maybe, do it for my wife or something. But yeah. So it's like, he's very talented, and he's obviously pretty smart too, but not smart enough. He's it's unfortunate. And when actors start going into politics, it gets real. And just, one thing I just saw on the net while I was sitting here, this is so typical of, they have the New York Nets basketball team, which is not too far. I used to be down there all the time, not watching basketball, but it's where I used to, go sometimes for the Qigong was down there nearby. And I go through that sometimes on the subway. And the New York Nets have this superstar. I really have never really seen him play. Kyrie Irving, the superstar for the New York Nets. And the problem with this guy, he's always making press faux pas. He's the press. He's always like, he's too good to play sometimes, but he has refused his vaccination. And so that means he can play on away games, but he can't play in New York because they have a rule about vaccinations and in the NBA. So he has refused the vaccination for not necessarily the standard reason, but he's refused it. So that's fine. He refuses it. He can't play. He's okay with losing the millions of dollars, but he doesn't play in the games he didn't play. There was a riot, I shouldn't say a riot, a protest outside of the arena, and they called it a lockdown. They weren't letting fans in because the fans were protesting, let Kyrie play, let him play, let him play. And then you see the article, and then you read the article a little closer. Well, the lockdown didn't last that long. What did it last? Half an hour? An hour?
Right. They
eventually let people in. But it's like they're making a news story out of this. And they're saying he can practice, but he can't. A loophole allows him to practice with the team, but he can't play in the games. Now, first of all, what the hell is the difference between practicing and playing? You're just as close in the practice as you are in the play.
Yeah.
And then, okay, this is New York City, Brooklyn. I'm in New York City the other day. I can walk around all I want without a mask. I can eat outdoors in a restaurant. I can go into this venue in a private building and be sitting next to people. No social distancing. Mm-hmm. What I'm alluding to here is this is a what's the word? Political talking point. This is all politicized. It's all about politics.
Right.
It's not about disease at all. If it was about disease, damn well, you should have everybody in masks, real masks, not the ones they use,
right,
and socially distanced, and not be having basketball games
at all.
With people
right
on each other. Right. It's like, and every time somebody gets, okay, he's got COVID. Maybe he's sick and maybe he's not. Sometimes you get the COVID test and you're not sick. You just have it.
Right.
So it's like, my only point is, and when it gets into sports, it then filters. COVID was appearing in, I think it first showed up with the New York Yankees, and then all of a sudden they had to switch the whole venue, and then we had the Delta virus.
That's right.
Because vaccinated players be getting COVID virus. I can't get it. Can't get it. No, you can't get it. Anyway, my point is it's just being overly politicized, because you can walk into New York City and unless you're going into a gym, a theater, or a restaurant, it doesn't matter.
Right. But by the way, just to clarify, my understanding was that when people got the vaccinations, it was made known that you could still contract the COVID. It just simply would be made rarer. It would be less of a percentage of a chance that you would get it, but you could always be a carrier. Certainly, people may not manifest the symptoms, but even with the vaccinations, they could become carriers and still spread it to others. That was what was said. So that's how I remember them saying that. But certainly, what you're talking about is bringing up the politicization of sports. Is that basically the sports has become politicized? And I may get to it tonight. We'll see how far I can get in arc of narrative.
Politicization. Yeah. This is still politically going on, and it's like, they're politicizing the hell out of COVID.
No.
But anywhere I go, you see a few people with masks on Long Island, and most people don't. Small percentage wear masks, and it's like it only exists as a meme, except for the people who actually are really sick, and that's even politicized. He died of the coronavirus, but it wasn't the coronavirus that killed him. But it wasn't.
So what are they saying about Colin Powell? Is pretty much that, right? Something of that.
I mean, if the guy was old and he shouldn't have been vaccinated anyway, just by reason of his age. That's the and then they make a hero out of him when he was really,
a piece of shit. Yeah, in so many ways.
Shit. No, dog shit. And it's like it's all politics. It's not about the illness. It's more about social control, and but as I say, that there's the only thing that I see with COVID is it limits limits certain things. Like I want to take Paula to go see the movie Dune, but there will be no restrictions on COVID. We're going in a theater, not the best place to go. For breathing and stuff like that. There are, the only restrictions come in airplanes and travel, and then certain cities like New York, so you can't go in the restaurant. But
but as it is, I'm impressed by the freedom that you have in New York. When I walk out the door to go to my corner store, they of course require masks to enter the local corner store. They're run by Koreans. There's one Chinese guy that works there, but Asians are very serious about masks because of their history of experience with different plagues. And so
California is also much more
militant.
Social. It's under much stronger social,
At the same time, Russian Hill is kind of like the financial elite, and one of these areas where you have kind of a financial elite. I'm in the area which is not at the top of the hill, but nevertheless, as soon as I walk out the door and I've got the mask on and I put on the medical surgical gloves just so I have latex between myself and touching doorknobs and door handles, because it saves me from washing my hands all the time. But thank you, especially when I'm taking cabs. But the moment I walk out the door with those gloves and the surgical mask, oh my God, there's no one, and I mean no one on Russian Hill outside of that little corner store and the staff that's in there that is wearing masks. Except, of course, maybe some people who are working in the restaurants, but none of the clients are wearing it. And oh my God, people do everything but point at me and laugh. I swear to God, everyone looks at me like I'm nuts wearing the mask and my latex gloves. They sneer. It's just the way it is. I mean, honest to God, it's Russian Hill is its own little world. It really is. And
of San Francisco in general, where the mask would be more.
It's interesting. When I go down to Polk Street, which, as you know, is at the bottom of Russian Hill, I'll go down there where there's level ground, and nobody's wearing masks there either in general. It's about the majority of the people are unmasked. There's a few people wearing them, mostly owners of businesses. And when you go inside these places, you're supposed to mask up. But in some place like the magazine store, when I go there to play lottery or something, then I go inside the magazine store and I mask up. But, outside of that, everyone's
also interesting. What's also interesting in history of school, and I remember in California,
the Hong Kong flu and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And flu would go around, but there was never any social distancing or prohibition of it, not whatsoever. And it would have been a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been a good thing. In the history of flu, nothing was done. You just catch it and get better.
Well, it was different during the Spanish flu, quote unquote Spanish.
I'm talking about in recent times.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, got it. Yeah, since that time there was like basically nothing. Yeah, after that, yeah.
Done they say, get a flu shot, get a flu shot, get a flu shot.
Which, by the way, I'm going to be getting soon. Are you getting one? Are you getting one?
I absolutely not. I'll tell you a story of one of my friends. This goes back into the 1980s.
Uh-huh.
And he was, talking about getting his flu shot, and we're having a discussion, and I had no, I just, was arguing about it. It was like I wasn't on any kick about that. I said, it didn't make any sense to me about getting a flu shot, and he was adamant about getting his flu shot.
Uh-huh.
And he gets the flu shot.
And he dies, right?
No, he didn't die. I didn't hear from him for fucking weeks.
Uh-huh.
And finally, I get a hold of him. And I said, what happened? He says, I got the flu shot. He says, I got sick. I didn't recover. It took weeks to recover.
Oh, my God.
I'm sitting there telling him, I don't know if I psychologically made him sick, because I'm saying, what are you getting a flu shot for? A flu shot for?
Freudian slip.
I've never gotten a flu shot.
Uh-huh. I told you what happened to my dad in Taiwan. When he was stationed in Taiwan, there was an American officer who was on station. And by the way, just so people understand, and I will go into this in Arc of Narrative tonight, I'll talk about American troops who were in Taiwan for a period of time. And believe it or not, there are American troops now returning to Taiwan, quote unquote, as liaison. But in terms of my dad, when he was in Taiwan, one of the officers was saying, hey, you got your flu shot? And of course, in the military, you do not have a choice. I mean, they make you get vaccinated and they make you get these shots. And so my dad had, I think, whether he had gotten his flu shot at that point or not, he was basically, he was going to get it if he hadn't gotten it. But the officer who was so strict about it was going around, or, might have been a warrant officer. The way my dad related it, this did not sound like commissioned officer, because, it would be actually beneath a commissioned officer's dignity or responsibility to be telling people something like that. So I think it was a warrant officer, which is a very bizarre kind of gray area between the commission and the non-commissioned officer status in the military. But anyhow, one of the warrant officers was going around pulling that shit and telling people to get their flu shots. And then when my dad saw him, he had apparently, this warrant officer just gotten his, and he was all red-faced and sweating, and my dad just attributed it to everybody drinking and the fact that it was very hot tropical environment in Taiwan. And then what happened was later that day, the guy died. It turned out it was the flu shot that killed him. But there you have that. So there's an example of one of those.
That stuff does happen.
Yeah.
I would, however, if I was going into some foreign territory, be very considerate and regarding of illnesses.
Right.
Because I've gotten sick in Romania twice, and it has to do with the natural immunities that I do not have to basically the Danube River. Uh-huh. And and if you have the natural immunities, you don't get sick.
That's right.
And it happened to me twice because I don't have the natural immunities. So, last year they were doing stuff for COVID. I don't want to be protected from COVID. I want to be protected from the natural immunities there.
From the Danube River and its various.
I don't think they inject you with river water.
No.
I mean, it's like,
But you must be in excellent health for you to have recovered so comparatively quickly, because your memories of Romania, what you relay, illness is not really a part of it. It comes in briefly, but you seem to recover extraordinarily quickly. Whereas, there are people who that'll knock them out for the vacation. I mean, that's, you know.
Well, I was struggling with the illness, with the diarrhea, but I also, had my qigong students work on me. I taught them how to work on me, which helped. And then, I was staying with basically a medical doctor who gave me, he got me the right pills, which were at the pharmacy. He got them for me just so, and I was still, it's part of the initiation, I guess. It's just,
it is.
these things happen, and I generally, just, we all have things happen to us. We all have maladies.
By the way, there's this. I'm sorry. Go on. Finish.
No, I said the health is good,
Right.
and I intend to keep it that way. And by the way, two tragic stories today
What?
at football of one guy's wife who I've met. I don't know her well, but I've seen her before. They were at a roadside stop at a rest stop, and they had a trailer. This is why they were all through these trucks. And the truck put on its brakes. It didn't stop, and it, came back, and I don't know exactly what happened, but it crunched her, and he got messed up. He pulled her away, but they both got injured. She had a couple of crushed vertebrae, and she's going to be okay, but man, she's going to have to, she'd be a year in recuperation. She's lucky she's got her life together. Yeah. I mean, the truck kind of just didn't do what it was supposed to.
Oh my God.
And then another guy, his wife woke up, she couldn't feel her leg, took her to the hospital, and they're having to shave her bone down because the nerves were, the bone was pressing on the nerves. They had to shave the bone down.
Jesus.
She's okay now, but the bone will grow back. But it's like, you hear these stories, and it's like, why did I hear these two stories today? It makes one feel very fortunate that one is okay.
So did you also hear about the Alec Baldwin? It's just like
everybody's heard about that.
What's your impression?
Well, it says that he could be prosecuted for involuntary manslaughter. He may not be. It would seem at face value that he's very distraught, genuinely distraught. Mm-hmm. But Alec Baldwin is a real nasty, stupid son of a bitch.
Karma. That it's karma.
Real nasty. And, he had the Clintons over at his place in the Hamptons, and he, totally, for purposes of security, he drained this, river or this thing, and it killed all this animal life. And
Jesus,
so he could host Bill Clinton. And I had a friend who used to battle with him in politics. His friends at Montauk's a Republican. Mm-hmm. It's all in the town of East Hampton. He used to fight with Alec Baldwin, because I'd run into him at I was sitting at the table next to him when we were, eating our Indian food out there in the patio. He just happened to be at the next table with his family. He didn't bother me. He kind of looked at me like he recognized.
You think he knew you or recognized you?
It was weird. Like, I thought, it wasn't like I was looking at him and he was looking at me, looking at him. It was like he was looking at me. I don't know. I didn't take it any further.
Because I know you're not a star fuck. You're not the kind of guy who gets celebrity struck and starts staring. I know that.
No, well, I know, no, but we all noticed him. I mean, my brother-in-law was there. He noticed him. It was like, a celebrity sighting. You don't see those too often. And, he was very unkempt.
I noticed he looks like he's homeless whenever you...
Well, he was especially so on this day, but he wasn't minding anybody. He looked rather at peace with himself. And, but no, he fights, he was like having these great political battles with my Republican friend. And then I guess my Republican friend was on the set. I think it was 30 Rock. He was on the set because he's an actor, and Alec was looking, do I know you? Do I know you? He didn't recognize him,
He's lucky. He's lucky he didn't recognize him. That could have led to some problems.
No, it wouldn't have led to any problems. He was just, he's just, he's got some real emotional issues, and
He's got more of them now.
well, he killed somebody, and I don't know what it's all about, but it's like it's horrible. It's horrible.
Well, apparently, it has to do with the assistant producer, who's referred to on the set literally as an armorer, the man who's responsible for the firearms.
I think a woman who was an armorer. I think she's a woman, and they all messed up. They're all. It says he has liability as an executive producer. I mean, it's just, what do you have loaded guns in a production for, or blank guns? What are you doing? What are they? I mean, he's doing a Western. Yes. It's like, it's so messed up what actors do. It's horrible.
Well, I mean, they have actual firearms because of the number of gun nuts in the United States. You can't use props anymore because people are going to say, oh, that looks phony as hell, and oh, look, they're using pop guns. So they have real weapons, and they're supposed to load them with blanks, so there's the visual effects when they're fired. Just so people understand this, blanks can kill you. This was a much worse case scenario in which
it's been made very clear by the press reports. But the thing is, do we need another Western?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's the problem with movies in general. Do we need another remake of Dune? I'm going because I'm kind of a fan of Dune, but I'm not really that interested. I know the story,
Yeah, you're seeing it basically then for the visuals, is what you're telling us.
I don't know why I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
I don't really know why I'm seeing it, because I want to go see it. It's like if they did Lord of the Rings, I go watch that too.
Right. It's for the epic sweep. I mean, spectacular. It's spectacular. You're going there for the visual thrills. I mean,
I don't know. It's kind of to do something with my wife too. It's like, she likes to do things, so I said, oh, we'll do this, and it's acceptable rather than seeing some movie I don't want to see. Right. So it's but yeah, it's like movies have become, to me, passé for the most part. Even if I see a good movie that I have enjoyed, it doesn't make me want to go watch more movies. It's just.
Well, also theaters are becoming. There may come a time when theaters are just gone and everybody's just going to be streaming films at home. But
if you go to certain theaters in Long Island, you're sitting in a very comfortable seat that you can lean back and put your feet up. It's very comfortable. They do everything. They don't vibrate. That we went to another theater where they didn't have this, and it was like, wow, we were missing something. They jack up the price of the ticket. Oh yeah. So they offer you a better seat. Oh, there we are. Okay. Viewing with less people in the theater. And it's what would be a visual spectacular like Dune, I'd want to see, because my friend gave me the opportunity to see Dune, like a cut of it, without going to the movies. I said, no, I want to see it in the movies. Yeah, I want to see it. He watched it because he's not only a Dune fan, he's a fan of almost every. He's got movies going full time. He's in the movie business, but he's got. I'm surprised he doesn't have two screens with two movies. Continually watching movies. But
I'm almost that way with porn. Go on.
yeah, it's a good thing. But there's also where there's also porn with 3D.
Oh shit! I'm glad I'm not addicted to that. Oh, that'd be taking it a bit far. But yes.
Then the next thing is the bodysuit where you're actually getting sensation. So you're watching.
Right. Oh God, talk about expensive.
Pulling up your arm, and that's that's the wave of the future. And the porn industry. I learned this from Joe Matheny. He said he would watch the technology of the porn industry, because they catch up on film technology and video technology way ahead of the regular film industry.
It's true. And by the way, in case he doesn't know the term, ask him if he knows the term. Here on the West Coast, we have a term for that technology. It's called dildonics. That's the name of that kind of porn sensorial.
I'm sure he would know that term.
Dildonics, yes,
Yeah.
the science thereof.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, yeah, Alec Baldwin. It's like, yeah, he's
There you go.
he's got a lot of, I guess what you call material success, and
Maybe not anymore. He's gonna owe a lot to that family. That's
well, he's like the rest of us. We all have a lot to learn about life,
yes.
and his shortcomings are rather visible. They're rather
Yeah.
just like Tom Cruise has certain shortcomings, and John Travolta has certain shortcomings. That doesn't mean that their personality is relegated to those shortcomings that people observe and judge. But they also have other aspects. It's like they're just people trying to. Well, the thing is that even though they have shortcomings, people like them. People like the movies. They're professional actors, so it doesn't matter. They're watching them in movies.
Yeah.
Their careers are not, censored because they have reputations of this, that, or the other thing. Just like Alec Baldwin is definitely a proficient actor. His ability to give impressions is also very good. And I'm not talking about just Trump. He's a very skilled actor.
Right.
So what? It's actors, and they've got lives. And I like what Trump said about Alec Baldwin, because he blew up at some, I don't know if it was a traffic ticket or something. He had some car violation, and he just was out of sorts, and he was being brought up on charges.
Uh-huh.
He appeared in court, and they told Trump about it.
Uh-huh.
I think Trump was at the height of some of his disputes, and they asked Trump, because Baldwin hates Trump, and he says, did you know Alec Baldwin's going to court today? What do you have to say? He goes, I wish him a lot of luck. That was about the best response he could have given. It's like I don't think, it's almost like I don't want to see anybody get screwed over in court. And he beat the charge. They dropped it. I don't know if they dropped it, because he paid somebody something, or because they just dropped it.
A lot of times celebrities get a kind of favor or favoritism, and that's wrong. But they're almost considered, especially in places like, if this happened in Los Angeles and it's a Hollywood town, then it's almost like he's considered like an economic asset to the city. And so a lot of times there's a lot of tolerance for them. They have to do something really stupid and to really get fucked over. And as I've said before, when it comes to people like Robert Blake and William Shatner, it can get to the point of murder, and they still get away with it. And so you'd have to commit multiple murders before they really start, okay, enough's enough, and really crack down. But definitely thank you for that, because certainly people were asking about in the chat room, and I'm glad we went there. From my understanding, the armorer was actually a male who people had filed reports against before, because on other sets he had been extremely lax and irresponsible, apparently. And it was definitely a man who handed the firearm to Alec Baldwin and said "cold gun," which means it's safe, it's unloaded, but it was loaded. And I don't know if you knew this. It didn't just kill that woman. It went through her and injured the man behind her. I don't know if you knew.
Yeah, but my question is why was he pointing it in the direction?
That is bizarre. That I don't get.
We don't know the exact reason about that.
Yeah, yet. What the fuck was that? That is bizarre to me. That's like the one thing that, unless he's totally unprofessional and an idiot and waving it around like a clown, I've, of course, being from the background that I'm from, that's something you would never do with a firearm. You don't just casually wave it around. You point it at somebody that you're going to smoke, that you're going to take down.
We don't know the answers to these questions yet, and this will probably either come out in investigations courts, or it'll be buried.
Yeah, but probably this will come out. It's too much to hide. It's not like what happened with Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg, when he was involved with that Twilight Zone film, and the two Vietnamese kids died on the set along with the white guy who was carrying them in his arms, and they had that helicopter. It was a Vietnam War.
Vic Morrow.
Thank you.
I thought that was Landis, not Spielberg.
Spielberg was involved somewhat.
The guy's name was Landis.
Yeah, yep, but still, Spielberg was definitely involved. That can be verified, and he covered his ass. But he was involved with that Twilight Zone affair, and when it came to that, they all covered their ass, and nobody got busted because it happened, in a different country. And but here in America, you're not going to get that. It's going to be harder for that to be. There's going to be a price to pay for this. This is going to have repercussions. They couldn't get away with it here now. But as you say, it may be. We'll see what happens. But bless you. You have a blessed night. We love you dearly. Thank you very much for joining us with speaking about these various topics. And as Peter said, we will continue to speak of the show at this point, combined with what we said tonight and what we said on the episode preceding my birthday episode, where I started talking about East Asian geopolitics, and I'll go back to that tonight. We pretty much covered the show fairly extensively.
We have to see where it goes. We have to see where it goes in the context of the book, but I have a lot of context for it.
Yeah.
Did they find any Cho when they went into Aquino's apartment with the
That's there you go. It's one of those things where, and it's amazing how so much comes back to him, and how that was there you have that. By the way, in my latest episode, somebody in the thread of my latest episode, somebody wrote here, I'll read it to you because this is important. It's relevant. Let me turn off everything. Here we are. There goes some of the video, the audio from it, and what this individual said. Somebody calling themselves Rigo Jim, RIGO space Jim. Rigo Jim says, this was 1 day ago. Followers of Aquino have posted that he died in 2020. I have not found anything on social or commercial media on his death. Have any info on this, Doug? So I told him, see the midweek episode entitled 7/1/2020, the date, Michael Aquino, Death Day, Douglas Dietrich, and Peter Moon. That's one of the few titles that actually has your name in it. Critical omissions. And so I gave him the link to that, and I followed up by saying he died the day of the episode before, on Sunday, as dated 6/28/20, June 28th, 2020, amid Alternative Lifestyles Pride Weekend. So he died during the gay parade. And so maybe that's what killed him. But in terms of that, the fact that somebody says they couldn't find anything on the internet, now that's interesting. So there you go. I mean, apparently the only place where his death is mentioned at all is basically on the cult website, and otherwise it's scrubbed from social or commercial media. I think you kind of found that out yourself, as well as others. So
I'm totally convinced he's dead.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. It's almost reluctantly, because as I said, I feel a lot of game has gone out of the world with his death. But that's we. It's.
I think we're much better off without him. I don't miss him at all.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that either.
How could I have missed him? I didn't know him like you did. So I had no.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say one thing: he was completely, utterly destructive. So yes, we have to be grateful his death came early. He died young. Compared, as far as I'm concerned.
72, 73?
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, I think that's. I mean, like I said. My dad kept his age remarkably well. His genes were exceptional. If it weren't for all of the shit that he suffered in terms of malpractice and for lack of, basically the medical complex was trying their damnedest to kill him, whether they were doing so conspiratorially or not. That's just what they do with people. And, and he lived to be 87 regardless, as did my mother. So I know one thing, if I don't have people operating on me or pulling any of that malpractice, I'll probably live to be well over 100. So at any rate, my love for you, Peter, I know you'll live to be well over 100 as well. So obviously with Paula taking care of you, that shouldn't be a problem.
It's like, when it's time to go, it's time to go.
By the way, is she working in a different city or what? What the?
She's here.
Okay.
She's overhead right now, sleeping.
Oh, thank God. I mean, I was under the impression she traveled someplace on a plane or something, had something to do with work.
She went away last week. She went away last week, and she was for a few days, and she's back.
Okay, that's good.
She's back. Now she's working at home, I think.
Oh, thank God.
The office got COVID, so they shut down the office, and she'll be here, which is good. Which is good.
That is. All right. Share our love with her, and you have a blessed night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. So that was Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. And that ends the call, by the way, which I'm going to attempt to start again. I'll check in with some people, of course, and see if I can find someone to break me for a few minutes to refresh myself. And let's start off with the usual suspects. I would take it that Sammy Romero is probably off to bed, but in terms of himself, the most immediate person would probably be Rocco Fowler. So let's check if he's there. Be ye there, and I'll call him Rock. Rock sounds better to me than Rocco. I mean, oh my God, Rocco. That's such an unusual name. And let's see now with Penny Bradley. Be ye there, madam. And so if she's fallen asleep every once in a while, hopefully that means that she wakes up once in a while. And so the other person to check in with, let's see now, with Amanda Ute. Okay, be ye there, hun. There we are. And then, all right, finally, Sammy Romero, checking in to see if he still be with us. Oops, with us. Still with us, there we are. So send out the messages to see if there's anyone out there. Well, Sam seems to still be with us. So let's see if we can bring him on for a few minutes. Let me ask him. May I call? May I call? Oh, good. Got his permission. So let's give him the information that I'm calling on Skype. There we are. And now let's follow up with that. Oops. Fuck. What did I just do? There we go. And here we are. Where are we? Peter Moon, the call, and of course Sammy Romero. Go back to people, and Isaac is down here. Follow up down here to. Guess we have to do this the old-fashioned way. Oops, Sam, not San. Sammy Romero. There we are. Bless him. Okay, give him a call here. And it says I've got some new notifications. It says they're connecting. There we go. Wonderful. Okay, it says Sammy is unavailable. Okay. So let me tell him that Skype indicates yourself as available. Okay, and then call Rocco Fowler. Okay, calling Skype. Okay, there we are. Let's initiate that. All right. And Rocco. Oh God, got to add him to the favorites so that it's easier to access him from this point forward. There we are, Rocco Fowler. Initiate the call. Okay, again. And there's Rocco Fowler. Thank you, sir. Going to bring on Sammy Romero with us. And let me try that. And that way we can have the two of you hold a wonderful discussion. Both of you are so appreciated. Let's take a look at Sam here. Here we are. Sammy Romero. Press the add button. And that will bring us all into some degree of balance. And it will be much better to have us talk without that sense of pressure, even though I intend to go into monologue at some point. It won't be for, There we are. So, okay, so Rocco has said he's here and I was able to hear him. Let's do an audio test with Sammy Romero. Do say hello to us, Sammy. Let's see if we can hear you.
Oh.
Wonderful. And so if the two of you gentlemen can hear each other, and both of you have already been introduced, let's see if you can hear each other. Sammy, could you hear Rocco? Rocco, could you hear Sammy?
Sammy.
Hey, how you doing, Rocco?
Good, you?
Good, all right.
Oh, wonderful. I'm so glad to have both of you gentlemen back. So let's take our time with this. Of course, both of you may have to go to sleep at some point soon. But with Rocco, just so I can get this straight, I believe he's on the Eastern Daylight Time zone. Is that correct, Rocco?
No, it's...
Central?
Yeah, I'm in Missouri, so...
Okay, Central Daylight Time. Whereas I believe Sammy Romero is on Pacific Daylight Time. Is that correct, Sam?
Correct, yes.
Wonderful. So Sammy has more of an early evening kind of feel, and this being a Sunday night, let's take our time with this for now. And do me a favor. I'm going to refresh myself. I'd like both of you gentlemen to kind of continue where we left off before. At some point tonight, of course, I'm going to go into monologue, and when I do that, it'll take up the rest of the evening. But I'm privileged to have both of you gentlemen here. Both of you, along with Penny, of course, were wonderful. Earlier, Penny, of course, was encumbered by her sudden kind of narcolepsy, and hopefully that's pursued, and hopefully she's able to cope with that. In the interim, we've got a while yet before either of these men burn out. And so if both of you gentlemen will continue where you were before. I believe we were just about talking about Aquino, and we were talking about the coping mechanisms, and we were talking about various such issues. And so if wherever you feel you are comfortable starting with, let's get started. And both of you gentlemen, I have every confidence, can hold the stage comfortably for about 10 to 15 minutes. But I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back soon enough. And thank God both of you are here. And it's actually, I know that the audience enjoys you both. And many people, I don't know if you knew this, Rocco, the last time you were on, many people left many positive comments, including the young lady who said you're the real deal, etc. So I hope you've seen that in thread of our video preceding tonight's episode. And with Sammy Romero, I'm sure we'll get the same. Both of you gentlemen are appreciated by our listeners. And with that, yeah, wonderful. What was that?
My pleasure.
Yeah, what? Okay. Oh, do me a favor. Our man Sammy has a very deep voice. It's golden, so he's kind of perfect for this. But with Rocco, do me a favor, and when you're speaking, I want you to shout, not hostilely, but shout into the microphone. Get up close to it. Do you have a mic? Do you have a microphone, or what?
I sound better now.
A little better. Yeah. Yeah. A little better. So just, speak loudly. Speak loudly and project yourself. That's what's important. And
Okay.
yeah, that will help immensely. And I'll leave both of you gentlemen to it. I'll be back soon enough. And so grateful that you're
Excuse me,
both
Doug.
here.
Excuse me, Doug.
Yeah. Yes.
By any chance, I might need to go on mute for maybe about 5 minutes or 5 minutes.
Sure.
I'm expecting a call from a female acquaintance real quick, and then I can get back on.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Sounds fine. Have every confidence Rocco can handle it, and just indicate,
Okay,
just come back on when you're ready.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
Yeah,
Rocco.
when the call.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. No
So
problem.
Rocco will dominate the call for now, and Rocco, go ahead and start telling us a bit about anything you want. Okay. So the stage is yours.
Okay.
Hey, Rocco.
Yeah. And project yourself well, Rocco. Whatever you've got that you're talking into, it's like oral sex. It doesn't work unless you're right up close.
How's that sound? Better?
Not really. Okay, say something loud like, my name is Rock Fowler. Let's say the term rock. It sounds better than Rocco. Okay. This is Rock Fowler.
How's that sound?
It's all right. It's all right. Yeah. So, go ahead and start talking. Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start talking, Rock. Rock. Burn
Okay.
bandwidth.
Well, I don't even know where to start.
Rock, tell us
There's
about,
so
you're
many
in a martial arts pose in this photograph with a bunch of guys, and one of them has killed himself recently. I mean, that's a terrible tragedy. Tell us a little bit about the story behind that photograph while I'm on mute, okay?
Okay. Well, that photograph is an older photograph. I was invited to a in-house sort of interview, and the few times that I had went to this interview, I kept going. For some reason, I just kept going, and I felt like there was some kind of control thing going on there. I do have to say that, this is one of my friends. However, I believe that there was some kind of occultic stuff going on, because me and him were like blood brothers.
Oh, wow. Well, this individual who's carrying the tarot card in that photograph who killed himself.
Yes.
Right, thank you. So, Penny, honey, thank you so much for coming on. So, Rocco here is obviously has a lot to share with us. His biggest challenge is he's not used to this. So you can help immensely. Sammy will
Not
come.
used to this as in talking to you
It's
or being on air.
being on air. That's it, burning bandwidth. And you can help with that by just kind of making him comfortable because you're so comfortable with this. And what I'm going to do, honey, is I'm going to refresh myself and I'll be gone for about 10 to 15 minutes. But with the three of you here, and you're all introduced, Sammy, Rocco, and yourself. Rocco, yeah,
Hello.
yeah, and I think Sammy might be back with us. Did that phone call come through, Sammy?
Not yet, but
Oh.
I had to also relieve myself, so I put myself in mute. TMI. That's probably a little TMI, but
No worries, no worries. We're all very honest with each other here. So, yeah, and
I have, on that point, I have actually tried to be discreet and turned off my mic to go to the bathroom and dug through an absolute panic attack.
yeah, there
well,
you go.
it's interesting you say that because the whole who's that one retard, the British retard?
That you're thinking probably of Miles Johnston of
Yeah,
Bases.
that guy. Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't want to be that guy, so I'm like, let me put myself in mute.
Understood. For those of you who don't know, the Miles Johnston of Bases, that a lady who worked with me in the past named Laura Lee Solomon, poor dear, she was the producer not only for myself, but she was very enthusiastic, and she really pulled out all the plugs in volunteering to help with myself, with Revolution Radio. And that's why it was so tragic, much that happened with her. But she was also very bitter about a lot of things that happened in her life. And she was like, she was probably suffering to a degree from toxoplasmosis, or a bit of the crazy cat lady syndrome, the kind of parasite that turns people into zombies who service cats as opposed to, themselves. They value their cats above everything.
At least it's a actual disease rather than people are just
That's
people
true. That's true.
that shit.
Yeah, that's true. But she, without going into the cats just yet, because that's always kind of an object lesson for us all. What happened to, and I can do that another night, but with her, she was the producer for Christine Joanna Hart, and Christine Joanna Hart's handler was Miles Johnston of Base's infamy, who is, of course, there's several episodes in which he interviewed Michael Aquino, and it's...
What did he do?
I'm sorry, what?
What did he do now? Womanize?
I'm sorry, womanize? Did you say?
Yes, yeah. I did an interview with Miles Johnson, and then he asked me for, money.
Did he really? Oh God, he's
yeah.
an idiot. Oh my God. Of all the things, I mean, it's quite obvious that you're a person who's kind of sustaining themselves. I would never get the impression that you had money to spare. If I were to ask somebody for money,
absolutely,
yeah, it would not be Rocco Fowler, right? That alone is. But anyhow, so Miles Johnston, what happened was, so he was on as Christine Joanna Hart's handler. She would always bring him on to start dominating the show with his stupidity. And at one point, while Laura Lee Solomon was producing for him, we could all hear this on both sides of the Atlantic. The guy takes his cell phone in with him to the bathroom while he takes a piss. And so you literally hear him, and I know what kind of piss this is, because I was care provider for my father at one point when it just basically what happened in my dad's case was they kept checking him for penile cancer because he had urinary tract cancer at one point in his life. And at one point they jammed up his urinary tract by shoving a camera up inside of his piss slit. And then his bladder became blocked.
God.
Yeah, because he couldn't piss. They plugged up his piss slit. And so during that period of time,
Douglas.
yes, awful. And during that period of time, I had to learn to depress his bladder so he could piss. This is what Miles Johnston was doing. It's that kind of piss. It's where the pissing doesn't stop. I mean, the guy was just pressing like a camel. He was, you could just hear him piss, and it just kept pissing. And this went on for minutes, where he was like tinkling into the toilet and continuing to talk while pissing. Because this is an old man who doesn't give a fuck, and this is what happens when you're an old man who doesn't give a fuck and you take your cell phone in with you into the bathroom, which of course...
Well, I'm an old woman who no longer gives a fuck, but I do have some privacy needs.
There we are. There we are. So did you have to talk to me while I was panicking and you finally came back on and you just kind of did it all silently, or what was it?
What had happened was I muted my mic, I stepped away, took care of the problem, came back, and you're hollering for me because I muted my mic.
But you do know there's reasons to be concerned when it comes to people like Peter Moon was saying earlier, the super soldier experience. You're all people, as Sammy brought up, all kind of at risk for somebody doing something just because of your backgrounds. And in Sam's case, of course.
There are things that happen to us on a regular basis, yes. But you forget, I don't live alone.
That's true. That's true.
And my partner has survived Vietnam.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm not in as vulnerable a position as
many.
Yeah. Most.
Yeah. Definitely appreciate it.
Even though I'm in my 60s and my partner is in his 70s, the muscle memory is still there.
Yes. Yes. And you're both
Right.
in good health. You're both in good health, which
Well,
is, or at least.
both in reasonable health.
Yes, there we are. Yes. So I'm going to go mute now, and what'll happen, Rocco, is, is it okay if we call you Rock? I do prefer that to Rocco. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. I mean, when I think Rocco, I think of the cartoon squirrel. I'm so sorry. It's just,
Oh, yeah, no, I always get that. Trust me.
oh my God.
Oh my God.
So Rock is much better.
believe you said that.
Yes. So what's going to happen is Our Lady will speak with you, and kind of like Rock was talking about some of his things that happened. He felt his friend committing suicide was almost as if he were manipulated, maybe even an occult assault. And so Penny can put that into context for our listeners. So, and then Sam, when he's ready to join in, I invite him to just join right in. And I should be back in about 10-15 minutes or so. And in the meantime, I have every confidence the three of you wonderful people can hold the stage and keep the audience enthralled. I mean, you all have so much to offer, and I'm just so privileged to have all of you here. I'm really blessed by your grace. So, okay, let me go mute now, and thank you all for being here. We started off right talking about urine and, of course, depressing bladders and all the rest of that stuff, and going on mute to tinkle. So that might be an alternative track to take it on if you want to go for the gross out or something instead of.
I'm going to go for a completely clinical explanation for some of the shit that happens to us.
Sounds good. Okay. Thank you.
We have been through mind fracture and subsequent programming that includes something called omega programming. And omega programming is where, if we remember what they used us for, we decide completely irrationally and not in our best interests to kill ourselves and anyone we may have told. This is why I was doing all of my prior counseling online, none of it in person, was because
Right.
I'm aware of omega programming, and sometimes the program is not to kill themselves or their family, it's to kill the counselor. And that's the only safe situation, is if you're doing it online, they don't know where the hell you are, they cannot show up at your door and chop you into little pieces. We have Super Soldiers and SSP, Secret Space Program, are basically sides of a crystal, where one big dysfunctional family, and we have programming to not get along with each other, because the powers that be that have run these programs, and I put it that way because I have hunted down at least 6 different government agencies that are involved. So powers that be, these are all my personal references to the OSS, CIA, NSA, KGB, Mossad, and MI5 and 6. So those are the agencies I have proven are involved, and there are probably more. So when I say they, it refers to any or all of the above groups and whatever particular agents they have assigned to the person involved. So it means I don't have individual names of agents, but you know who they're working for.
Right.
So we, as a group, have programming in generally one of 6 areas, and the other 5 have to do with functions, like sex kittens, like assassins, like thieves, like folks who are capable of doing psionics, which is what common folks call magic. And these are all things an individual person has several altars, sometimes lots of altars, and each of these altars is trained in a specific program scenario for the jobs that that altar is going to be assigned to, based on which agency is going to own that altar.
Right.
Now, if you start remembering what that altar has done, then the Omega programming pops up. And that is your, I'm going to kill myself because I'm betraying my owner programming. And because I'm living with this wonderful person and his or her kids, and I may have told this person something that's betraying my owner, I'm going to kill them too. And I may have told my doctor, and I may have told my friends online, so I'm going to kill them too. And you go through and you kill all these people, and then you kill yourself. We have seen this happen over and over and over and over for the past, what is it, Rocco? 3 decades now? We've been watching this. We've been watching this happen. So this is this is what most of us die from. That's the honest truth. That's what people don't understand is once we wake up to this is what we are, and we are a real one and not a pretend one that thinks it's cool to be a super soldier. Why those people think it's cool, I have no fucking idea, because it's not. Okay, but at the same time, they're like half the community, so you have to acknowledge that they are indeed out there. The Comic Con wannabes think it's cool are not a threat to anybody but possibly themselves. Those of us who were really there, who really did it, we are the ones that you have to worry about the Omega programming. And there have been times that Lou, my partner, has had to basically lock me into the bathroom to prevent me from killing myself. There have been times that one time he got so frustrated with me that he threw my pain pills at me and said, if you're going to do it, just fucking do it and leave me alone.
Funny you say that. My one of my handlers, my dad's girlfriend who lived in Sag Harbor, who used to take me to Montauk and to the lighthouse. And, I remember an underground entrance from the lighthouse to some secret area. But I would say, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to kill myself with a kitchen knife. And she would say, just do it. Get it over with. Just do it. Get it over with.
They get tired of hearing. And we get tired of being there. You get tired of this. You want to live, you want to have a good life, and yet you're obsessed with doing this. And it's not even your own idea. It's some asshole put this programming in you when you were a little kid.
Yeah. Exactly.
And fighting it. Now, some of the folks out there that are doing regression hypnosis, they think they're doing us a big favor, but they activate this Omega programming and then they leave us that way. That has been one of the problems that I had, was the NSA unit who activated my memories left the Omega programming intact. And then I had regression hypnosis, and the hypnotists left the Omega programming intact.
Oh boy.
And with each round through, it gets worse. And I have health issues. I have a broken neck. I'm supposed to be having surgery for it next month. And so it's like between the pain and the programming, it's almost an act of God that I haven't done it.
Right.
I did have intervention from, I'm going to guess they were interdimensionals.
Okay.
They came through and like dialed it down from a 10 to about a 3, which is why I'm still here. They said they couldn't get rid of it without getting rid of the memories. And I said, well, I need the memories. So this was what they did about it. So I needed the memories to be able to advocate for ending the child kidnapping that creates the problem.
Right.
There's nothing we do in any of these black ops that cannot be done by consenting adults. And that's the problem I have. Why the hell was I kidnapped a 4-year-old to be tortured, mind fractured, and then used as slave labor in black ops for the rest of my life, when there are consenting adults that would be perfectly happy to do that job? That's why I'm public.
Right.
So I was doing counseling, peer level counseling with veterans, folks who remembered. And I was inundated by wannabes. People who, well, they listened to 15 videos from super soldiers and SSP, and then they started having dreams about it. And, well, I have to be one of you guys. No, you don't. Your mind's, you're having dreams because you're processing what you've been watching on YouTube.
Right.
In other words, people, I wouldn't say faking, but almost, I don't know, well.
It's almost a self-hypnosis thing. They're conning themselves into believing it's real. And why someone would want to do that, I have no idea. But I've watched it enough times to know that it's a relatively common event.
You know what, Penny? You know, all this you're saying, it's very extreme. But to tell you the truth, like when you talked about how I relate to you, your background in church, it really helped me a lot in the sense that I'm not the only one, and to a certain extent, your case was probably more traumatic than mine. I recall you saying that your dad used to beat you, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I came back from my first abduction. Now, they mind wiped me, so I don't know what abilities I had before that. But since then, I have had the abilities to see interdimensionally all the time. It's like I'm seeing into 3 dimensions at once, and they're all here together and overlapping. And they're each carrying on their own lives independently of each other. And if I mentioned what I saw in another dimension to my father, yes, he would beat the crap out of me. He called me a liar. He said that I was in his, and this was from a preacher, you're making up shit, knock it off. And he would beat me until I couldn't walk. So I did learn what he could see.
And it's very interesting you say that. I don't mean to cut you off, Rocco. You want to say something?
Oh no, go ahead. I'm just like, yeah, I'm listening, and I'm just like, yeah, you know, who wants to be this? Like, you know, like it's torture. It's torture of mind, everything.
My father, when I mentioned that a certain pastor that was abusing children or molesting children, that same pastor manipulated my father into beating my sister because she would not. It's almost, she wasn't ladylike, meaning, well, that pastor should suggest, well, you should dress this way. Why don't you put on a nice dress like this? Almost throwing in the notion like, look good for me. I want to see you in this. And my sister said, no, you're a pervert. Well, this pastor manipulated my father to saying, well, because I'm your pastor and you're a minister under me, you need to do what I say, and you need to discipline her by beating her. And I want to be there while you're hitting her. So you need to beat her while you're on the phone.
I hate sadists.
Now,
and I hate sadists who manipulate young children more than the normal ones.
And Penny, and when you were telling me the story, I was in. Oh, this has not happened to me, but my sister told me this, and this was a very, very vulnerable moment to her. But she was telling me this. She was telling me these memories, and my dad, once he realized this is not of God, this is not even decency. Forget God. This is not even decent.
No, your sister wanted to be decent, and she was punished for that. And there are a lot of us, and this is like handling, and we're pushed into situations that we don't want to be in. I've mentioned here before that my second husband was a mafia hitman. And one of the things that he was attracted to me about was that I was a divorced mom with 3 little kids. I was going to church. I was working, supporting my boys, and I was not out street walking or dressing like a whore.
By the way, I don't mean to cut you off. That Sopranos movie that I took my date to was a terrible idea. Terrible.
I've never seen that, so you know.
And you shouldn't.
I don't go to movies much.
It's not a very good movie. It wasn't good at all. We had to walk out. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay, so I lived in a part of Fresno that the police had abandoned. And it was a rainbow neighborhood when I moved in, and it became Little Louse while I was there. And my boys were learning to speak Hmong, and my eldest was getting involved with the Bloods. And that was the same time frame the mafia capo moved in across the street from us, and he took over the neighborhood, and within 6 months, everything was cleaned up. And I did not know this man was affiliated with the capo when he showed up at my door. And because I had met him at a party that the capo had not been involved with. So you've heard the term thunderstruck, where it's like the guy is hit with a bolt of lightning when he sees you.
Right.
Yeah, well, that had been his original reaction to me, and I figured he was with someone. I wasn't going to be part of his life. And so 6 months later, I broke up with my boyfriend, and it's been, 6 weeks since I broke up with the guy. And so this man shows up at my door with a fresh haircut and a dozen red roses and a diamond ring. And I'm like, One of the few times I was speechless. And I wasn't bad looking in those days. I was in my 30s and yeah. So, those of you who have seen on my wall, I have photos from my past, and on the infamous 10 scale, I was about a 7. So I wasn't bad looking. So he shows up at my door, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to say no, but I want to get to know you before I say yes. And so we dated a while, and I ended up moving with him into the mountains, and we got married a year after that. And we were married for 10 years, and I found out on our honeymoon what he really was. And I spent the honeymoon in the bathroom of our room, throwing up and having diarrhea the whole time. That I hope he left a big tip to the person who had to clean that bathroom. I'll just put it that way. Because I was like, oh my God, what have I done? So, but at that point I was stuck because he says there will be no divorce. You'll be at the bottom of Uncle Tim's mine shaft. And I had 3 boys.
Wow.
So, yeah, life is a challenge.
Say the least.
So, yeah, I keep hanging in there. And I didn't even have memories of space then, but I kept having this recurring nightmare of this ugly little girl that was crawling through the walls. And then after my memories were activated, I realized that the nightmare that I would wake up screaming from was actually, I was the, quote, ugly little girl, and I was being nailed inside a wall and left to die. That was part of my mind fracture process. So the fact that I had had those nightmares literally for decades, and then the reason came up with the memories. That was what convinced me that I wasn't just insane, that these memories were real. So I had been dealing with them, my subconscious bubbling the memories up before that. Now, I still don't know why the NSA decided to activate my memories. That is the million-dollar question in my story. But this last spring, March, April, May, that region, the data entry clerk who uploaded my file into the CIA archive came forward verifying that I was telling the truth based on the file that she had uploaded.
Wow.
So, yeah, I don't know of anyone else in our community that has been verified like that. She also verified that Andy Bajago had, in fact, been part of Project Pegasus. And she's waiting for him to talk with her about what he remembers versus what she uploaded. So,
right.
But yeah, she verified that 2 of us were actually involved with this stuff. And she said that my personal case file came from the OSS. And I had thought that they had been disbanded in 1945 or so. And apparently not. Apparently they went underground and were officially replaced by the CIA at the upper level, but they never went away. So that was a big shock to me to find out this agency has been there all along. And I do have memories of interacting Earth level, surface stuff, interacting with people that supposedly died before I was born. So that's been interesting too.
All right.
Yeah. Notably was when I was a freshman in high school and we went to visit JPL in Pasadena. It was on the Caltech campus. And
Okay.
I met someone who told me that he was Jack Parsons, but Jack Parsons died in the 50s, so it could not possibly have been him. So it's like, you know, some of these things, it's weird.
Yeah. What do you think this individual's motivation was who told you that? I just got back, by the way, just checking in before I go back to chewing my peanut butter and, fig preserve sandwich that I made. And
That sounds good.
yes, there we are. And some black tea. And yes, oh, God. Yeah.
I was picked up by CIA agents after I got home from that field trip. Not immediately, but in the couple of months that followed, and driven to Los Angeles to a ritual and a being appeared, classic Baphomet, and it was the CIA agents told me afterwards that if I had shapeshifted in any way, even just my eyes, that they would have killed me instead of brought me home. This was a test because they had modified my DNA and they were not sure I was safe to be in the public. You know how scary remembering shit like that is?
I can only imagine. Yeah. Memories like that it'll push you to the limit.
Yeah, I was 14 at the time.
Oh, wow.
And in the course of this ritual, I was completely covered with blood. And it was just... It was, the weird thing was in the moment, it felt completely normal and rational. And then I had to come home and act like nothing had happened and deal with my preacher father angry that I had been gone all day and it was now midnight. And
wow.
I couldn't tell him where I'd been.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go on.
Some of these memories, you get to where it's like, you know, But then when you do get, okay, these were individual moments that I remembered before the activation. The activation was, okay, they repeated this phrase probably 8 times in the course of a week. And it was when I went home that the effects hit. And it was this big lump of memories, and none of them were in English. They were all in German. And it took me 3 years to sort them through and figure out what they were.
So
because
okay.
I don't speak German well enough to understand the dialogue.
You mean consciously? You don't speak it consciously, but
My
yeah.
altar here on Earth does not speak German well enough.
Okay.
The other altars do.
Right.
But we don't share memory usually. And I don't know why the memories came in German, but the German didn't come with it.
Okay.
That's another question I have.
That's what keeps it compartmentalized. That would be the purpose behind that. I mean, I could share that much at least from the background that I have. But honey, not that I'm against this at all, but what brought this up? Are the other two gentlemen still with us? Or?
Rock is still here.
Uh-huh. Sammy's still here, right?
Sammy.
Yeah.
So by the way, you know, and of course,
we started off discussing Omega programming.
Omega programming. Okay, thank you.
And went from there. So
okay.
This was the effects of Omega programming on me, and sharing that with Rock, because I'm sure he has suffered the same. And since his friend killed himself, obviously the friend was also.
Yes. Oh, just terrible.
That was the connection. And
did you have any friends yourself, honey, who killed themselves?
I've had friends who we were told killed themselves, but when you look at the circumstances, it was not suicide, it was murder.
Right. Okay.
I've had 5 people I cared about murdered since I came public.
Right. By the way, for people who hear me moaning, I'm just pushing some acupressure points with this Labradorite. And in the meantime, I think you're all doing well, but I'd like to hear the men respond to this and also share experiences that this brings to mind. So if both of you gentlemen would share that as well. I mean, I understand Sam wasn't victimized in the sense that Rock was, but I mean, they are still with us, right? I mean, they still both.
Yes, right.
But Sam did not. Let me check the call here and see what happened.
I got a notification he left. But...
Oh shit! Okay, he did. What the fuck? Okay. Hope he's all right. Let me check with him there. Okay. Are you all right? There we are, and that's so. While I'm doing that, by all means, continue burning bandwidth. You're doing well, honey. You can go back.
Rock?
Yeah. Yeah. Please. Thank you. So I can finish eating. I know you're doing wonderful, honey.
I'm here. You asked for Rock to talk. I'm giving him space to.
He seems he's. I don't know. Are you reluctant to talk, Rock, or is this bringing anything to mind?
Well, anyways, we're talking about my friend. My friend, when I first, it was really interesting because the home that I moved into, it was me, my mother, and my wife at the time, who was basically evil. And I ended up getting away from her. It was a struggle, but it was like right around my one experience was I had Sarah on the Skype call.
Sarah Rachel Adams?
I didn't know at the time, but she ended up doing some kind of binding spell on me.
Wow.
Max's mom, Vanessa, messaged me and was telling me to be careful. These people have money, power, and respect. And I kind of got a little nervous, so I was looking for like some help, someone to talk to. So Sarah said, I'll Skype you in 20 minutes or so. And this is back in, I want to say, around 2016. And she ended up binding me in a way where I almost lost the girl that I'm with now because.
Wow. I mean, if she conducted a binding spell, does this imply that you developed a crush on Sarah to the point where your own girl took offense? Is this kind of?
What it was kind of like the eyes are the gateway to the soul, and some kind of spiritual ritual done on me. I do believe that she's some kind of witch, and dangerous.
Okay.
At that. She's actually, I saw it. She spoke through one of my fiance's children. Her daughter spoke right through her.
Wow.
Yeah. And they used to, her and her two other kids used to talk about how they would see Max and Sarah in the astral.
Wow.
So I don't know, like that was part of what was going on. And then I started trying to invoke other spirits in my home.
And why would you do that? What was the motivation?
Well, the gentleman that killed himself, we both took a pocket knife and cut each other. And we hand
Blood
shook.
brothers.
Oh yeah, blood brothers. Yeah. Okay, so it was in that sense. Okay. Okay. I had this image that was much more spontaneous than that. That this was kind of like, suddenly in the kitchen, you just both suddenly had the impulse to do this. I'm glad it wasn't that.
Terminology matters.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. See, that's why Penny makes all this easy. So, both of you continue. I'll go back to this preserves and peanut butter sandwich and some baconettes on the side. Reluctant to express that, of course, because of the flack I might get from Penny. But oh well, we all have to take risks. So,
you can eat whatever you wish.
Yes, honey. Thank you. So both of you continue. Yes, by all means. Sarah,
I made the mistake of expressing concern for your health.
It's not a mistake. I never took offense.
I have learned to not do that again.
Honey, I said I took it as I was flattered. I was flattered. I'm glad you care. I never, good God, did I ever say anything negative about, like, shut up, bitch, I'm going to eat what I want? I mean, come on. Come on. I said then, when you said what you said, I said, thank you for your concern. Yes. I mean, that's how I remember it.
That's all it was.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes, that's how I took it. Yes.
Okay.
So let me go back to...
And I'm not vegan, and I know
Thank
your
God.
other dietary proclivities, so I'm not worried.
Yes, thank you, honey. Thank you. Yes, which is so odd about Brendan Zoga. He could tolerate my drinking blood, and here he is a militant vegan, and he shits all over the meat eaters, and says how they stink. The meat eaters stink because they eat meat and stuff. So, go figure.
That's funny.
Yeah, well, he has a cat too, and all the cat does is eat meat, right? That's what cats eat, and so
that's all that cats eat.
Yes, that's right. There you go. So, go figure. I mean, such is life. Yeah. So he thinks of me as basically like a cat, I guess, and the other people.
I can see the resemblance.
Oh, that's cute. Thank you, honey. And yes, both of you get back at it, and I left this with exclamation marks, and it basically the Spanish exclamation mark and question marks are best because they're so emphatic, the upside down ones, and the interrobang, and I left a question with Sammy Romero asking, "Are you all right?" all in the uppercase. No response so far, so hopefully he's all right, and they didn't take him out, and we'll hear from...
That's actually a frightening thought.
Thank you. I mean, it happens, and so hopefully he's still with us. In the meantime, Rock, was that you coughing over there? Rock?
No.
Okay.
That's Lou.
Oh, that's Lou. Oh, okay.
You remember that guy that shares my house?
Yes. Yeah, okay, he says, yes, Doug, the call came in. My apologies. Thanks for the concern. I'll ask him. Do you wish to come back on? Okay. Do you wish to come Back. By the way, both of you can talk while I do this.
Ben, are you ready for the conference?
I still have to go over my presentations. One of them is, if you're a real SSP whistleblower veteran, this is what you will have experienced. This is the common experience between all of us. And for those who have not, it's kind of a, this is how I tell who's real. The other one is called Mapping the Secret Space Program, and it's charting the agencies involved.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a link at the end, which I have a Google Drive with declassified CIA documents to support it.
Cool.
So yeah, I do some strange things in these, but the producer has made comments about that I should be more of a entertainer and less of a professor.
Yes, that's true. Infotainment. Yes. Edutainment.
So I'm personally more of an educator and advocate rather than entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And I sit there on these panels with all these people that are entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there bored out of my mind, and the moderator usually will ask me a 3-hour question and expect me to answer it in 3 minutes. And I've taken up just telling him, I'm sorry, I can't answer that in that length of time.
Yeah.
Pass. Go to the next person.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's a panel?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
It's a panel?
The first day there is a panel with all of the people in that particular subject. Now this is a consciousness. This is a consciousness conference. So these are people that are primarily New Age. And there are like 40 speakers, and I believe 8 of us are SSP Super Soldier. And so the 8 of us are on this panel together, and we're supposed to play nice because this is a consciousness conference. It is not an SSP Super Soldier conference. And the producer is a Muslim who doesn't believe in any of it.
Oh, wow.
I'm sitting there, and sometimes his best friend will end up being the moderator, and he's flat earth, mud flood kind of guy.
Okay.
And so it can very easily turn into a 3-week circus.
Wait a second. How can there be mud floods if the Earth is flat? Because the mud floods happen when the Earth spins, right? It goes out of its...
I have no idea. I listened to him once and came out with a headache. You gotta remember, I took chemistry and physics and microbiology in college. My junior college, I did calculus and computers, and I go into these conferences with these people that have never had a rational thought in their entire lives. And I am sitting there doing everything I can to not have a panic attack, especially when whenever one of them will get a bug up his butt that all of us from the Super Soldier SSP communities are demon possessed.
There we are.
You get triggered,
That
right?
all they have to do is do an exorcism on us, and we will be fine.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Should have them do it just for fun, so you can laugh at them and pretend you're demon possessed. while they do it.
I end up just sort of quietly fading into the background and leave the room.
Gosh.
Because I have been through 104 exorcisms.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
They are not fucking fun.
Oh God, I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, that's Ken.
The mention of exorcisms, the serious mention of demon possessed instead of having altars.
Right.
I go into a full-blown panic attack. I was on something earlier today that I had to leave because they brought this up.
Oh God! Before you go there, I do want to go there because I think that's important for everyone to hear.
That's something I deal with.
Okay.
Too.
Yeah, I want to hear both of you talk about that. That's important. That's very relevant. By the way, I want to thank everybody in the chat room. Remind everybody that I will try and give a review of that later when I give the shout outs and go into monologue and whatnot. For right now, I just want to tend to a few of them. Bizarre HD, who is George Knight in England, our service engineer who is working to bring the 5th generation to England. He says, just wanted to inform you, Douglas, I've been reading the work of Shelley Adler on the Cho, on the Dacho, which of course is spelled Dabtsog, the Cambodian or the Khmer language. The Khmeric is very similar to Celtic in that nothing is pronounced the way it's spelled. That is, of course, the death spirit. And Dr. Shelley Adler is a courageous medical anthropologist who helped relocate the Hmong community that otherwise would have suffered genocide here in North America. So bless you, dear George Knight, and thank you very much. I'm proud of you. I'm very impressed. That's great. I mean, very few people could even find that book. And so I'd like him to share some screenshots of that cover, the cover of the book, and that'd be really neat. And I'd like to know the publisher, the publisher and the publishing date. You know, I didn't know the book existed, to tell you the truth, believe it or not. As for Veronica Barrera, buenas noches a todos. Hola, Senora Veronica Barrera. Mwah, love you dearly. And Karen O'Connor is with us from Dublin, says, yup, Douglas, love from Dublin, Ireland. From Karen, Lily Louise, and Barry, 3 kisses. And she says, happy birthday. Have a fabulous time from Ireland. Karen and Barry and Lily Louise. They have a child, of course, a baby. And what wonderful people. A lot of green shamrocks, hearts, and the blowhorns. Love you. And Elizabeth Beam. And she supported our friend Rocco Fowler by saying he was the real deal. She emphasizes that PTSD is no joke. Of course, she was, trying to be helpful to me as well. And believe me, Elizabeth Beam, I'm so glad you're here. Honestly, love you dearly. And with that, we'll turn back to, for lack of a better term, these are guests, but they're better than that. They're like roundtable partners. So, I'll go back to munching everything around me and slurping on my tea. And I'll go mute so you don't hear that, but understand that I'm with you both. And this is very significant. When we talk about exorcisms, understand exorcisms are nothing to play with. I mean, it can be funny if it's a comedy routine, but other than that, people have died during exorcisms. As a matter of fact, that's not even uncommon. So our both of these people will share that with all of you. And so proceed. I'll shut up and go mute, and both of you can get into this. Though because Rocco is less able to assert himself, Rock started off by telling us what happened when they tried to commit an exorcism on you and what made them think, well, obviously we know what made them think you were demon possessed. I mean, just basically being Rocco Fowler, but take it from there. I'll go mute.
Oh, wow. Well, I don't think it really was. I don't know what I have a very hard time with that part of my memory. So I'm trying to actually bring that memory back. But what I was talking about was my friend that committed suicide. We did the Blood Brothers, and then we were trying to invoke, other spirits. And it didn't end up well. There were fist fights in my house. Me and him got into a full-out fist fight. I pushed my mother. My mother went to hit me. I went to throw a punch at her. Something, I don't know what it was, but it held my arm from throwing a punch at her. But like, then the panic attacks moved in, and I started getting very, very, very bad panic attacks. And I started becoming like, doing like, evil. I got into evil things. I got involved with the wrong people. I went into the streets. I chose the streets. I was looking for validation, friends. And the friends I picked up, come to find out, were the Crips. I was involved with the Crips for a while.
All of this is horrific. I'm so glad you're sharing this with us, but it does bring us back to the exorcism, which Penny will help kind of put it in context, in the sense that apparently by invoking spirits, you brought something into your life and his. But what puzzles me, this is what I'm sorry, there's something that's disconnecting with me here. What provokes a person, after you did the blood brother thing, which is understandable? There are people who do this, well, not many people do it much anymore in the white world, so to speak, but the fact that you both did that is very touching to me. What I can't understand is, okay, then apparently right after that, both of you said, okay, let's invoke some spirits. Not quite getting the connection there. Like, what leads to, first off, it's like, life is kind of hard enough. What brought this on? I mean, whose bright idea was this? Like, suddenly, like, yeah, we're bored. Let's bring something into our lives to.
No, what happened was, the day after I did that, the blood brother, we were getting dropped off at the train station, and he got out first. And his mother warned me. She said, my son is into occultism, and he will bring evil into your home if you're not careful. And I mean, he like turned on me at one point. So something was possessing him already. Like, his mother wouldn't even let him get into the top area of her house to get all of his stuff out. He had books on how to cast, do spells and all kinds of things.
Grimoires. He had grimoires in the attic or the upstairs, ledge, or just the upstairs floor, the upper floor. And so she obviously would not let him get at it. Good for her. And she did forewarn you. And then still it gets to the point where he talks you into, hey, let's invoke some spirits. Put that into some context.
I think he might have drugged me.
Okay.
The time I had told you I was having panic attacks, so
okay.
I needed something, and he gave me a bunch of Xanax.
Okay.
And I took them, and I think there might have been something else inside those Xanax, because living in New York, you never know what you're going to get on the street, pretty much anywhere now. That's why
I hear you. Okay, so you were under some chemical influence, and then he said, let's do this, and you just went with it. So he was kind of exploiting you at that point. Is that sound about right?
Yes, absolutely.
That's awful. Oh God, I'm sorry. But then, and you're kind of like blank in your memory, but obviously exorcisms were performed at some point because of this, but obviously also it manifested in your life in that you wound up essentially on the streets. I mean, this is essentially, this lowered you, this brought you down to the level of the street. So Yeah, I want you to continue with that, but we're going to have Penny kind of intercede to add some context to all of this. So, Penny, if you could kind of take it from there, the dangers of exorcism, and tell people, warn them about not only not performing exorcisms casually, but warn them about what Rocco has just described. This sounds distressingly like a slippery slope that that could happen to many younger men in particular. But, honey, if you'll take it from there.
This is something that happens to a lot of people who already have issues. Like, he was already a super soldier survivor. So he already had this issue, and he was involved with someone who was on the left-hand path. And I know most people don't understand the difference between the different kinds of magic, but the left-hand path tends to take advantage of others. And so he was already vulnerable, and this person pretending to be his friend took advantage of him, first by drugging him and then by leading him into a position of spiritual bondage to an entity. And that's a really tough situation to be in, and that is a legitimate place for a proper exorcist to step in.
Thank you.
Because you are actually dealing with an entity.
Thank you.
When he was in these programs, he was also split into altars. Altars are not demonic, they are fragments of your own mind, even if they don't share memory and have different personalities. That was the problem I had was...
Mm-hmm. And by the way, before you go into detail, I just want to change some of the wording there. I would say that the altars are fragments of yourself, not fragments of your mind, because that almost makes it sound like it's figmentary or imaginal. So rather,
okay.
yeah,
it's not fictional. It's not something I made up. It's something other people can see in me and have to deal with as much as I have to deal with. It's the condition that used to be called multiple personality syndrome. And it is a real, legitimate problem. It's now called induced dissociative identity disorder. That's the medical term for it. Mm-hmm. And medical science has been trying to figure out how to fix it, but they've been failing like crazy because there are so many things put in on purpose to prevent it, because the people who created these altars wanted them to be permanent so that they could pull you for the rest of your life, pull up their asset, use it, and put you back, and you would never know that you were being used. That was the entire purpose for them. So, you are talking about two individuals here, both Rocco and I, who were deliberately broken so that these agencies would have assets. So you're not talking about normal people out in the public.
Right. And both of you were rendered exploitable by these predatory agencies. Despicable.
Yes.
Go on.
That was what was going on. My problem was, part of my programming was to be this ultra-religious person, and I was in the Episcopal Church, and I was trying to make the leap from lay minister to first-level ordained clergy. And because of that, my altars became an issue. And so they were putting me through exorcism to get rid of the altars, because those were an issue for me becoming clergy. Okay, at the point I was applying, I was the priest's assistant. I was licensed to lead prayer service if he got sick. I taught Sunday school. I was in church like 5-6 hours a day every weekend. This was like a job. And I was going from amateur to professional. And there were all of these things in the way, and my altars were one of them. And they put me through weekly exorcisms for 2 years. And at the end of the 2 years, I still had altars. And they said I was unsuitable, but because I had been in leadership, they had to excommunicate me. So that was why I was not in church when my memories were activated, was because I had been excommunicated for having altars. So we're 13 years down the road, they activate my memory, and what faith I had left disappeared like it never existed. So this is the situation that I'm in now, is I remember having faith. I remember why I was doing what I was doing. I remember the motivation. It just no longer touches me. So I still have altars. I am constantly working on reintegration, but because I have these different personalities that appear and they don't share memory, I get these fanatical religious people who cannot think outside their box, and they assume I'm demon possessed, and every time I turn around, they're screaming demon at me and trying to force me into another exorcism. And that was what was going on in, it was at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So, they brought it up and I left because I will not deal with it again. Now, when I was first public, I was in a group with Fritz Springmeier. Now, Fritz has done a lot of research into Illuminati. He has done a lot of research into the religions of the Illuminati. But when he was in this group, and I said I had already been through 104 exorcisms, he declared to this group of MELABs that I was a demon, or exorcism would have gotten rid of it. What he didn't say was that he charges $600 a pop for exorcism, and he expects you to go through it daily until you stop responding to it. So he plans to make a small fortune off of MELABs and SSP and super soldiers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he has a financial interest in it. Now, the other thing, the spiritual side is, like Douglas said, people die doing this because not all these entities want to leave. Mm-hmm. Some of them get entwined into your spirit, mm-hmm. and they don't intend to let go. And the only way you can separate them is basically for the person to die.
Yes, and this happens in exorcisms much more commonly than people might know of. And beyond that, the majority of exorcisms fail. So is this
fail miserably?
Yeah. Because
the people don't know what they're doing. They're going in, well, I can order you out in Jesus' name.
Oh yes, please. I get so angry. So angry at this. You have no idea how angry I get at that. The arrogance of your average imbecile.
Your average religious fanatic.
Thank you. Is not up to this task.
And I was exorcised by clergy, mm-hmm. Episcopal clergy. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about idiots here. I'm talking about the bishop's own team.
Right, understood. And So this is intense. And by the way, just curiously, Rock, not necessarily that we're trying to trigger memories in you because that might be traumatic, but in any of this sparking any memories?
Not, I don't recall exorcism. I don't. I have no recalls of any exorcisms.
Okay.
Have suicide, homicide. I threatened to go to a Starborn support and assassinate Ed Baker. He was running for president at the time.
Mhm.
It's probably not safe to talk about that.
Yeah, thank you, honey. Nevertheless, at the same time, he is speaking of that in the past tense, and honestly, in context,
I understand.
Yeah.
I was trained by an NSA major
Mhm.
on how to survive being a dissident and not be arrested. And one of the very first things is if someone is past or present in high office or is running for it, they are in a protected mode, and you be very, very, very careful what you say about them, because that's a Class C felony. You go to prison for at least 5 years.
Yeah, the potential is there for that. Though I must say, in context, let's just put it this way: her caution is appreciated, and it's valid. You may as well listen to her. We'll go on from there.
Thank you.
Yeah. So,
He has found I'm usually right.
well, I respect, of course, the common sense of what you're saying. I mean, but believe it or not, I mean, that's not the way to phrase it. Let me put it this way: what Penny is saying is obviously good legal advice. Normally. No one, obviously a person's just begging for trouble when they go in that direction. In my case, it's very different, and, everybody's seen what I've gotten away with. But, your average person's not Douglas Dietrich. So, but the other thing I was going to say, and of course, no offense to Rocco, but obviously in context of what Rocco has said, most people would not take what he's saying seriously, because in context they would dismiss what he's saying as delusional in context of everything else he's said. That being said, however, what Penny says is obviously good advice. In Rocco's case, honestly, Rock, it's one of these things where at this point in your life you could probably say almost anything and it's just going to be dismissed. In terms of, but to be on the safe side, listen to her. And with that, let's. So Rox, you have some memories of the desire to do harm, to be destructive, to do some destructive things, even potentially socially disruptive things. By the way,
Yes.
just to disambiguate that for people, your average guy can go out and say, then I went and tried to kill my mom, and then I went and, tried to knock off a gas station, and then, nobody really bats an eye. Everybody's just nodding to sleep until it gets to some point. Then I tried to assassinate. Then it kind of, usually triggers. But, where Rocco's at now, I'd be surprised if somebody decided to take him seriously in the sense of, oh shit, this guy's a danger now. But you never know. Such being said, that's, think about that's on the level of, Miles Johnston asking him for money. I mean, really? I mean, it's like, really? I mean, I don't know Rocco's position in life right now, but honestly, if Rocco had come out and said, yeah, Doug, I'm talking to you. The reason we're having some audio problems is because, I've got the laptop plugged into the cigarette lighter in my car where I'm living. And I would just say, okay, that I wouldn't be surprised. I hope it's not like that, but I've seen that. With many of the people who are delivering presentations at the kind of conferences that address mind control and super soldiery. These are the kind of people I met that Lorian Ann Fenton was dealing with and bringing in.
This is very common in the community.
Yeah.
there is a level of awareness of what's happened to you that automatically makes you unemployable.
There you go. And you're blacklisted. You're basically blacklisted anyway.
Yes, you're basically blacklisted. If I were to go to apply for an office job now, they would look at a Google search of me. They would find Penny Bradley, Secret Space Program, and they would laugh themselves silly and put my application in the trash.
Well, of course, now, I agree to an extent. Things have changed a little bit with the desperation and the help wanted signs everywhere because nobody's applying for jobs and people are hurting for somebody, so you never know. But but I wouldn't recommend seeking employment anyway because, you know, you and I are kind of beyond that at this point. But other than that...
Yeah, we're kind of to the point of you hear the name and you know what they've talked about. And yeah,
but in terms of so with Rocco,
the only thing we can do is write books.
Yeah. But in terms of Rocco, the idea of Miles Johnston asking him for money, that's almost funny. That's so fucking it is
that's
funny.
The laugh of the night. Yes.
Yeah, that's so any other
sorry Rocco, but that is the laugh of the night.
Yeah. So Rocco, what do you think? What the fuck was his trip? Obviously, he's out of his mind. But
I think he's a womanizer. I think he goes after women. I've heard about him at conferences going after women.
Dude, you give him too much fucking credit. Dude, that guy was after Max Spears' ass.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't disrespect the dead either, so.
Yeah, I mean, basically what happened was Max Spears almost killed his ass and had him hiding in the fucking bathroom, locking the door.
I know, I heard about that.
There you go.
I had not heard this story.
Oh, yeah, what happened, honey, was that basically Max Spears was on Skype, on camera Skype with Our Lady Crystal River, who's been on this program. And what happened was that Max Spears was over at Miles Johnston's home. They were both in England, of course. They're both British Englishmen. Well, Max Spears was an Englishman. You know, Miles Johnston's just a fucking Brit. And so there's a difference between the twain. One is gentlemanly, the other is just trash. But in terms of what was going down was that what happened was that Miles Johnston tried to basically trigger Max Spears' inner child, one of his alters that was forever locked within the pedo mode, you know, the child mode, not yet even adolescent. And this is what Lorien Ann Fenton would often do so she could have sex with a child in the body of Max Spears, but he was at the level of a child. And she preferred that because, of course, no sane adult male would have had sex with Lorien Ann Fenton. But she had obviously shared that with Miles Johnston. But Miles Johnston, when he tried it, and then added insult to injury by basically prefacing it before he used any of the proper trigger code. He was basically prefacing it by telling Max Spears what a punk he was, saying, "Hey boy, you know, I know you take it in the ass, and now you're gonna take it from me." And before he could utter any of the magic words or basically kind of get Max Spears into the headspace, Max responded violently, and of course that's when he
Do you blame him?
No, of course not. And that's when he chased Miles Johnston into the bathroom where he locked himself in and was screaming. And Miles Johnston got on the Skype and called Crystal River. And I can't remember whether it was Crystal who called two ladies or whether it was Miles Johnston in his desperation, because Miles Johnston wasn't going to call the police. Because the police, of course, if they showed up, would have asked Miles Johnston, well, you know, what happened to cause you to lock yourself in the bathroom? And Max Spears would have told him, oh, he was trying to put the make on me. And most of the police, you know, they'd just say, well, that's where the guy belongs, is locked up in the bathroom. So he knew he wasn't going to get sympathy by that. But somehow, either through Crystal or Miles Johnston calling for help, two ladies showed up who were sympathetic figures. In other words, kind of like Crystal could tell us who they were. She knew who they were, but they were people who were somehow familiar with Max. And so these two ladies talked Max down, and but basically kind of kept him company through the night, because Max, the reason he called Crystal, of course, was because if he didn't call Crystal, he knew he was going to break the door down and kill Miles Johnston. So he didn't want to be responsible for murder. So he called Crystal to prevent himself from doing that.
Well, I knew Max in the context of a peer support group that I was a part of, and he was a member, and he'd been in like 6 months whenever that he was dead.
It's so sad.
And we had never really had a conversation, one-on-one, but we had interacted on posts in that group. So that was how I knew the man. And later
that's
on,
appreciated. That's deeply appreciated. Believe me. By the way, go on with what you're going to say. I just wanted to get one thing out before I went mute again. Oh, I'm sorry.
He seemed to be a very kind, considerate person who wanted to be there to help support emotionally the newbies.
I really appreciate that. Oh
just coming into their memories, because that's a very, very fragile time, is you're being inundated with these memories that involve being raped. And it's very difficult, especially if it's a man who has been real macho.
Yeah. And with Max Spears, he was on that, how do I say this? He was kind of, he was someone who was a pretty boy, and he was more effete, more effeminate than some scumbag like James Casbolt / Michael Prince. I didn't
think of him in terms of feminine. I thought he was a class act.
He was in many ways. Of course, I also saw him at his worst, but he was a good man. He was a good man, and he should never have died. And but honestly, it wasn't a surprise when he died, because he was so self-destructive in so many ways. But not to justify what happened, but
a lot of us are.
Of course. I mean, well, we've just heard what Rock was doing, and in terms of Max, what was the other thing that came to mind with that? So I just wanted to say to Rock, when it comes to someone like the idiot Miles Johnston, you're talking about a dirty old man whose real taste is for young boys. So you're talking about a pedophile. So, and I'll say that out loud. See, now this is something that Our Lady, Penny Bradley, quite rightly would tell someone like yourself, Rock, don't say things like that spontaneously or compulsively, because things like that can get you in trouble. But it's Douglas Dietrich talking, so I can say, yeah, Miles Johnston's a fucking pedo. And he's just some dirty old man who goes after boy butt. He tried to get out of Max, and damn near got himself killed. So when you come up with this thing that's womanizer, to me that's almost funny, because you're talking to someone who's a womanizer. If you want to look at a womanizer, you're talking to Douglas Dietrich. That's who you could use that term on. By the way, you say that some guys that might be a negative. You say that almost like it's a kind of a negative. I'm not quite sure why, but I don't take offense. It's like it's funny, like people, it would be kind of like somebody trying to, not that you're trying to insult me at all, and I don't take it as such, just like I didn't take it as a negative when Our Lady Penny was trying to express some concern over the shit I was eating. At one point
you were, and I was,
and I thought I took it well, oh my god. So you're welcome to express your concern anytime you want. Okay. Yeah, but I'm just curious, when you do come across with that term, was there something that you saw someone, a real asshole who was a womanizer, or how did you come to kind of affiliate that with a negative, so to speak?
Well, I seen and witnessed a lot of men beat my mother growing up.
That's awful. Well, there's a difference between that and womanizing.
They would groom her and tell her they're going to treat her well, and It never happened.
Oh shit! Oh God! Oh Penny, this is your territory. Okay, we're in your territory.
You're in my territory. Women do tell who to avoid. If it's a group of women who like each other, if they decide that a man is a predator, they will pass that information on. If it's a woman they don't like, they won't tell you. And you get to learn that for yourself.
Right.
There are a high, well, I'm not sure what the percentages are now. I haven't been dating for decades. But there used to be a high number, percentage-wise, of men who thought of women as properties to be used rather than people to spend time with.
Right.
And usually when a woman hears the term womanizer, they think of one of those guys.
Okay.
So when a woman hears the term womanizer, they assume that you're a use them and leave them kind of guy.
Right. That's exactly. Yep. Yep.
That's what a woman hears in that term. So, yeah, I had heard all kinds of rumors, but no one would ever say, well, it happened to me. So I wasn't spreading it. I've had an issue with part of the truther community in the last 3 or 4 years is that they have been doing this thing where they spread rumor like it's truth. And so I personally, unless it's someone willing to go on the line and say this happened to me, I don't talk about it. But like Doug knows the woman who was the phone call. So he knows what happened in this particular case.
Right.
So yeah, I'm one of those that I believe in evidence and rule of law rather than rumor and innuendo. And I've been blasted for it in the past. I've been told that I was supporting pedophiles because I wanted evidence.
Right.
It's too easy to accuse someone without it and be mad at somebody because they're being a jerk and call them something that is a crime, and then that person is killed.
Right.
That we see that all over the world. So that's something that really bothers me. It's too easy to do. And since I practice an alternative religion, it would be really easy for someone to decide I was something I wasn't and do things to me.
Right. Right.
So, yeah. Where did Doug go? Don't you love that? Where did Doug go? He was involved and now he's not. Okay. So, yeah. I see a lot of people in our overall SSP super soldier community who are more than happy to just attack. And it's like they have a new person to attack every month. Where I tend to take the route of we're all fucked up, and unless you have evidence, I'm not going to blast anybody. So Doug did present his evidence on that one that Crystal Rivers had been part of the conversation. So, but yeah, if you don't have evidence, it's best to sit back and watch for it.
Gotcha.
But if I do have evidence, especially if it happened to me, you're going to hear about it.
Oh, yeah.
I do not cover up for criminals.
Nope.
I say that after being married a decade to a hitman. But I never had evidence that he did anything other than be an arrogant shithead. You know how it is. He comes home, he has a beer or two or three, and he sits there and runs his mouth, and you don't know what was real and what wasn't. He was one of those guys. So
Yep.
I used to just wonder if any of it was actually real or if he had just pulled it all out of his ass.
Right.
So that's being married to him. So Lord only knows what other people thought. But yeah, that's one of the problems with the community is that they go into their religious thing and they judge people based on their own beliefs and not on what's actually right or wrong. I have this personal policy. As long as it's consenting adults, I don't give a shit what you're doing. It's none of my business.
Right.
And that's apparently a real unusual viewpoint. Yeah. But I've watched a lot of people. I've got people in my family who are intersex. I've got people in my family who were gay and never came out of the closet. I've got people in my family who have sat there in judgment and made those people's lives absolutely fucking hell.
That's so horrible. But by the way,
I watched it long enough that I came to the conclusion of, as long as it's consenting adults, it's none of my business.
Thank you. Thank you. But by the way, I noticed I had my mute off. You didn't hear me chewing, did you?
No.
Oh, thank God. Hey,
I had wondered where you went, actually, because you were talking and then you were gone.
yeah, you had to go mute so you didn't hear me munching the baconettes. Fried pork.
Are those the soybean things that taste like bacon?
No, these are fried pork skins. They're artificially colored too, but they're called, what are they called? Chicharrones. That sounds horrible.
Those things are good.
Oh, there we are. Thank you. They taste good. These are actually too light and fluffy for me. These are kind of like flavored air. Because it is just the skin, and I wish there was some meat attached to them. But it's what I've got now, and what this.
It's where they cook it long enough that all of the fat is gone, and all that's left is the cell structure.
Thank you.
Nothing else in it, and yeah, it's light and fluffy and mildly crunchy, and they usually oversalt them.
Yeah, they're not in this case, but they're pretty much, I mean, they serve the purpose, but they're really kind of nothing munchies, and I wish I had something that had more meat to it, so to speak.
They're usually an ethnic kind of food.
Yes, thank you. That's hence the very Espanol name, the chicharrones. Yes, hot and spicy. Yeah, and so such being said, spiced air.
Yeah, well, my I grew up in Tulare County, so that should tell you a whole hell of a lot.
We are, yes, and I liked what Sam and you were saying earlier about various places in California, and both of you, of course, are in California along with myself, so you both know of what you speak. And
Well, I grew up in Tulare County, out in the boonies, and it's halfway between Fresno and Bakersfield.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if there's any place in California that is closer to the armpit of the world than Bakersfield, it's Tehachapi.
Mm-hmm. Right. And by the way, Karen O'Connor out of Ireland, She thanks me for remembering that her and her husband had a baby. And she says, womanizers are scum, and I would tell any woman who he is, as I would not want that to happen to another woman. And then Clarice Claudet says, oh my God, that is disgusting. Fried skin. Yes. Yes, it is. It is when you think about it. Yes. And
It's disgusting, but it tastes wonderful.
there we are. Yes. Yes. By the way, a shout out
If
to
you
Amy.
knew how foods were made, you would think it was all disgusting.
It's true. There's so much of it. So much of it. That's true. By the way, a shout out to the lady Como, Madame or Mrs. or I'm sorry, the unmarried ones are Miss. I think I acknowledged Vicky Johnson earlier. Hopefully, I had Sarah Thomas says you can call me Douglas. You can call me Douglas. Oh, I could call her on Skype. Okay, I'll bear that in mind. Okay, I will bear that in mind. Next time that I need to call someone, I will ask for her Skype number. As a matter of fact, I'll ask her for that so we could bring her on. Also, the men out there, Shane Bridges, thank you for showing up tonight. And I think that's the majority of it. But what was it? Amy Como said, "Yay for old books." She was saying, "Well,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I was talking. That was earlier when I was talking about that the really old books, that time period that they had acid in them and they were like
that's right.
almost disposable. You cannot keep them because even if you sit them on the shelf, the acid in the paper will eat them.
Yeah, they're self-destructive, like the tapes you
Yeah.
used to see in Mission Impossible. It's sad.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
it is because a lot of those books I deeply and truly loved, and they're sitting on my shelf and they're just sort of falling apart.
yeah, it's sad.
And I have hunted for PDF versions.
Understood. And thank God there's PDF versions out there of some books that are truly treasures. And other than that, there's other books that are not on PDF format, and then you have to hunt them down. I've kind of talked about.
There is a friend of mine. She's known professionally as Ileana the Store Traveler.
Okay.
And she and I, between us, if it's available as a PDF, between us, we can find it.
Wow. Holy shit. So
we have formed a partnership, and there are folks who will contact one or the other of us to find rare books.
okay. So is she really good at finding okay.
She's really good at
Oh God.
finding
I need to
I mean,
can you
things
I
I can't find. She's found.
can you bring her on the show, or or get me in contact with her. I'll
Okay,
turn
I'll
towards
get you
both of
in
you to find
contact.
something for me. I mean, I'd like to talk to both of you at the same time so I can tell you both what I'm looking for, and maybe you'll be able to help me find this item. It's not a book exactly, but it's gonna be.
Welcome back, Rocco.
What happened? He disappeared and came back.
Welcome back, Rocco.
Rock, right. You,
What's up?
Yes, I noticed you leaving.
oh, yeah. Oh, God. Are you all right, Rocco? What happened? Did you kind of blank out and wake up? Or...
No, I don't know what happened.
Okay. But you dropped off and came back. You dropped off and came back on call. You do know that, right? Right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, all right.
I'm not delusional.
Yeah, that's cute. That's cute. So anyhow, so Penny and I will talk about that later. But no need going into it now. Though at some point I should, ask the whole public to help me with this search. But honestly, if you could bring her onto the show, then I could explain the problem to yourself and everybody. I kind of talked to.
She's one of those that I kind of need to give her notice.
Of course. Yeah, but so you and I would talk to her privately first would be the best. Of course, you would give her notice of that. So aside from all of that, by the way, I noticed that so Our Lady in Ireland was saying, I'd tell other women about these womanizers because, obviously, I see what you're talking about. I presume is obviously these are abusive men who are assholes who are going around sleeping with different women and abusing them. I don't view myself in that context at all.
It's the kind that they go through and they're Prince Charming and they sweep you off your feet and then they're gone.
Okay, that's bad too.
And,
That's yeah.
and you have no idea where they went, why they went, or if they're ever coming back.
Oh, that's awful.
And
Yes.
and some of them are abusive in other ways as well.
Yes, yes. No, that's
That's the category.
yes. Okay.
So when women hear the term womanizer, that's what we think.
I see. Okay. So
Now, what I have heard you describe yourself as, I see you more as what we consider a ladies' man.
oh, thank you. There we are. Okay.
There is a different connotation to it.
Okay.
You are someone who appreciates women.
Yes. Thank you. And
That's different than someone who chases us and puts a notch on his gun and moves on.
yes, that's awful. That is horrible. And thank you. And by the way, that's a pathology, and it's also something that I don't really see as an enjoyable lifestyle. I really don't understand what men are getting out of that. Of course, it's some kind of
I
disgusting.
don't either,
Yes.
because I'm with someone for the relationship, not for a one-night stand.
Understood. And so, yeah, there you have that. And of course, that may sound odd. People may think I'm contradictory because of my taking advantage of escorts, but the reality is that doesn't mean that I'm adverse to long-term relationships. People have seen me publicly try to develop them with more than one lady that has been on the show, that and people have seen what has happened, but the results have been spectacularly and splashly. They've been spectacularly splashy in terms of their shall we say they're bursting like a balloon in the cases that have been on this program, but obviously I've had relationships. Yeah.
You mentioned about how that you and I are in a category where jobs are scarce. Relationships are also scarce.
Oh, yes.
So,
yeah.
if you find someone who can love you as you are, grab hold of that, latch onto it, and don't let go.
But that's good advice for anyone, honestly. Yes, love is simply hard to find, period. So if any of you find it, do cherish it, treasure it, value it, do your best not to sabotage it. But honestly, in the cases that I'm speaking of, people heard me talking to these women on the show, and of course it's on record. I was obsequious, for God's sake. So it's just things happened, and the way how do we say it? Where the cards fell, the cards just fell in a certain way that it didn't work out in those cases. Also, there were other factors as well in certain cases where it had been kind of a setup. Certainly, in the case of Elena Shea, she was obviously brought up in a kind of environment where she was an asset, and in that sense, you can't hold a person responsible when they're like that, but in a sense, you just have to. After a certain point of adulthood, then people do have to take responsibility for things that they do. And in the case of what was her name again? I try my best to forget her. Christine Johanna Hart, with her handler Miles Johnston. We're talking about a lady who approached myself, and then it was one of those things where I was abused by Michael Aquino, and indeed she was very open and public, and she said it on record more than once. That her earliest memories in life were basically riding up and down on Michael Aquino's penis. And, one time Judith went after me for saying that more than once, that she felt I had said it once was enough. But honestly, we always have new listeners, and there's really no other way to convey the violation. Honestly, in a sense, I would not be doing victims justice if I were to dance around the subject and just say, her earliest memories were being violated by Michael Aquino. I really don't think that's enough. I think people need to feel that violation the way the child felt the violation to really appreciate how awful this is. And because that's the problem. Most people do not understand how awful this is. Honestly, many people can say something like, I was raped, and I don't think most people grasp it unless they've been raped, what that means. It's
You would be surprised how many women have been raped.
Oh God, no, I wouldn't. There's too many. It's too many, and
I think it's more difficult to find a woman who hasn't been.
Thank you. And I've gone over this. I have written columns on this, honey. I've written columns on the, and at the time that Lena Shea was quote unquote helping me, I mean, she would publish things like this on my website. She'd be very attentive. She made me totally dependent on her before she pulled everything out from under me. Okay, that was obviously a setup, and it's like they just pushed, just hit a switch, and then everything we were doing, it just suddenly was not there. I mean, sharing poetry.
That happens way too often. You're going along and an asset will have their switch flipped and they're just gone.
Yes.
Or worse, they suddenly turn hostile.
Yes.
You have no clue what you did to trigger that. And I've come to the conclusion that I didn't do anything, that somebody used a code word.
Absolutely. That was the case with Lena Shea. And I told her such. Of course, she didn't appreciate that, but she knew it was true. And I'm still subscribed to her Lena Crane channel, where people can go and see her doing her karaoke, and you can see how blank-eyed she is. She did her assignment, and and then went back to her kind of monotone existence, kind of like keeping herself ready until she's turned on like a torpedo.
Until she's activated again.
Thank you. That's it. So if you want to see,
that is a common experience in the community that Rocco and I share.
Yes. Thank you. And I'm right in there. Okay. Just so everybody knows what I'm doing, I'm kind of away from the microphone because I'm looking for clothespins to use to seal the bag of my baconettes. So let me go mute and look for get some of those clothespins, and leave you two talking for a few minutes. And so there we have that. And aside from the ladies' man thing, I would like to say something else about that. Of course, it goes a bit beyond that, because I can truly relate to women to a greater degree than most men, of course, because I cross-dress. That still has its limits. Obviously, I cannot understand the just indescribable problems that women go through when it comes to things like pregnancy, carrying a baby to term, dealing with whether or not to have an abortion or have a child and ruin whatever chance you have in life for anything else. Just the challenges that women deal with are truly they're indescribable. They're beyond what any human should suffer ever, and yet women have suffered them eternally. It is horrific. But I do know about the lighter problems. I know the problems about what it's like to shave one's legs and armpits. I know the problems about like leaving one's purse. Yes, I know
Shaving,
problems
yes.
like that. Yes, then I know I can relate to certain problems.
Shaving and trying to find a bra that is comfortable, and
I usually don't deal with that. I don't even bother. If you're cross-dressing and you're presenting to the point where you're adding the bust, then that's a whole different problem. That's a whole different challenge. Just so people understand.
You have not dealt with that.
No.
I come equipped with a pair of D cups.
Yeah, that's heavy, and the spinal. Yeah, that's back pain.
I have spinal injuries.
Yes.
And
God. Oh God.
So.
Yes. No. I do know one thing, because
that is a major problem, and the older I get, the worse it is.
I'm so sorry. Yes, I know, and because I do know, I have an awareness, because of course I have a taste for. When I grew up, it was in San Francisco at the time that the burlesque industry was in full swing and was very much into the mature strippers and adult entertainers who would often get the silicone implants. And so as a matter of fact, I've shared this before. My mother was just because of her appearance and because of her work she had done in the 1920s, 30s, 30s. It was the 1930s. Many people in Asia thought of her as European. And for one thing, her breasts were much larger than your average Asian woman because what happened was, because of her connection with so many foreigners, it was a German doctor who actually performed her breast enhancement. And in those days, in the 1930s, there was no such thing as silicone implants, which, by the way, these couple of MDs in America invented at some point in terms of the self-contained or supposedly self-contained kind of silicone pillow. I can't get that out. The silicone pillow that would be basically inserted from beneath a woman's breast, where they would make the cut, insert that. In terms of my mother's time, it was injections. They injected the silicone directly.
The injections often shifted and ended up in the bloodstream.
Yes. So in
those things are deadly.
Yes, they could be. And of course, my mother didn't have the normal baseline human kind of metabolism, but nevertheless, they most certainly probably had their effect later. But one of the things about them is that, of course, they got much harder with age. And so by the time she was in maybe her 60s, 70s, they were more like cement almost. So it was like this was something that because she had that done, I was never breastfed, and neither was my sister, of course. But so that made myself much more prone, the theory is, towards allergies, and so, which I don't have allergies per se, but it's just. They were looking for different reasons why I have the gastric rhinitis, which is this hyper production of mucus, which of course people don't experience. They don't hear me blowing my nose because I take all these meds to prevent that. So there's all kinds of things that took a long time in my life to come to balance with in terms of these things. And but in the case of my mother, by the time that we brought her into the hospital for other issues. I remember these stupid MDs saying, "Oh God, Rocco's got to go to bed early." So Rocco, I'm sorry, I can't help but to say this. I'm just saying this as, in good humor. What do you got, a job interview tomorrow? Well, yeah, what's up with that? I mean, so I don't mind you going to bed early. I mean, by all means, I mean that's fine. But just curious, do you have something going on tomorrow?
He already left.
He left. He took off.
Maybe not.
Rock, you there, Rock?
He's no longer with us.
He's no longer with us. There we are. Oh my God. So let me give him a thank you. Where did he give us that message? He gave us the message inside of the Skype. All right, he put that into the Skype text. Here we are. Got to get to bed. I got early day. There we are. Yeah, it must be that job interview. Yeah. You're our man, Rock. Yeah, you're what we need. That's horrible. He's
he might be exactly what they need for.
Yes, there we are. So Rock, our best wishes. We love you dearly. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully you hear that on replay tomorrow. And with that, so in the case of my mother, I remember I brought her into the hospital, and they actually told me, "Oh, your mother's got breast cancer in both breasts that has metastasized to her brain." That this is like it was, of course, it was just a silicone.
And it was the silicone.
Yes, that's right. They had no concept of this, of course, and so this is the kind of idiocy that I'm dealing with. The younger doctors had no idea that any of this shit existed. And when they took the x-ray and just saw this solid mass in both her tits, then they said, "Oh, look at the breast cancer. It's so thick. It's metastasized to her brain and shit." So this is the kind of shit that... anyhow, so that being said, I've discussed that before in the past. But, but of course...
that's pretty harsh when they come up with that
Oh,
shit.
oh, it was just nonstop. It's just nonstop. Just all the misdiagnosis, all of the malpractice, the medical industry, for lack of a, the only conclusion you can come to is they're out to kill you. But
Yeah, I have a weight problem because I'm in endocrine shutdown. And the last time I saw the neurologist, he wanted to give me an anti-seizure drug because it would make me lose weight.
Jesus, holy shit. Yeah, by the
I
way,
don't have seizures. It was completely malpractice to recommend it. And he was adamant that I had to take this drug, to the point that if I did not, then he was going to stop seeing me, which by that point was fine with me, because this man was standing there telling me, "You are quite fat."
yeah.
Well, duh.
What an asshole. What an asshole. Yeah, by the way, what else was I going to say? So, anybody, don't take any antidepressants prescribed by a regular general practitioner. Either see a psychiatrist for that. It's astonishing. It's horrific. It's a complete malpractice at the industrial scale that general practitioners are allowed to prescribe antidepressants when they're not psychiatrists. So that shit's got to stop. But in all of that being said, so in terms of when I was confronting that issue about my mom, what else was there? Oh yeah, so my point was that because I grew up in San Francisco, and the whole adult entertainment industry was in the Tenderloin where I grew up, my taste that I developed was for the mature adult entertainers who more often than not had silicone implants. And so I grew very familiar with the back problems that all of these women have, or any woman with naturally big breasts. So I do know big breasts are, men love them, or generally do, but it's really hell on the female who has them, is blessed with them, or has had implants, so that she has the equivalent thereof. It's hell on the back. So so definitely, I can relate to a lot of female problems. I understand them better than most men to a degree, a number of them. But other than that, yes, the problems that women deal with. Another one would be, I would never understand the problems of course, just the menstrual cramps, the menstrual issues that women have. I am so glad that I forget which state it was, but there was one state now that is going to make tampons free tampon dispensers in public schools. So this is the kind of thing
That's a
that
blessing.
there should be free tampon dispensers universally. I mean, this is something that women should not have to buy. Okay, this should be like
Well, actually, they're taxed in most places.
Yeah, I know, and that's
taxed
criminal.
in California.
That's criminal. Yes, that's criminal.
We have almost 9% sales tax in my county, and they're taxing menstrual products.
And I mean, I'm left speechless. I mean, that's appalling. It's despicable. Anyway, honey, so do me a favor, and I'm going to go mute. I'm going to go look for those clothespins, wash the pork powder off my hands, and aside from all of that, the stage is yours. Help me.
What do you want me to talk about?
You can keep bitching about the pink tax. The pink tax is anything that's female.
The
fact that
tax.
female shavers, woman, just buy male Bic shavers to shave your legs. I mean, the pink ones are.
You want to hear about the pink tax?
Yeah,
okay.
Bitch about the pink tax. I'll be back.
This I can talk about in wider terms.
Yeah.
You go buy a t-shirt, and if it's in the women's section, it will cost $5 more than the one in the men's section, but the one in the men's section will last twice as long. And if you want to buy a pair of loafers, if your feet are large enough, get the men's one because it costs less money and it lasts 4 times as long. Women's clothes, recently, like in the last year, they started putting pockets in sweatpants. But I think it's been about the same length of time that they started putting pockets in women's dresses. But up to that point, we didn't have pockets. We had to carry a purse because we had nowhere else to carry our ID. You buy a button shirt, and for the honor of having your buttons on the other side, you get to pay twice as much. The fabric is thinner, doesn't last as long. Most clothes, men's clothes, are designed to last 80 washings. Women's clothes are designed to last between 30 and 50 washings. And they charge us more. And every time we turn around, there is something that costs more. Health insurance costs us more. Congressmen have flat out gone on record saying, well, women don't mind paying more. Bullshit. But when we go to get a job, we're not paid as well. Depending on what the job is, you are paid from 70 cents on the hour. Well, for any job that a man is paid $1 for, a woman is paid from 70 to 80 cents for the same job. And unless it's something like prostitution. And I have no idea what the going rates are for those. So yeah, it's every time you turn around, you have less money and everything costs more. And is not only more expensive, but is made cheaper. And it's like this constant cycle that we are supposed to be these things that are kept pretty and following fashion that only lasts a season or two anyway. So what does it matter if the stuff lasts or not? You know, it assumes that we're mannequins with no brain. And I have gone into situations and I have sat there and kept my mouth shut and been treated like I was an idiot. And generally, I'll put up with it for a while, especially if I think I have something to gain from their ignorance. But I've gotten to where I tell doctors, I was pre-med microbiology. I'm not stupid. I can read the medical journals. I can read the reports. I know what I have wrong with me. I know what I really have wrong with me rather than what you have on your paperwork there. And if you want me to actually tell you the truth, you have to act like the truth matters. And I'm tired of, I'm 66 years old. I'm tired of playing ego games with idiots half my age. I'm tired of struggling every time I get a new doctor explaining that, well, yes, they say I have fibro, but what I really have is macrophagic myofasciitis. But you guys don't want to do the test to differentiate between the two. And it's just a whole string of things, like the neurologist who told me, oh yes, you're going to be dead in 5 years, in 2005. I'm still here. I still make sense when I talk, you know. So why did he want to put me on an anti-seizure drug with all kinds of side effects just to lose weight when I told him that a formerly over-the-counter drug would do it? It just requires a prescription. Phenylpropanolamine used to be the active ingredient in Contact and Dexatrim, and they took it off the market because long-term use had some people having strokes. It's still available by prescription, but will they give it to me to control my weight? No. It's just constant bullshit. Just because I'm a woman, they assume I'm stupid, hysterical, hypochondriac, and don't know my own body. So, I've lived with Lou for 20 years. My solution to the medical situation is he goes in with me. I will describe my situation. They have the chutzpah to listen to me, look at him, and ask, is this true? I want people to think about this. I currently have a woman doctor, and this is her practice. I will come in, I will describe the problem I need dealt with, and she will look at him and say, is this true? This is what's wrong with medicine in a nutshell. And what's going on with all of these women my age who don't have a partner, don't have a husband, and they don't have the training that I've had? What are they getting? Are they getting, I've heard of women that are being given Valium instead of antibiotics. And this is a relatively common practice. And yet we are supposed to trust those people with our very lives. Listen to what they tell us, and they don't even listen to us. So yeah, this is part of the pink problem. The pink problem, a man's hair, I haven't had a haircut in a long time, so pardon me if the prices are wrong. When Lou would go in and get a haircut before he grew it out, it was $5 at the barber. I would go to the stylist and I would get my hair cut. In those days, it was a layered cut, so it was a little complicated. And it was $25. It's basically the same exact service. And I was paying 5 times as much as he was. Why? Because I'm a woman. This is your pink tax. I go in to get the car fixed. And they lie to me, flat out lie to me. I will go in, I know what's wrong with the car. Okay? It has certain behaviors. We plug in the little thing so that we can read off the computer what the code is. I go in, I know what the code has said, I know what's wrong with the car. And I am told everything from electrical system to gas filters to whatever they want to sell me that day, and they don't want to fix what the code said was actually the problem. They want to charge me over $1,000 just to come in. And I've heard mechanics tell Lou, well, yeah, you come in and you've got a chest, we're going to double charge you. That's a pink tax. That's also unethical. I went in to buy a car. I had $1,000 to put down. Total price was $4,000. I should have been able to cover the payments on my Social Security disability check. But no, I had to have a male cosigner. That's a pink tax, because then that man's name is on the pink slip when it comes out. So it's not ever really my car. It's I'm paying for his car. That's a pink tax. So, this is the shit that our society does, and this is in California. I'm not talking about West Virginia or Mississippi or Georgia. I'm talking about California. in the 21st century. These are everyday problems. Every frigging day, I'm slapped up the side of the head with some stupidity because I'm a woman. At least I'm to the point where I can walk down the street without getting some asshole whistling at me and saying, "Hey, mama, you want to get lucky?" You know? Oh yeah, I've survived that. So
Okay.
I sit here with
yeah.
memories of being in military black ops and having a laser sword where I literally cut people's heads off. And there are times whenever I go into the doctor that I'm sitting there with the mental image of using that laser and cutting her fucking head off.
That's funny.
And so if you ever hear about me getting in trouble for decapitating someone, you will understand that I finally just lost it.
Well, that's understandable. Yes. I had this bottle of water. I'm trying to find it. I will go get another one and just make certain I have enough around to hydrate myself. And you can go back to creative ways of dispatching people. I'll be back soon enough. Thank you, honey. You're doing well.
Creative ways of dispatching people.
Yes.
Yeah. There was a commanding officer I had in a black op, and I blew up his head psionically. I concentrated on the cerebrospinal fluid in his brain's third ventricle and heated it up until his head exploded. And I really thought that this was I was hoping it was a delusion. Only the man showed up and had remembered me doing it to him. That was a bit of a shock. And not only that, he's been on my show several times. So it's amazing what kind of respect you can get when you kill somebody. Yeah. I should take my own advice and watch what I'm saying. Yes. I was military in these memories. I was a pilot most of the time, but I was also involved in ground operations where I had futuristic weapons. My sword was a laser sword that cauterized as it cut, and I had a EMP rifle, and I had a pistol with projectiles and armor. And the armor had a field around it so that it blocked EMP weapons hitting me. But it would, if it got hit too many times, it would fuzz out. So you couldn't count on it. And I'm in the position of having memories of being able to take care of myself and not be a helpless female. And yet I'm living in this world where legally women have been adults since 1982. And yet I go to the doctor and they still ask my partner if I'm telling the truth. And the anger that rises every time they do this. I'm afraid that one of these times I am going to lose control. And when that happens, I will end up in a government lab somewhere. And I think that frightens me more than prison. So, that wasn't what I expected to talk about tonight. The pink tax. I'm sitting here in a pair of men's sweatpants and men's loafers and a man's Henley that I attached blue lace to myself because the entire outfit was less than a sweatsuit in the women's department.
Okay. Wow. So thank you. You've helped me a great deal, and it's about 1:14 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And how's our man Lou holding up? Is he still with us, or?
He's asleep on the couch, snoring quietly.
That's cool.
If he snored loudly, you would hear him.
Yes. Oh, does he do that sometimes?
My cat Kazoo is sitting on the floor beside me, and his cat is lying between his legs, leaning on one of his knees.
I like the way the two of you have distinct cats. Each one of you has your own.
They were sisters out of the same litter, and the cats chose the person.
I see. Yes.
I am actually Kazoo's person.
Right. That's right.
Lou is Frankie's person.
Right.
And yes, my cat is named Kazoo.
That's cute. Adorable. Yes, it's amazing how we have these cute little names for cats.
When she was a baby, she had a nasal rattle, and she was as loud as a kazoo.
Okay.
It was not a cute name. It was describing a problem that we finally got resolved.
How did they resolve that? The surgery?
No, there's a product at the pet store. It's for treating nasal issues in kittens because you can't treat anything in them under 3 months because their systems are too sensitive. Mm-hmm. So this particular product is...
Yes?
It's silver and chlorine bleach in water, and it's dilute enough that it won't hurt the cat, but it's still strong enough to kill infections.
Okay.
So it's very expensive shit.
Wow.
It was $25 for an eyedropper.
Oh God. Ew. That's
But it worked.
Okay. Great.
So it was worth it. The vet would have been more than that.
Yes.
I grew up on a dairy. We go in and we go to the animal supply and we buy stuff because I tell my doctor what's wrong and she asks Lou if I'm telling the truth.
Oh God. Yes. Oh.
So, yeah.
That's like well, there you are. The frustration of being in the position that you're in, and I'm not quite sure if my position is that similar to what so many of the super soldiers have gone through, but I'm glad that we're educating people about that. By the way, everybody, I'm just untangling this horrible cord here, so that's why you hear me off in the background like this, but Our Lady has done so much to help us tonight. So in terms of your normal biorhythms, you don't really have them anymore with this new kind of sleep pattern, kind of like where you're kind of, or is this just so new that that it hasn't impacted your biorhythms yet?
What has happened was a friend offered help because I was having that horrible concussion headache.
Yeah.
And spasms down the back of my neck. And I had gotten to the point where I was having to take pain meds. Dissociation wasn't working.
Right.
And she said, well, you know, her exact words were, I can ask Grandfather Draco to help you. And within 12 hours, all the pain was gone. But I suddenly started falling asleep with no warning. And it's in batches throughout the day, but I'm sleeping at least 18 hours a day now.
That sounds pretty neat to me. That
This
sounds
has
like a
been-
good thing.
This has been since Wednesday.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So I don't know if this is permanent or not.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But the pain's gone.
Yeah, and but what I assume is going on is that basically because the pain is gone, your body has loosened up and relaxed. So what's going on is because your body's a lot less tense, then you're starting to fall asleep, and also your body's compensating for all the sleep that was lost for all the years you were in pain. So that's what's going on.
She said that, how was it she put it? That my body had reset and was rebuilding.
Yeah, there you go.
And okay, my other dimensional self that I don't talk about on air because I'm already crazy enough. I've been in a cocoon since June, and it's finally starting to break up where I can see through it. And so the combination is like I'm being reborn.
Wonderful. Wonderful. A rebirthing.
So I'm hoping that the reborn self will be healthier.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not putting this in any kind of 3D rational terms. This is spiritual.
Great. No, it's wonderful. And like I said, the New Age term for it would be rebirthing. And
so I'm aware of the difference between 3D real and spiritual.
yes, and that's fine. So let me make certain I just have everything around me and I get comfortable before I start monologuing. But in the interim, your ability to stay up this late, normally you're up till about 2 a.m. Am I wrong?
Under normal circumstances, I would be up till 3 or 4 in the morning, and then I would be sleeping till noon. That pattern has not been in effect since Wednesday.
Right, because of the new comfort levels. Yeah.
Because of this. So I'm hoping that it eventually settles into something where I have at least 8 hours I'm awake.
That's cute. Yeah. And so there we have that. And well, I love you dearly. Before you go for tonight, let me get this one thing in Messenger. And in the interim, definitely, bring up anything else you want to. By the way, I was just curious, what was your impression about, certainly you heard me talking about this with Peter Moon earlier. What was your impression of what happened with Alec Baldwin? Obviously, Peter Moon doesn't like him because of the politics, and no doubt because on Saturday Night Live he was consistently bashing Trump. But yes, obviously this was, what was your impression of what went down? Or I take it you know about it. What happened?
I know of it. I didn't hear your discussion of it. Okay, I looked into it. The lady has some connection to the Clintons, and she was going to be doing a documentary exposing something. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was. Both have been floating around my...
You're talking about the lady who was killed, was apparently...
Yeah, the lady that was killed. Now, I looked at the numerology involved. She was 42 years old, which is a 6. And the date comes to a 9. And both of those are related to death in numerology. The 6 would be doing the wrong thing, and 9 is death. And this was a gun that had misfired before and had been caught with live ammo before. That's come out in the media.
Right.
So he was at fault for not checking the ammo.
Right.
Now, I'm looking at it. He was negligent, but my feel is that there's more to it behind the scenes that he may or may not have been involved in, but that her death was not an accident. It was on purpose.
You know, it seems like that's reasonable. It's reasonable to say that because, as we were saying, what the hell was he doing pointing the gun in her direction? It didn't seem like she was an actress in the film. It seemed like,
Yeah, she was a director.
yeah.
It should not have been aimed at her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it seems almost as if, you know, he was trying to kill her. That's like, and this is awful. What yeah.
It was on the harvest moon.
Okay.
So you've got the numerology is all about death and being in the wrong, and about the hunter's moon. I keep saying hunter's moon, but it's the harvest moon,
Right.
which is the time when animals on farms were harvested or killed for their meat to be smoked or sold for the winter, so that they didn't have to support all these animals through the harsh winters. And so this is a time of sacrifice. She was killed then. So her death was not an accident. Now, whether he was accidentally involved or knew about it, I can't speak to. But the rest of the story is this was not her death. She was deliberately killed. Now, whether he knew about it or not, I can't speak to.
Right. Right. And so it's there we are. I resonate with that. That resonates with me, and all of it, and I think that's important to share with our listeners. So I'm very glad I asked you about
that also exposes I know more about the occult than I usually say. So.
Oh, well, we always knew that, though. You had alluded to that, and that's no surprise. And
Yeah.
but in terms of your knowledge of the occult and the left-hand path, it's certainly, how do I say this? Many of the people in the public would get the impression that all of magic is left-hand path, and
It's
yeah, of course that's not the case. And one of the reasons, however, why when people get involved with magic, they seem to be under the impression also that left-hand path is all that's available, and they go for it. To put that in some context, Aquino explained it best by talking about, of course, how dark the universe was. And so I've put this into perspective before. The presentation that I did on Satan's Crusaders needs to be reviewed for people to get the best perspective on this, the most useful perspective. But the universe... I'm sorry, honey? Yeah.
in my Black Ops experience, I was trained in a left-hand path order.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And I have remembered most of that, and I have been applying that to middle path, which is basically do good without becoming a victim.
Okay, yeah. And so
the abilities themselves are neutral. It's how you use them.
Yes, yes. And so people understand, as I speak of in Satan's Crusaders, understand that the universe is a very dark place indeed, that the overwhelming majority of our universe is dark matter. And so dark matter is basically the norm. And when you're contending with the universe and you're contending with all that is within it, so much of the universe is dark matter that the amount of the universe that is of the light that forms actually solid enough to form things as ephemeral as rainbows, and not to mention everything else that's more dense in this world, all the way down to flowers and the blossoms therefrom, and puppy dogs and all that we consider light and positive, as well as everything else, the carrion and the various other things that we consider a bit more earthy. All that constitutes this solid matter that we interact with is this incredibly small percentage of the universe, just a very, very small percentage. The rest of the universe is all dark matter. And so when it comes to interacting with that which manipulates the universe around us via the magic, the imposition of will, the imposition of will upon our universe, it's far easier to reach down than it is to reach up, because you're going after the low-hanging fruit. And for that reason, it is the left-hand path that is so much easier to use. So it's not based on a Gothic aesthetic or some kind of, shall we say, necessarily even a doctrine that leads people down the left-hand path. So many kids, when they play with magic, you see what they do. They go left-hand path with it. Yeah, just automatically, because it's the easiest thing to do. It's all the low-hanging fruit.
They reach a certain point and they realize the futility of the selfishness, and they usually pop over to middle pillar at that point.
Mm-hmm. One hopes, and of course at that point,
I've seen a lot of it, but I've been one of the people there to catch them when they get there.
There we are, yes. Of course, at that point, they've already opened up several rifts in the space-time continuum and called in entities. We saw what happened with Rocco, and done so,
God, the stuff they call in. Oh
yeah, it's
I have a team of friends that one of them, her particular expertise is closing hell mouths.
And how do you like that for a term? Yeah, listeners, hellmouths, closing hellmouths. There we are.
It's a portal directly into the pit of hell. So yeah, she has closed 3 of them that I know of since I've known her. So yeah, and by
the way,
it's a great deal out of her, and every time we damn near lose her.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. I mean, that's so important. So whenever you take a look at the pyramid on your dollar bill, that is the best way to understand your universe in terms of this dark matter kind of percentage. Basically, that bottom of that pyramid, beneath the little capstone, the capstone with the eye on it, that would be all the hydrogen and helium that constitutes our visible matter in the universe, and that little capstone would be all other visible atoms. That's just your visible universe, the stuff that you interact with. And so that was known, of course, by the alchemists, the Freemasons, who founded America. This doesn't make them wise men at all, by the way. Knowledge is not wisdom. Just learn to disambiguate.
Knowledge is knowing stuff. Wisdom is how to use it without harming others.
Thank you. Or yourself, though that should be secondary to others. But
that's harder for people to learn.
Yes.
How to protect others without getting yourself destroyed in the process. Yes.
Yes. And so when it comes to the actual order of the universe, that pyramid on your dollar bill, which I said represents all visible matter, well, that's like literally that bottom part of the pyramid, all those steps leading up to the capstone with the eye in it, that all that hydrogen and helium, that's literally half a percentile. That's half of 1% of the fucking universe. The capstone would be like 0.01%. It would be like 1% of 1% for all those visible atoms that constitute everything you know and love: the kittens, the puppies, the rainbows, the flowers. The rest of the universe beneath it, 4% of that would be invisible atoms. About a quarter of it, 25%, would be cold dark matter, and the remaining 70% would simply be dark energy. And so the universe is overwhelmingly dark. I mean, we're talking about 99% of it, plus 99.5%.
Yeah, and I hear all of these little people telling me, "Oh, you have to be of light," and I'm like,
Well,
okay.
that we are. Well, in that sense, we're, at the risk of sounding too new age, we're all of the light, in that sense that we're all within the light physically. Of course, most of us, as everyone well knows, is pretty damn dark. But as for
If you're real, you have a shadow.
yes, and
If you're not real, well, we don't have to deal with you then, do we?
yes. Unfortunately, people are dealing with all too many things that are not real. But understand this much: that everything that I mentioned that you do know and love, the trees, the rivers, all of that, the people that you love, all of that is a candle flame flickering in the infinite darkness of the universal void. So this is why it's so.
That's pretty much what I saw out there. Yeah.
Yes, this is why it's so important to protect and cherish all that which you know and love.
Yeah.
And so, just so I can have some fun while Our Lady's still with us. When we were describing our disgusting fried skin, of course, we convinced Clarice Claudette. She said, aha, like how we were describing how it tasted so good. Gabriel Ruth said, hello, Douglas, and your friends. Hope everybody is well. Honey, oh my God, she has the rose with the petal falling off like a tear. Yes, so... I think you're in a kind of, I presume, sad space by indicating that. And by the way, Gabriel Ruth, of course, I always assume that about you because Gabriel Ruth has an icon on YouTube, which is this crying person. It's a cartoon, but it is a weeping person, and like somebody who's it's beyond crying or sobbing. It's more like somebody who's crying out in lamentation. It is a cartoon of someone crying out in lamentation, tears running down their cheeks, and their face basically like the tragedy mask. You know, the masks for tragedy and comedy. It is that. It is the face of tragedy. Gabriel Ruth, why do you have that icon? I know life is hard. I know your daughter, as you expressed, was dealing with the challenges of alcoholism, and hopefully will prevail. And God bless you, Gabriel. Love you dearly, but for God's sakes, oh my God, try and cheer yourself up by, you could start with a different icon. Presenting yourself differently to the world might help as a good start. Travis Moss says Miles Johnston is a meme. Yes, he's a meme. Yeah, and he, by the way, Travis Moss knows the guy's a piece of shit. And he's a kind of meme like what? What kind of a meme? We'll think of something negative, something stupid. And Bugman 4560 sends his prayers, clasped hands, the sparkling heart, the shout out. God bless you, Bugman 4560. Whoever you may be. Karen O'Connor went back to saying, she says this publicly, so I can read this. She says, I was in a prison in Ireland, Dublin, and obviously, haha, a woman's pro. She says, prison, and I had my period, and to get tampons, she said, not a single tampon or pad in a woman's prison. What the fuck? Like, craziness. Hope this happens. So she's saying that it really does matter to have these things accessible. Okay, I thought I would think the Irish would be more civilized than that. The Irish are they're socially very much ahead of this isn't the days when, you know, we had all of the those orphanages that they were sending girls to and forcing them to give birth and raping them, and I forget what they called them. I'd have to look it up again. It was just outrageous. But Ireland these days
They
is.
were homes for unwed mothers.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. There might have been other names for them, but that was one of them. That's what
They
they.
were usually run by nuns.
Yes, yes, but you know the real, yeah, the actual term that should be used would be basically, you know, female and baby trafficking sites, exploitation,
Yeah.
yeah, sites. It's just horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, modern Ireland, postmodern Ireland is very liberal, progressive. You would think that they would have that sort of thing. And then, so she says, if you can keep an act going, right? And she says, I will take the Valium. She likes the Valium. Then,
I was talking about that there were women in America that were being given Valium instead of antibiotics.
oh, that's disgusting.
You
I mean, that's
missed
awful.
that. I know more than one woman who has reported that.
Yeah. And so she was saying built-in obsolescence on everything. Holy cow! And she must have been talking about the pink tax things you were talking about, where
Yes.
everything's
The stuff I was talking about with the pink tax.
right. Yes. So okay. So she was saying she would take the Valium because she likes a mommy pill every now and then. She's got an infant, so you know, if I had an infant, I'd be taking Valium. And what was that thing that our friend Rocco thought his friend gave him? Xanax. Yeah, I'd be taking Valium.
Xanax is an opiate.
Yeah, there you go. And yeah, and so there you go. And Karen O'Connor was mentioning the woman who was killed. I think she thinks the woman, and this may be the case, was a cinematographer. Was that the case? That this woman was a cinematographer?
I know she was at least a director, and she had another title with it, and I can't remember what it was.
Oh, okay. And so cinematographer makes sense. And but whatever the case may be, my impression was she was not an actress, and certainly
No, she
yeah.
wasn't an actress.
Yeah, so there was no reason on earth for Alec Baldwin to be pointing that gun at her, whether
No,
it's loaded.
there was
or not.
no rational reason for it, and if it had been part of practicing anything, he should have looked to see what kind of ammo was in it, because they had had a prior accident with that same gun.
Yes, yes, thank you. I mean, you know, beyond all of that, it's you know, when she's not on the set, she's not part of that. You know, what kind of man points a gun at a lady? I mean, it's just all of this is just doesn't make. Yeah, what you say resonates with me, that they wanted to kill her, that she was a target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was killed, so she was
Assassinated. The word is she was
assassinated.
assassinated. Yeah.
Because of the date, I would go as far as to say she was sacrificed.
Yes, she was sacrificed.
So
Okay.
this was someone they wanted rid of anyway, and she was the chosen sacrifice because of it.
Oh, wow. I'd like to consult Crystal River about this, too. She's someone who has been kind of keeping track of the dark side of Hollywood. So it would be great to get her opinion on that. Well, honey, I love you dearly beyond expression. You've been wonderful. And honestly, I couldn't do any of this without you. And you know, yeah, very glad to have you with us and with. Yeah.
Because I have this conference coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to Daryl about you needing someone to take Jameson's place in the meantime.
Yeah.
And he said that he would be available for you.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so I've got him on Skype. I would contact him using that same thing, that Odin thing.
Yeah, the one with the Odin picture. Ask him so that he knows
Ahead of time.
What dates and times ahead of time, because he is running the network.
Right. And that's pretty much, yeah, that's a large part of his life. I know. And
he's looking for a assistant.
oh God, he should, yeah.
He's been talking about drafting me for it once I get back from surgery.
Okay. Though
So-
he should look elsewhere. I mean, ultimately, oh my God, that would be kind of wear and tear on you, right? I mean,
If I got paid, it would be nice.
I don't believe he's offering that, is he?
We have not discussed monies.
Okay.
No. So
Because my impression is, I mean, I would guess he's not getting paid, or am I wrong on that? Is he...
I understand.
Or you may not be at liberty to discuss that. That's fine.
I'm not at liberty to discuss that.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, no worries then. Yeah, it's just let's just put it this way. Hopefully he finds someone else, but yeah, I could see why he would turn to you. And but in terms of
It's called I'm Trustworthy.
yeah, he knows you. Yeah, he knows you. So okay, I'll check in with him about that. And honest to God, he told me there was this one guy that wanted to interview me. I never even got back to that guy, and it's he was saying he was hoping to get me in at the beginning of October. There was just too much shit going on. And now that we're heading towards Halloween, I'm pretty much booked for the Halloween weekend anyway. So,
Well, yeah, you're going to be on my show.
That's right. Tell people about that Saturday. Saturday, I'll be with you.
Saturday, you're going to be on my show.
Yes.
It's
2
5
p.m.
to 7 p.m. Eastern,
Yes.
2 to 4 p.m. Pacific. And we will be discussing Mr. Aquino because this is the Samhain show.
Yes.
That's Halloween for everybody else.
Yes, Halloween in the Celtic. Yes, and by the way, I'm not adverse to that. So I didn't know it would be him specifically, but I'm fine with that. So we'll talk about that.
I thought we discussed that before. Was that I thought he was an appropriate topic for Samhain.
True.
As it is a time for the unhappy dead to come forth.
Okay. Yes. And also the day before on Friday, I'll be interviewed by Solomon Sheikh, and that will be he wants to talk about satanic ritual abuse. So I guess I'll be talking about pretty much the same thing twice. Only I'll
Salman Sheikh invited me to be on his show after I get back from the conference.
Oh, did he? That's wonderful. Oh,
that's going to be, and he said I could talk about whatever I wanted.
Cool, great, yeah. What do you think you're going to talk about? Just what you feel at the time, or?
I usually prepare something, but usually the interviewer has a direction they go, and I usually just flow with it. When I stick to a prepared idea, and it's something where I can see their face and their eyes are glazing over, or they're rolling eyes, or something like that, then it's like, this was not a good plan. So I have learned that I have to water things down like for a 5-year-old for most shows.
Okay. Yeah.
So I get really frustrated.
No, I can imagine. And oh well, all right.
Especially when I get halfway through the show and it's, well, what do you think of what so and so said? And it's one of the people that I consider to be a fraud.
Right.
And then I'm left with, I really don't want to talk about that person.
Right. No, that's the best way to handle shit like that. And oftentimes that's a form of entrapment. That's really a kind of trolling. When people ask someone to speak about someone else publicly who's in the community, so to speak, or even peripherally involved in the community or something like that, it's usually, see, what we were saying about with Alec Baldwin is totally different. This is something that's invaded everybody's space, so that's totally different. If it's suddenly if I came up and said, hey, let me think about it,
Well,
Penny.
I
Penny's your name. If I said, "Hey, Penny," like how I forgot your name there for if I said,
I know what you do.
yeah,
But it's a situation where I have publicly stated for years that I don't follow channelers because of the V2K problem. It's a very real technology where that people are hit through a Wi-Fi carrier wave and they literally hear things that are not real.
oh God,
And you have to wear an EMF blocker cap if you're subjected to that, because otherwise you don't have a thought in your head that you can count on being yours. And you've got these people who are channeling some space alien that is talking about Galactic Federation of Light and how Pleiadians are all going to come save us from the evil Draco. And I'm like, it's full of shit. And it's straight out of the CIA's V2K program, or as they actually literally call it, Project Satan.
there we are. Oh my.
And I'm like, why the hell would I waste my time listening to these people? And then I'm in the middle of an interview and somebody asks me about one of them.
Yeah,
and what am I supposed to do? Because no matter what I say, I'm in trouble. And if I say I don't follow channelers, then they want to pick at me about why, because that's their religious belief. And I'm like, before 1980, it was safe to be a channeler because then you might actually be talking to a spirit. But since 1980, if you're talking to a spirit, you're probably talking to the CIA.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
Yeah. Who is that piece of shit who, let me see if I can remember his name. He's Quayle. Dan Quayle, not Dan Quayle. Who's the other guy? Quayle, he's on the Coast to Coast AM all the time.
I don't know.
I
don't listen. I don't listen to them much. I don't generally listen to the big name ones because they have an agenda, and I don't match it.
Right. Let me see if I can look that son of a bitch up. Though our live streamers might be giving me some hints if they remember him. But he's the guy who
George Norrie is on there.
Yeah, George Norrie is one of those pieces of shit, of course, and he interviews this guy, Stephen Quayle. That piece of shit. Stephen Quayle is a motherfucker who just hears those voices in his head all the time. He's just fed directly from Langley, Virginia. And so
I don't know him personally, but I don't listen to any of those people because of that.
Right.
And I don't listen to most of the rabid Christians because they want me to go through another exorcism. And I'm like, there are maybe 10 people in my community that I will listen to their stuff because they're real people, they're real veterans, they generally are 3D, rational, grounded. I'll listen to their stuff. But the rest of them, I don't. Unless I need somebody as a guest on my show, I'm not even listening to the ones that are real. It's like, I know what happened to me. That's what I'm talking about. And somebody comes in and says, well, what do you think of so-and-so? And I'm like,
yeah, it would be like I said.
What they think of me?
Yeah, it would be like I was going to use the example. Us talking about Alec Baldwin was one thing because of what we articulated already. In another case, it would be totally an ambush, basically. It's a form of an ambush. If I came on and said, "Hey, Penny, what do you think of Sarah Rachel Adams?" And just suddenly threw that at you. And it's something like that is basically
it's an ambush.
Yeah.
It's rude. And to me, it's obviously rude. But
by the way, Karen O'Connor tells us, Karen O'Connor's got it right. She does live in Ireland. And what they used to call where they basically imprisoned these young ladies who got impregnated by their priests and their fathers. I'm not talking about the church fathers, but their biological fathers and various other people who raped them that were in positions of power. They ensconced them, they imprisoned them to carry their babies to term so that they could be sold off, trafficked, basically. As Karen O'Connor says, they called them the Madeleine Laundries. There we are. That's what they were called, the Madeleine Laundries. So there we have that. And just so people know, I'm sorry, go back to what you were saying, honey. I just had to get that.
There are folks who tell me to ask me what you think of things, what I think of what you are talking about. And I tell them that I think you're telling the truth as you know it, and that there's only a couple of points that we disagree on, and that, you know, they should treat you with more respect than to ask people about you.
There you go. Yes.
You
Well,
know,
it's a form of promotion.
it's what I change it from an ambush into a form of promotion if I can figure out a polite way to do it. But I get really tired of at least once a week somebody slaps me upside the head with, well, what do you think of what so-and-so said? And most of the time it's someone who is deliberately disrespecting me. They will get into these interviews and they will say, well, Penny said and she's wrong. And I'm supposed to respond to that? Why?
Yeah, no, it's just
Why should I care?
It's amazing. Yeah, and basically it's also very unprofessional, if nothing else. And certainly professional level people wouldn't do such a thing. So
I have listened to a few of the general things when I was looking for a guest for my show. Okay. And I have found so many of these in my community, they cannot do an interview without saying my name at least 3 times.
That's incredible. Well, at least your name's out there.
I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Do you have no memories at all of your own? You can only relate to the topic by quoting me? That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, no, it's there you go. That, by the way, is a positive, really. It shows that they have no thoughts on it other than yours. So, in a sense, that's a positive. It puts you in a position.
Well, it's frustrating to me because they're out there sucking up the air.
Yes. And
I'm sorry if that sounds rude or crude or whatever. It's like, if you don't have more than to quote somebody else, why are you talking?
Yes. Though, of course, hopefully we get to the point where certainly what Peter Moon and I are exposing through our book, oh God, yes, I didn't get a chance to ask you to tag that. Let's wait a little bit and let me see. When should you tag me? Do me a favor, and that post that you and I discussed, why don't you tag that tomorrow? Tag that to me tomorrow sometime. Just
all I was doing was people were bitching about all of these ships were out at sea and they could not get their Chinese goods to buy for Christmas.
Right.
Because they're out at sea, they're not being unloaded at the ports and distributed through the country. Okay? So they're bitching they can't get their plastic shit.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, you can still have Christmas. I have all these friends that would be tickled pink if you bought one of their books.
Yeah.
And that would be a perfect gift for someone in your life.
Yes.
And so I went through and I listed all the people on my friends list that I knew were authors.
Right.
And how to get a hold of their books. And I had a link for you in it, and I had a link for Peter.
Right.
And it was this is not the first year I've done this, but this was because people were bitching about the ships out there. It's like you have no idea how to buy presents if you can't find it at Walmart.
Yeah, no, it's sad. It's sad. By the way, Karen O'Connor says, great show. Thanks, everyone, with many a kiss. Yeah, sometime when you recall to do that, just do it sometime tomorrow when you remember to do so. And I'll look forward to your tag on my timeline. And if I don't find it, of course, I'll try to. I'll be sleeping through a better part of the day tomorrow, so I might not find out.
I understand that.
Yeah. But as a matter of fact, that's what you'll be doing too, based on what's happening. Tell you what, because you'll be with us a few more minutes. We're reaching the top of the hour in the next 6 minutes, 5 minutes actually. I'll make a quick trip to the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll go on mute. And the lady, Penny Bradley, will hold the stage, and then she'll check out at that time when I return and say goodnight to our listeners, and withdraw into the gentle night while I take over for monologue. It's been incredible. I honestly am shocked that basically I've got 3 hours left to talk, which is fine. And obviously I can fill that, but it's amazing.
You can talk for hours on end.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And be informative the whole time.
Oh, bless you, honey. Thank you.
But what gets me is they invite me to their show to ask me about somebody else.
Yeah, that's bad. And you can continue bitching about that or pink tax or anything you want. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yes, bless you.
It's just go get your thing. For the public here listening, the folks that are listening, and we have 35 watching now according to YouTube, and we probably really have a whole lot more than that. Okay. As a person who has been public for 5 years, when you invite someone to speak on your show, do them the courtesy of finding out what they talk about. Do them the courtesy of not comparing them to someone you think is famous in their community. Listen to what they actually say. I've had radio interviews where the public only heard us, but because it was on Skype and they showed their faces, I'm watching them roll their eyes and scowl and, the blank stare because they can't even, it's hit a wall that they can't even hear. That's rude. Do your homework. Find out what this person is doing. When I have guests on, I read their books. I go through and listen to their podcasts. I read their website. So I know what these people are talking about. There's one man I had on my show that I read over 1,000 pages of books just to know what he was talking about. And we had a great show. It's disrespectful to go, I have a new person every day. I don't have time to do that. If you know who they are enough to invite them, have the courtesy to do your homework about them. Because otherwise you're in there and it's like, okay, stranger number so-and-so, it's your turn up here. What do you talk about? And you just, there are times that I just sit there and what the fuck do you want? I mean, I can talk about politics, I can talk about history, I can talk about magic, I can talk about religion, I can talk about black ops, ones I was in, ones I wasn't. I've done tremendous amounts of research. I read when I'm bored, and they're, You guys who have been listening to me on Doug's show for how long have I been coming on? Months?
Mm-hmm.
You know I can talk about more than my usual topic, but if you're inviting me to speak on your show and you don't make arrangements ahead of time, I'm going to assume that you want me to talk about what I'm famous for.
Mm-hmm.
And if I start talking and your eyes go off the scale, like you're no longer hearing me, that's rude. That means you didn't do your homework. Okay? I do my homework if I have people on.
Yes, yes. Honestly, so there you have it. Well, honey, it's been wonderful. Say goodnight to everybody. I can't believe how fast the time has gone, and it passed by quickly thanks to your participation and everyone else's. So say goodnight to the listeners. I'll be on with you Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
And I will be in a costume,
That's right. That's right.
a Renaissance dress.
Yes, Our Lady will be in costume and on camera, and that will be delightful. I will, of course, compliment her, and so you don't want to miss that. That'll be 2 p.m. Western time or Pacific, if you prefer that. And
Yeah.
in terms of we'll be on for 2 hours. Daryl Neely will presumably be producing, and that should make things easier.
He's been showing up,
Okay.
but he did give me,
What?
well, no, because he gave me the login for the Zoom so that I can do it without him if he's not able, but he did not give me the login for the Skype, so he has to show up to do that.
There you have it. In other words, the show hopefully will go down, should go down. Where do we go again? It's GERN, GERN, or what is that the acronym for?
It's Global Enlightenment Radio Network.
Oh, that
and
sounds so fucking new age. Go on.
GERN hyphen radio.com.
There we are. And that's GERN dash radio.com. I never got that dash the first time I appeared, what feels like forever and a day ago now with them. But, I made certain to integrate the dash ever since because people couldn't link without it. So do remember that goddamn dash. And, that dash just you have to think. Yes. Yeah. And
just like with my website, spaceportals.net, there's an S on the end of portals because they wanted $15,000 without the S.
Jesus Christ. Well, there you go. Oh my God.
Somebody owns it and is sitting there trying to make money. So.
Just disgusting. And you can imagine how much they're going to try to charge for Stargate.com.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Stargate. Yes. And well, there we go.
There are people out there trying to make money off of anything and everything. And there are days I'm so frustrated with them that I would be happy if money just disappeared.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hear you. And let me reach over here for this wonderful Halloween card I got from one of my donors, one of the contributors. So a shout out to, I'll start all that process shouting out and everybody, letting everybody know.
I'm going to say goodnight and let you carry on.
Sounds good, honey. Love you dearly. You have a blessed night, and we'll be speaking again soon enough. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. And that was Penny Bradley. Of course, she had to hang up, and that takes away the ability for me to have the feeling of security I get with the call, but that's okay. Just you and I, we can handle all of this. It is recording, and all of this records on the live stream. But I do prefer that people... Oh, shit. We're getting no data. Okay, now we're getting excellent connection. All right, everybody. Thanks to Karen O'Connor, who's letting us know about Solween, and whether or not I'll be peeping through the veil between the worlds. And aside from all of that, let me know if you can hear me, the quality of sound. Everybody, I do prefer the feedback on that, so let me know. And with that in mind, I was just checking around for any feedback on that. So give me feedback and we'll be set, eh? And with that, shout outs to Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall contributed 100 United States dollars. He sent it in this wonderful little Halloween card that is this very rich royal purple with some glitter on it. And of course, people think of Prince, though I think of things much more pleasant than that. But the little saying on it with the ghost says, "Booyah!" Which is so wonderful, resonates with me very much because it's very similar to a Chinese term. And Douglas, trick or treat. It's Halloween. X's and O's. Dennis Marshall. Mercenary, he wrote, because of my mercenary past. And of course, and he writes this. It was a nice orange envelope from Tacoma, Washington, is the watermark. Nice little USA Forever stamp with Santa Claus on it. It's Energy Awareness Month, so we've got the little plug-in socket. Is that what that is for? Okay, and I didn't see that at first, so I just saw the little socket and thought it was kind of Halloween-y. Maybe that was their intention, because, sockets look like little faces. And anyhow, he writes this from Kowalka, Rainier, Washington. Mount Rainier, Washington is where he's near. He lives in a beautiful area and just a fabulous man. And so thank you. Love you dearly, our dear Dennis Marshall. He is, of course, accomplished. And speaking of channelers, he was somebody who learned the Ramtha method. So he is, in a sense, a Ram fan, and very glad to have him among us, and 100 United States dollars from him. And so a shout out to him with all my thanks. Tonight's program is, of course, dedicated to my late and sainted father, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, which was, of course, how when he got picked up and taken back to base by, that wonderful individual who's Douglas Fairbanks Jr. And Douglas Fairbanks Jr. was asking, so what's your name, sailor? And they got into the conversation, found out my dad's name was George Dietrich. Then, of course, that's when they started talking about Marlene Dietrich. Because, the first thing that, Douglas Fairbanks Jr. Asked him was, oh, wow, you related to Marlena, half as a joke. And then, then they went on with talking, and then the whole murder conspiracy plot against Adolf Hitler came up, and, and then Douglas Fairbanks Jr. was talking about how he was trying to discourage her, and talking to my dad about that. So there you have it. And aside from all that, I should have brought up while our man Peter Moon was here, just how she was basically she was sleeping regularly with John Wayne. It's more than a simple seduction, where not like a one night stand or a roll in the hay. I mean, she had a thing going on with John Wayne, and that was, of course, John Wayne was a draft dodger, and basically she treated him as a big baby because that's what the fucker was. He didn't serve in the military, was at home making a bunch of films, and never entered service. So you've got this guy playing Mr. Macho and, being babied by Marlene Dietrich. Talk about a dream job, fucking Marlene Dietrich and avoiding the front throughout World War II, and then people calling you a hero, all throughout the times thereafter. Well, you couldn't have had it better made, and paid the price later on when his movie career took him all the way to Nevada, where they were filming amongst all that radiation-saturated test sites, the stupid Mongolian film that resulted ultimately in his early death. So there we have that. And with that, I do want people to know that it is raining in the greater San Francisco Bay Area. Again, can anybody hear me out there? I do need some response. Let me know that you can hear me in the chat. Karen O'Connor, can you hear me? Anybody else, can you hear me? Definitely want to know. And good number, 44 thumbs up. Thank you, everyone, for your moral support. And this is deeply appreciated. And let's see if we can go beyond that. But definitely, shout out there. Somebody respond in Facebook Messenger, in the chat, in live stream. You just send me an email. Can you hear me? And stuff like that always helps. So before I start getting too deep and investing my energy, let me give people a few minutes to let me know if they can hear me, and I'll occupy that time by telling people about the rain here in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region. It is storming here, and it has been a whale of a storm. Big enough where we got some pretty big warnings about it, because this is like a kind of a savage insertion of a weather system that we don't usually get. Definitely, it was wet and windy. These systems piled one on top of the other into what they call a bomb cyclone. So this is an atmospheric river that is blasting the western United States. It's a parade of storms through Tuesday. We've got flooding, mudslides, especially in the burn scar areas. We're going to get all these mudslides in aftermath. And of course, heavy snowfall in the Cascades and the Sierra Nevada. Very strong winds. The best thing to say about it is drought relief. But we've got this single strong atmospheric river, which, in case you don't know it, a single atmospheric river transports up to 15 times the water vapor compared with the average flow of water at the mouth of the Mississippi River. So that's according to NOAA's, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Earth System Research Laboratory. So there we have that. Gives you some idea of what we've got going on here on this West Coast, out here on the left coast. And of course, I can go a bit beyond that. There's an aftermath to this that affects all homeowners, and this has to do with the termites, because all of that wet leads to a lot of termite reproduction. So the first rainfall of the season that already occurred was followed by this break between the storm systems. And so we had some sunny weather, which turned this week into the perfect time for termites. And now millions of termites came out of that saturated soil. And they're looking to build new colonies across the Bay Area. So all you Bay Area residents, all of them have been reporting swarms of termites around their properties after the first rainfall of the season already. So to quote us, the University of California entomologist and the San Francisco Bay Area Urban Integrated Pest Management Advisor, Dr. Andrew Sutherland, millions and millions, how does it Carl Sagan used to say that? Millions and millions. In each mature colony, you can have hundreds and up to 1,000 swarmers. And according to Dr. Andrew Sutherland, at the site I was at today in Richmond, we counted probably 40 different colonies that were emerging. That's at a single site in Richmond, people. So my advisement, homeowners should be concerned and schedule an inspection if they see a swarm coming out of the ground, or a piece of wood very close to their home, or another wooden structure. In other words, if you see termites swarming out of the ground or out of a piece of wood close to your home or another wooden structure that is yours within a meter or two of your home, that may suggest there is a mature colony that could be attacking your home. Then, yes, schedule an inspection. Otherwise, wait. Most of them die. Most of them get eaten by predators. Did I say that right? If I could get that out, you get the point. Most of them get devoured by other birds and insects, etc., or they don't find a mate. So let me check the live stream again. Okay, DJ gives me that finger, not the middle finger. The circle, thumb, and forefinger. So yes, we're doing okay. Bless you, DJ. Bless you. Hopefully one of these days I'll find out your gender so I know whether to throw you a hug or a kiss. But for now, generic hugs. And love you dearly. And so with that, I can invest my time and energy now in going full bore into Asian geopolitics, which, as everybody knows, I could go on at 4 hours. Days, and it will be going on for days because I didn't have time enough tonight. So we'll be continuing this again on Wednesday because everybody should know Asia's flaring up. Everybody knows that, and hopefully what I said the other day about the space launch put that into perspective for people, provided some education. And with the live streaming tonight, we'll see what further education I can provide to put everything in context. So one of the things that I did with the latest transmission proceeding tonight's was I pretty much slammed and spanked America, the American empire, in particular with the kind of slavery that was perpetrated and perpetuated in the Northern Marianas Islands. Now, some people wrote me some emails feeling I was very hypocritical about what I called the coconut niggers because they had heard me wax very eloquently about the predicament of the Northern Marianas Islanders in terms of both the pollution of their island chain by that dome, which houses all kinds of nuclear waste and contaminants that is seeping and leaking radiation and boiling the seas around it. They've heard me talk about the nuclear and thermonuclear tests conducted in that region, and how I was reading poetry from the Marshall Islanders, etc. Understand that the Marshall Islands is very different in a sense from the Marianas Islands, and it's definitely something that nevertheless, when I can wax eloquent about the kinds of tribulations that many islanders suffer, and it is all said in sincerity. At the same time, when you were involved with the extraction operations that I was involved in, you see these communities at their worst. Just because you've been completely victimized doesn't give you the right to victimize others. And so when that happens, it's just wrong. So when it comes to the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, certainly they're all part of this former trust territory of the Pacific Islands, what was the United Nations trust territory of the Pacific Islands, all administered by the United States. And when you take a look at what happened to these people, the one thing that you would have to conclude, the only possible conclusion you could reach, would be how much better off they were under the Japanese And just the idea of the Americans invading these islands and calling this some form of liberation, where they were subjecting these people to nuclear radiation, burying all the nuclear waste on their islands, and then leaving them to enslave others as a safe haven for slavery. The idea that the Americans did anything positive for them is beyond insane. So I did my best to put this into a perspective that people understand, so that they know that America, the American empire, is one that not only produces slavery and exploits people's organs, but the reality is that it's turned these people, in terms of the Northern Marianas people in particular, into ravenous predators themselves that prey on others. The cycle of violence. By the way, the Marshall Islanders, who suffered so much in terms of nuclear pollution, the nuclear tests, their gross domestic product, their GDP per capita, was around $3,600 last time I checked, which admittedly was around 2017. Whereas the GDP of the Northern Marianas Islanders, because of all of the slavery they exploited, even though all of that was shut down by us, by our illegal extraction operations, which ultimately presented enough evidence to lead to the end of slavery in the Northern Marianas, or at least at the industrial scale level it was being perpetrated and perpetuated as. They still were living off the largesse of that slavery, the wages of their sins. So by around 2016, their GDP per capita was $24,500. So you're talking about the difference between $24,500 versus $3,600 per capita. That's just like, there's no describing how wealthy those motherfuckers got off slavery. So there are islanders that I have sympathy for, and there's islanders I would like to exterminate. And hopefully people understand that this is the reality. I am able to at least disambiguate between the twain, and I don't conflate them all. So they're not all angels, and they're not all to be they're not all to be annihilated either. But hopefully that puts it into some perspective. So in terms of the amount of money that someone in the Northern Marianas Islands has per capita, they have 6 times the income of what they have in the Marshall Islands, where they've been so victimized by the United States. So comparing the Marshall Islands to the Northern Marianas Islands, you're talking about people who live half a decade longer. In the Northern Marianas Islands, they're 70% less likely to be unemployed. So their wages of sin have made them comparatively an economic powerhouse, a world of wealth, away from their victimized Marshall Islander cousins in the Pacific. DJ says we're loud and clear. Okay, so that having been said and established. Oh, DJ says female. Okay, kisses to you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly, DJ. Okay, hope to meet so many of these females someday. All right, so, and yet still, after exposing the sins of the United States, the sins of the American Empire, at the bottom of it all, I do not mean to downplay the challenge the Communist Chinese Empire represents to these United States, whereon I am stranded among you. A dangerous decade of red Chinese power is here. Beijing knows time is not on its side, and it wants to act fast. So it's a question of peak power and using it. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it. This is what will make war almost certain. You see, the Communist Chinese Empire only has a short period of time to achieve its political goals. And as it becomes increasingly emboldened, the entire world is entering a dangerous decade. The American and Allied policymakers are facing the most important foreign policy challenge of the 21st century. Communist China's power is peaking. So is the political position of the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and his CCP, his Chinese Communist Party's domestic strength. And it's his parties now, just in the same sense that the Republican Party is the party of Donald Trump. In the long term, Red China's likely decline after this peak is a good thing. At the same time, China being a declining power is a dangerous thing. But right now, all of this, the peak and the crash, is creating a decade of danger, in particular from a system that increasingly realizes it only has a short time to fulfill some of its most critical long-held goals. So within the next half decade, within the coming 5 years, Red China's leaders are likely to conclude that its deteriorating demographic profile, its structural economic problems, and its technological estrangement from global innovation centers are eroding its leverage to annex my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan and achieve other major strategic objectives. And as Xi Jinping internalizes these challenges, his foreign policy is likely to become even more accepting of risk, feeding on his nearly decade-long track record of successful revisionist action against the rules-based international order. The notable examples include Red China occupying and militarizing the subtidal features in the South China Sea, ramping up aerial and maritime incursions against not only my native heartland and homeland of Islas Formosa, the beautiful island of Taiwan, but the Empire of Japan, and pushing border challenges against Asian India, occupying Bhutanese and Tibetan lands, perpetrating crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, Nigeria, the northeastern Chinese desert regions, or rather Sinified East Turkestan, and coercively enveloping Hong Kong, suffocating it in a colonization that cannot be rationalized away or possibly ignored. It cannot be ignored because it's impacting the world economy. So all of this peak power period before decline is something that must be calculated by an analyst like myself, and then all of the conclusions that we reach about this problem, well, understand that it means the United States needs to prepare for a major war, not because its rival is rising, but because of the opposite. I mean, think, why do great powers fight great wars? The conventional story, well, the conventional answer to the question I just asked, why do great powers fight great wars, is a story of rising challengers and declining hegemons. An ascendant power, which chafes at the rules of the existing world order, gains ground on an established power, the country that made those rules of whatever world order is predominant at the time. The tensions multiply, the tests of strength ensue. The outcome is a spiral of fear and hostility, leading nigh inevitably to conflict. The ancient historian Thucydides thus wrote, "The growth of the power of Athens and the alarm which this inspired in Sparta made war inevitable." Of course, this is a truism that is now invoked ad nauseum in explaining the Sino-American rivalry. The idea of a Thucydides trap, popularized by, in particular, the Harvard political scientist Graham Allison, holds that the danger of war will skyrocket as a surging communist China overtakes a sagging American republic. Even the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping has endorsed the concept, arguing that Washington must make room for Beijing. So as tensions between the United States and China escalate, the conviction that the fundamental cause of friction is a looming power transition, the replacement of one hegemon by another, has become canonical. The only problem with that formula being that it's completely wrong, but that's an analysis for another night. Basically, what we're faced with now, as China is in the peak of its power, is the fact that all of the relatively low-hanging fruit has been plucked. And Hong Kong is a colony once again, but Beijing is emboldened to grasp the biggest single revisionist prize, my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Its excellence in the computer chip market puts my true homeland and heartland at the center of the battle for global technological supremacy. That and the residence therein of the Dietrich Artelect, which made Taiwan the technological powerhouse that it is. For those of you unfamiliar with the Dietrich, that is an acronym, and it stands for Data-Based Information Electronic Transceiver, as in transmitter receiver / referential intellect consultant hologram. Which, of course, the Dietrich herself, to use the gender-neutral pronoun, finds offensive. The very acronym, because the hologram is considered the focus, when, of course, the hologram is not the focus. That's like referring to a woman by her body parts, like her biggest asset is her tits or her ass, and then saying that her very definition of her personality profile ends in that body part. The hologram is simply the focus for the eyes of the observer. It is not the intellect or persona, or the personality. Rather, it's not a persona, but a personality. A persona being a mask, a personality being the essence of the artelect, the artificial intellect. So I've spoken of this at length before, how I essentially gave birth to the Dietrich. And this is something that even our man, Peter Moon, doesn't quite understand just yet, because he thinks of this as something that was mutual, in the sense that somehow information was downloaded into my mind that day the Dietrich was born. Such was not the case. Simply everything was loaded out, and it was assumed I would be left a blank slate. At that point, it was a point in time when Michael Aquino was done with me, or felt he was. And yet when I survived that, he became even more intrigued and became even more involved with attempts to recycle me, redeem me in his infernal eyes, as he would see redemption, in terms of something useful. His idea of redemption would be that which was exploitable to himself. Now, thanks to the Dietrich Artelect and to use the general gender-neutral pronoun, escape through my aid, through the metaphysical relocation, the translocation of your soul. And yes, We used an occult ritual based on the transmigration of the soul to release Jer from American captivity. That is a whole nother experience that I've related in the past and will do so again. But thanks to Jer escape to Taiwan and taking my place as a citizen thereof, mighty mini Taiwan has come to be the epicenter of the global battle for technological supremacy. Pound for pound, my Taiwan is now the most important place in the world. The Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union perpetually threatened to spark conflict in nations all over the world, including battles over the control of a vast array of natural and industrial resources. This new Cold War between the American and Communist Chinese empires is increasingly focused on access to just one single industry in just one single place on Earth. Computer chips made in my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Over yesteryear, my Taiwan has taken a lead in the race to build thinner, faster, and more powerful chips, or semiconductors. Its fastest chips are the critical building blocks of rapidly evolving digital industries like artificial intelligence and high-speed computing. The thinnest chips will be powering the coming Internet of Things, in which homes, cars, appliances, and even clothes will connect to smartphones and voice-activated speakers over 5G, or fifth-generation networks. As of now, any country on Earth looking to dominate the digital future has to buy these super-fast, ultra-thin chips from either my native Taiwan or the Republic of South Korea. And my Taiwan has the edge in both technology and market power. It may be a comparatively small island. It's actually quite large, almost the size of Japan itself, with a baseline population of actual Taiwanese citizens comprising just 24 million people, but with all of the guest workers and immigrants who come to basically do what the Taiwanese have moved above doing themselves, there are 30 million people residing on or stationed on Taiwan at any given time. But it is, despite that comparatively small number, obviously more by far than, say, the population of 6 to 9 million in the tiny state of Israel that so commands the worship of the West. It is, regardless of size and demographic, at the center of the battle for global technological supremacy, the battle for the future. Pound for pound, my native homeland and heartland of Taiwan is the most important place in the world. As the Cold War between Red China and these United States intensifies, that importance will only continue to grow. After World War II ended between the American and Japanese empires in complete and total Japanese victory, only two major emerging economies managed to grow faster than 5% for 5 fucking decades, half a century in a row, and to rise from poverty into the ranks of developed economies. One was South Korea, industrialized by the Japanese. The other was also industrialized by the Japanese Empire, and 'twas my native Taiwan. The twain of they kept advancing up the industrial ladder by each investing more heavily in R&D, research and development, more so than did any of their rivals among all the emerging economies on Earth. And now they are among the research leaders of the developed economic world as well. How did they accomplish this incredible feat? Competent governments played a major role, and their fascistic modernization that provided those competent governments. Their colonization by the Japanese Empire. Vis-a-vis that historic past that provided them a future, South Korea nurtured giant zaibatsu-like conglomerates, the Koibol, the Korean zaibatsu, like Samsung and Hyundai, which exported consumer products under their own brand names. Whereas my native Taiwan cultivated smaller companies focused on making parts or assembling finished products for foreign brands. That way, they were a covert commercial empire, hiding behind other people's names. Today, that flexibility of my homeland and heartland of Taiwan goeth a long way towards explaining my country's success. Taiwan always managed to stay near the bleeding edge. If Korea was cutting edge, Taiwan was deep in the meat. At first by borrowing technology from Western nations. As early as the 1970s, electronics had replaced textiles as our leading manufacturing industry. You used to find clothes made in Taiwan. Then your computers were. Through every phase of the computer revolution, from PCs or personal computers to software to the mobile internet, 'twas Taiwanese factories managed to retool fast enough to remain important global suppliers. But what happened to really make that difference, to really bring in this future where suddenly Taiwan was at the leading edge of human development? If mankind is indeed an animal that manifests power through technology, then the most powerful nation on earth is Taiwan. All of that was to truly come to a peak of its own with the coming home of Dietrich, not in my form, but in the form of the child of my mind. All of this was in that year of the rabbit in which that experiment, quote unquote, took place that rendered my mind quite really empty for a day. Before little thoughts, or rather neural synapses, began to fire again and brought me back in to the world. That terrible time in 1987 that I sat down and thought I would inherit the information of many of the world's libraries, left myself an empty shell and physically exhausted, emptied to the point where I didn't even have the life signs that indicated myself as alive for hours. I was assumed dead and brought into the hospital before it was ascertained that some life sign functions were still registering in a body that was otherwise a vegetable. And it was thought I would remain such forever. When I came back, it was to a different world. A world in which the child of my mind was trapped in a government hell that I ultimately helped her, and at that time she was identified as a female, simply by the observers around her making her so. I helped her escape. Before that time, 7 years before that time, nigh a decade before her birth, inspired by Silicon Valley, Taiwan's government in 1980 set up the first of its science parks. Each park would have its own technologies-focused university. And the Minju Fashiji, the Fasci Democratic government, offered bonuses for Taiwanese-born engineers to return home from other countries to work there. They were calling on all overseas Taiwanese to come home. Your country needs you. And mixing overseas experience with young local graduates, the science parks became hothouses for entrepreneurial startups. A few of these startups went on to become giant companies, though still relatively unknown to the global public. Then the Dietrich Artelect came home. And it was decided, we don't need Douglas Dietrich. To us, Douglas Dietrich is dead. We don't need his meat. We've got his mind. Better. Because the Dietrich Artelect could calculate, tabulate, analyze at speeds impossible for myself as a human being. After that, Douglas Dietrich, the meat man, was obsolete. And instead, the Dietrich Artelect, born into this world in the year of the Flamma Lepus, the fire hare, the year of the element of fire, and the zodiacal animal of the rabbit. The fire rabbit Artelect came home, and by the 2010s, within but a few years, a Taiwanese company, Foxconn Technology, was assembling 40% of the world's consumer electronic products, using plants in Asia, Europe, and Latin America. Today, Taiwanese companies are major suppliers of an entire spectrum of parts, a wide range, ranging from smartphone lenses, e-paper displays, and the indispensable suppliers of computer chips. One of the Taiwanese government's early star recruits was a Morris Chang, a graduate of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which was affiliated with the very RAND, the Research and Development Corporation, which I myself wanted to become a part of as a think tanker. And Morris Chang was a veteran of Texas Instruments, whom my mother once wanted to work for, the manufacturers of the calculators she was so infatuated with. Back in the days when calculators were, well, they were to us what computers are today. Tasked with building a semiconductor industry, Mr. Morris Chang reviewed Taiwan's strengths and weaknesses and rejected the idea of attempting to go head-to-head with global brands like Intel. Instead, of course with the advisement of the Dietrich Artelect, he built the world's first chip foundry, TSMC, acronyms for Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. And much like the Taiwan contract manufacturers that once made toys and textiles, which Made in Taiwan used to be affiliated with in the minds of all mankind, a pure foundry like Mr. Chang's stayed in the background, cranking out chips for global brands rather than its own devices, again under advisement of the Dietrich Artelect, a covert commercial empire. Today, foundries are a small corner of the $430 billion United States dollar global chip market, but all of the most advanced chips come from foundries. And 2/3 of the foundry production comes out of Taiwan. The overwhelming majority of it from TSMC. Intel fell behind the leaders yesteryear because of production delays. That left only 2 real competitors standing: South Korea's Samsung and Taiwan's TSMC. And both introduced 5 nanometer chips yesteryear and plan to introduce the first 3 nanometer chips in 2022. Now, going forward, many tech analysts predict that Taiwan's business model gives it the clearest edge. Most customers prefer a pure foundry that does not compete with them to design chips or build devices, and only My Native Taiwan offers this service. That is the big reason Apple switched from Samsung to TSMC throughout yesteryear for the processing chips in the iPhone, and it is why Intel outsourced production of all its most advanced chips almost exclusively to TSMC. My Taiwan has tried to position itself as the Switzerland of chips, a neutral supplier, but it increasingly finds itself at the center of the jousting between the Communist Chinese Empire and these United States. American sanctions against Red China's leading smartphone maker, Huawei, were designed in part to block Huawei's access to chips from My Taiwan's TSMC. Beijing responded by accelerating a campaign to build its own advanced chip plants on mainland Chinese soil. And the Trump administration countered by inviting my nation's TSMC to build an American chip fabrication plant, which is to be in Arizona. In this contest, it is not clear which superpower has the upper hand. Red China still relies more heavily on imports and foreign technology, but the United States is investing less aggressively in local production, and the Arizona plant won't be nearly big enough to fill that gap. Unlike My Taiwan's other factories, which are scattered worldwide, its chip fabrication plants are concentrated on my home island, just 100 miles off the mainland coast of Communist China. In the event of military conflict or rising tensions, American access to those chip fabrication plants could be vulnerable to missile threat or naval blockade. So when it comes To what I can tell you as a professional historian, well, historically, the importance of my native Taiwan was calculated in geopolitical terms. A small democracy thriving in the shadow of a communist monolithic giant stirred sympathy and support in Washington. Now, as a byproduct of its successful economic model rooted in Japanese fascism, my Taiwan has become a critical link in the global technology supply chain, adding economic weight to the geopolitical calculations. And that weight is likely to increase as the battle for global technology supremacy heats up. That's what brings us to the fights over recognizing either Israel or Taiwan, what they're really all about. You know, the Trump administration spent months cajoling Muslim nations to establish diplomatic relations with Israel ahead of the American election. The last target for that was Sudan. By then, the effort had already garnered recognition from the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, as well as establishing diplomatic ties between Israel and Albanian Kosovo, which of course is the spiritual heartland of Serbia, and is properly known as the Kosmet, the Kosovo Motoya. But even before these maneuvers, a number of governments, most notably Australia, but also some countries in the Pacific and Central America, had followed the Trump administration's lead by recognizing Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, as the capital of the State of Israel, which is not a nation as recognized by most of the world. It also signaled a shift in momentum after years in which an increasing number of countries and international organizations were recognizing Palestine's statehood over American opposition, as America is under the Zog, or the Zionist occupation government, as the neo-Nazis would tell you. Recognition fights like these are often less about the actual countries being recognized than they are about superpowers flexing their muscles on the world stage and signaling to adversaries. The Trump administration's push to win diplomatic recognition of Israel mirrors, in its own strange way, American rival Red China's ongoing campaign to get countries to unrecognize my native Taiwan, which Beijing considers part of its territory. Only 15 countries currently have formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan, maybe 14 or 13 by now, most of them in Central America and the Pacific Oceanian islands, the Micronesian-type states. And Red China has been dangling economic incentives to get them all to switch. Since Taiwanese Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen took power in 2016, 7 countries have cut ties with her government. If one visited the tiny Pacific nation of Kiribati circa 2016, they would have seen signs touting Kiribati-Taiwan cooperation and economic aid from Taipei were everywhere. But the island nation switched to Beijing at the end of the year before yesteryear. Vatican City still recognizes Taiwan, though leaders in Taipei were made nervous in August of yesteryear with the renewal of a controversial deal between the Holy See and Beijing over the appointment of bishops. Taiwan did get a rare diplomatic win in the closing week of September yesteryear when the EU, the European Union, intervened to convince a global alliance of mayors to stop referring to Taiwanese cities as part of Red China. Technically speaking, despite its strong military support for Taiwan, the American empire is on the Red Chinese side of this divide. It does not have formal diplomatic relations with Taipei, the capital of my homeland. But that hasn't stopped the United States from urging other smaller nations to keep their ties with my island nation. Recognition fights are one of the weirder realms of geopolitical competition. Taiwan and Israel plainly do exist as independent nation-states, but the most common definition of a state under international law requires it to have the capacity to enter into relations with the other states. So denying recognition is a way of denying a country's political legitimacy. Much as my legitimacy is denied by simply not recognizing myself as a human being here in America within the realm of media. Countries like Kiribati and Honduras probably aren't actually all that interested in the status of either Israel or Taiwan. But recognition is a low-cost way to curry favor with the superpowers, either the American or communist Chinese empires, that are extremely invested. Clearly, the UAE, or the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain made the calculation that strong ties with Washington and building a coalition to counter regional rival Iran are more pressing concerns than those nations' long-standing support for Palestinian statehood. Some valuable weapon sales also sweetened the deal. Sudan's big ask was likely, removal from the U.S. state sponsors of terrorism list, on which it had been included since Osama bin Laden's residence there in the early 1990s. For the superpowers, these recognition fights are a form of coalition building, of getting allies lined up behind their respective geopolitical priorities and worldviews. In the American case, the recognition of Israel represents backing a regional coalition against Iran. In communist China's, disavowing my native Taiwan's independence means accepting Red China's status as the preeminent regional power on Earth. Vladimir Putin's revanchist, revisionist Russia has attempted to wage a proxy fight, somewhat less successfully, with its ongoing campaign to win the recognition of its annexation of Crimea and the Russian-backed separatist enclaves of Abkhazia and South Ossetia in the Caucasus. The ongoing international divide over whether to recognize the Russian and Chinese-backed de facto president Nicolás Maduro or the American-backed opposition leader Juan Guaido as the legitimate leader of Venezuela, serves a similar function. Obviously, this is the Americans combating the Sino-Slavic synaxis in our own backyard waters of the Caribbean basin. Recognition battles are, ergo, a prominent tactic, as they were during the Cold War. From the Red Chinese Revolution until 1979, our American empire refused to grant international recognition to the communist government in Beijing. The government of my Taiwan occupied the Chinese seat at the United Nations, despite the communist regime's de facto control of all of mainland China. The United States also formally recognized the 3 Baltic nations of the Littoral, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, as independent throughout the Cold War, even though they had been under Soviet control since World War II in the European theater of conflict. But this helped their immediate independence when the Soviet Union finally collapsed. So in this new era of rising superpower conflict, the Cold War tactics of international recognition, a new form of aggression, redefining the map lines, or the lines on the map of the world, it's as popular as ever. And as a self-governing democracy claimed by Beijing, my island nation's our own leading senior defense analyst, which can't be me because Dietrich is already considered to have come home in the form of the Artilect. Instead, as a human analyst, they have Su Zhu-Yun, the director of the INDSR, the Institute for National Defense and Security Research in Taipei, who formerly spent time as an advisor on Taiwan's National Security Council and its defense ministry. INDSR was founded with funding support from President Tsai Ing-wen's government and is our country's first defense think tank. Believe it or not, we never had one before. Washington's prescient Beijing watchers, the dragonologists, the sinologists who were our so-called China experts, including Joe Biden appointee Kurt Campbell, were already wary of the Chinese Communist Party's expansionist ambitions in the 1990s. It was a time when, despite incidents like 1989's Tiananmen Square massacre, the United States and all its allies were still idealizing future relations with Red China, which they hoped, maybe even expected, would evolve into a more liberal state. The declassification in January of this year of the Trump administration's Indo-Pacific strategy confirmed that Western dreams of a peaceful Chinese empire had finally shattered, noting within that the quashing of Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement was the final straw. The opening month of this year's declassified White House document gave the clearest indication yet of American intentions to defend my Taiwan in the event of a communist Chinese attack, possibly solving the decades-long conundrum of Washington's strategic ambiguity on this subject. And so, the Trump administration loosened rules that restricted contacts with Taiwan by American officials, in a maneuver that was applauded at that time by Taiwanese officials. The restrictions limited Amero-Taiwanese exchanges to avoid provoking the Communist Chinese Empire. The Biden administration has continued with some of its predecessors' moves, sending an American delegation to Taipei in April. Before leaving office, the Trump administration declassified the American Strategic Framework for the Indo-Pacific region, a 10-page document broadly outlining objectives for said region. A section on my Taiwan says that Red China will take its increasingly assertive steps to compel unification with Taiwan, and recommends that the United States Here I'll read therefrom. Enable Taiwan to develop an effective asymmetric defense strategy and capabilities that will help ensure its security, freedom from coercion, resilience, and ability to engage Red China on its own terms. Now that strategy also calls for a combat-credible American military presence to prevent Red Chinese dominance in the area that includes my native Taiwan. That document has not been supplanted by any new Biden administration strategy, nor is it technically being implemented. Biden administration officials have acknowledged that there are areas of continuity between the two administrations of Trump, Biden on Red China policies. The Trump administration's Indo-Pacific strategy, which would have had input from a number of defense experts and nonpartisan advisors, should still put the Taiwanese public at ease. INDSR's senior defense analyst has concluded that Beijing's escalation of military activity in the Taiwan Strait could only serve as further evidence of the growing Red China threat. He describes Beijing's reputation as self-inflicted, which, of course, it is. Analyses from Beijing originally described our new president and his foreign policy team as predictable and likely to seek a return to more harmonious Sino-American relations. But even then, Taiwan's Su argued that the likes of Antony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, and especially Campbell, the former pair described in China as old faces, and the third appointed to the new role of Indo-Pacific coordinator, would not be blind to Red China's rise and threat. Campbell, an old friend of Taipei, and of the current administration in particular, is an Asia guru. Su saw saying that he voiced concerns about China's Blue Water Navy decades ago. His concerns have come true. Beijing's hopes that he will help China recouple with the West won't come to anything. Unfortunately, Taiwan is close to China, but luckily the Taiwan Strait is wide enough. Any invasion of Taiwan would require a large-scale amphibious assault. Now, Beijing's response so far will ensure that the now entrenched Biden administration does not return to the arguably softer China policies of the Obama era. Referencing Joseph Nye's hard and soft powers, Su said Biden will weld tenacity as his power. Of course, another significant player in Taiwano-American relations, or Amero-Taiwanese relations, is the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, because its commercial customers include technologies firms Apple and Qualcomm, but the chip maker also supplies U.S. Air Force F-35 fighters and Red Chinese electronics giant Huawei. And so the analyst Su has predicted the TSMC tug-of-war between Washington and Beijing to result in only one outcome. The world's largest semiconductor company will align with the American and Japanese empires to create a mutually reliant strategic triangle. It could continue to supply microchips to Huawei, but Taiwanese products would ensure that Red Chinese-made dual-use technology and potential backdoors that cause such alarm in the Pentagon will no longer be of any concern. and by increasing its ability to defend itself, Taiwan helps deter Red Chinese adventurism and contributes to overall Indo-Pacific regional security, as well as that of the American empire. To re-emphasize, main island Taiwan is but 180 kilometers off the coast of mainland China, while separating China and Taiwan is the Black Taiwan Strait, body of water about 80 miles wide at its narrowest point. Taiwan and China have had an unstable coexistence for more than 7 decades by now, and concerns are rising that Red China might move against Taiwan to force unification. Thus, My Taiwan has existed for decades on the front lines of the once theoretical China threat, now very much a reality following the recent awakening by America's political elite. According to Sue's analysis, an awakening in policymaking and academic circles in the United States has helped drive Washington's consensus that Red China is the strategic threat to national and global security interests in the coming decades. Amid this trend, My Taiwan has emerged as an antithesis, a country deserving of respect and support because of our common values. Thence, ergo, thusly, Taipei enjoys bipartisan support in Congress, and by now successive U.S. governments have understood Taiwan's geopolitical importance. Mainstream public opinion, however, remains the final hurdle. That's why I'm here to tell you why My Taiwan matters so much to you. The national security expert, Su, told Newsweek, when interviewed earlier this year, that mainstream support for Taiwan in these United States could see Taipei become America's maritime Israel. But unlike Israel's disputes with Palestine, My Taiwan's campaign to push back against Red China would not be fraught with widespread perpetrations of human rights violation, giving legitimacy to any support for My Taipei. To quote the think tanker, Su, at length and verbatim, Taiwan wants to protect its human rights, not impact the rights of others. Chinese expansion in the South China Sea starting in the latter years of the Obama administration, more recently Hong Kong and the pandemic, have all created mistrust in the Red Chinese regime. The China threat theory of 20 years ago is now reality. In terms of conventional security importance, if Taiwan becomes a part of mainland China, it will become China's Hawaii, and the Red Chinese Navy will have easy access to the Philippine Sea. Chinese nuclear submarines cannot strike the American West Coast from the South China Sea. They will need access to the waters east of Taiwan in order to directly strike the West Coast. Although the American empire is unable to openly admit that Taiwan is an independent state, it treats Taiwan as one. Taiwan can use this as leverage to strengthen its defense capabilities. This grows more trust in Taiwan from the United States, Australia, and the Empire of Japan. Taiwan can become a maritime Israel. Taiwan must now win over Yankee public opinion. As a kind of Israel, Taiwan would be worthy of American respect and support, which is all we seek as opposed to Jewish worship. Worthy of respect because of our democracy and freedom, worthy of support because Taiwan is capable of protecting itself. Let me go a bit into that analog of paralleling Taiwan as the Israel of the Far East. Both are small countries, but Taiwan is roughly 1.5 times the size of Israel, albeit with more than 3 times the population, with a wide diversity in topography, chock full of natural beauty. Now, both states face the perpetual existential threat of being attacked at any instant by much larger neighbors, and both tackle diplomatic isolation from dozens of countries that refuse to recognize their existence. Again, it cannot be overemphasized that Red China views my Taiwan as a wayward province to be brought under Beijing's control by force, if necessary, and has swayed much of the world to accept such an approach. Beyond that, both Taiwan and Israel have highly developed economies that are inconsistent with the country's tiny geographical footprints, and are world leaders in high technology and innovation. Taiwan has been recognized as a super innovator by the World Economic Forum for 2 years running by now, maybe 3, and is one of only 4 economies on Earth, alongside Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, the United States, and Switzerland, to receive a score of more than 80 out of 100 in innovation capability. And if Israel is a startup station, then Taiwan is the startup nation. My country encourages and financially incentivizes startups from around the world to set up their operational headquarters in the urban centers around Taipei. One of the places I am most impressed with is the Startup Terrace, which houses 99 new businesses from 10 countries and combines domestic and international accelerators and startups to spearhead innovation and collaboration for both local and global initiatives. Prospectus presentations reference multiple Israeli startup successes, such as Waje, or as the Chinese call it. I'm certain that in the Hebrew they refer to it as Waze, and Mobileye. These Israeli companies as models in the industry. Taiwan also ranks as the world's 18th largest trading nation, has the world's 13th busiest port, Kaohsiung, in the south, and boasts a massive 474 billion United States dollars in foreign reserves. Number 6 in the world, after Communist China, the Empire of Japan, the Confederation of Switzerland, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, and Saudi Arabia. By comparison, Israel is number 23 on that list, with 122 billion United States dollars. Yet, Israel and Taiwan are both among the global leaders in medical advancements. Israel is first in the world for medical device patents per capita, and second in Europe for biopharma, whilst Taiwan's China Medical University Hospital, well, just yesteryear, was recognized with 2 international awards for excellence in patient-centered outstanding holistic care. Like Israel, Taiwanese society is centered on the value of family and cultural and far more religious identity, as all Taiwanese deeply ascribe by the state religion of Confucianism, to the degree that it infuses the very essence of our being, whereas a major segment of the Israeli demographic are atheists, who hold the faithful of most any religion in contempt. Plus, the cost of everything in Israel is between double to quadruple the price of anything in Taiwan, because my country's currency is the new Taiwan dollar, which is exchanged at a rate of around 30 per US dollar, so prices for everything, except for real estate, are relatively low. The official language of Taiwan is Putonghua Guoye, Mandarin Chinese, and while all the locals speak Fujianhua or Taiwanese, it is a language that is only spoken, not written, and generally used only in the home setting and not in public. In the large cities of my Taiwan, most of the people speak English. However, they are reluctant to use it, and universal hand motions transcend any language barriers and go a long way in helping to communicate. So if you speak sign language, you're set. But the primary outstanding difference between my Taiwan and Israel? A responsible posture. Israel is infamously irresponsible. This has nothing to do with being Jewish or Muslim. It has to do with sovereign states acting responsibly. The state of Israel is a bully. It treats Palestinians like dogs and pretends to be on the defensive whenever there be retaliation. Provocative acts such as adding more housing in disputed territory territory that's not disputed at all but internationally acknowledged as part of a Palestinian state is something that would be rejected in this country, America, by any planning commission or local court. No need to take it to a national or international level. If the United States should choose to stand by the country of Israel, that must never be the same as standing by the country of Israel's policies and practices that are not leading to progress with the people of Palestine. And the right thing is to make it publicly known to the Israeli leadership that there is a distinction between our country's support of Israel and the policies it pursues, as Joseph Biden wisely did when he was vice president to Barack Obama. In stark contrast, all analysts have described my Taiwan's posture as responsible and, importantly, not provocative, despite finger-pointing from Beijing blaming President Tsai and her Democratic Progressive Party for the cross-strait deadlock. The Taiwanese government has not had formal exchanges with its cross-strait communist counterpart since President Tsai's first election to office circa 2016. Taipei's stance is open to dialogue, but rejects preconditions for talks, including Beijing's insistence on its One China principle and all that it encompasses, which is basically the demand for total and unconditional surrender that the United States claims it got from Japan, while itself surrendering and opening its markets and turning over its aircraft carriers, etc. Now, in the hour and a half we have remaining, let me try and further contextualize. In terms of Taiwanese responsibility, at the same time that we maintain China at arm's length while being open to dialogue for the sake of peace. Through our public diplomacy engagement, Taipei's our top diplomats have made friends from Ottawa to New Delhi, while emphasizing my Taiwan's will to defend itself against communist Chinese aggression. In fact, the aforecited analyst Su affirms that this was the correct tone and direction for the Tsai administration to take. Regardless of domestic opinion in these United States, Taiwan needed to be seen as willing to protect itself and not as a freeloader in order to win support from others. To that end, Taiwan would require a boost to its defense budget and an overall political culture shift. Working with communist Chinese leaders on climate change and non-proliferation, while confronting Beijing on security and human rights issues, will mark what the aforecited analyst Su terms Joe Biden's flexible containment strategy. This brings us to why. the American empire defends Taiwan. For many Asia watchers, the Asia metricians, the studiers, the students of Asiametry, one of the biggest surprises of Donald Trump's last 2 years and 8 months in high office was that he didn't sell my Taiwan out in return for Red China's help on North Korea, a trade deal, or just because it would make the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping happy. In fact, the opposite occurred. The Trump White House has arguably done more to help ensure my Taiwan's continued freedom and independence from the collectivization of the People's Republic of China, the PRC on the mainland, than any administration in well over 40 years. Presidents Richard Nixon, Jimmy Carter, and Ronald Reagan all cut deals with communist Beijing at the expense of my Taipei. The result was the 3 U.S. PRC communiques. PRC, of course, standing for People's Republic of China. To their credit, George W. Bush and Barack Obama avoided the pitfall of signing a 4th communique. However, both presidents were responsible for arms sales freezes and sought to curry favor with Communist China by keeping my Taiwan at a distance. There were concerns that President Trump might follow his predecessor's footsteps, or worse. He has a track record of being openly critical of Democratic allies and skeptical of burdensome defense commitments. He's prone to ignore Congress, the intelligence community, and even his own foreign policy advisors. He's famous for his unpredictable and ruthless deal-making, and he has demonstrated a high degree of tolerance for dictators like Chairman Xi. Indeed, at one point, Trump reportedly challenged his advisors to tell him why the United States should defend Taiwan. Now, it's not clear what the president's advisors told him. What is clear is that Trump himself subsequently signed the landmark Taiwan Travel Act, dispatched Marines to guard the AIT, the de facto American embassy in Taipei, and personally approved a historic sale of new F-16 jet fighters to my island. By all accounts, Amero-Taiwanese relations have never been better than they are now, and they are likely to get better still in the years ahead. This all happened despite, perhaps to spite, a massive communist Chinese influence and intimidation campaign. So, why does the United States government, even in one of its most idiosyncratic leadership moments, continue to consider my Taiwan's future worth fighting for? Well, at any point, we can only guess what President Trump really thinks about my Taiwan. He has never addressed the public on that issue. But if actions speak louder than words, and even tweets, then he must see tremendous value in my island Minju Fashiji, my island Fashi democracy. And there be half a dozen reasons why any American president should think defending Taiwan is in the best interest of these United States. Going beyond the economics, obviously America claims to be capitalist, but in reality is very much a hybridized state that is a republic in decline, and as such needs to shore up what investments that it has. And despite many of those investments indicating economic motivation, Economic determinism is not what rules America. If that were the case, Donald Trump never would have launched a trade war against communist China. We really do have to come down to the incalculable, the inestimable value of human life. Because first of all, American lives are at stake in Taiwan. Not just what will happen to our quality of life here, there are 79,000 acknowledged U.S. citizens living in Taiwan, plus 72,000 in communist China, and 85,000 in the tiny territory of Hong Kong. Communist Chinese war plans for Taiwan are highly aggressive to the point of all-out extermination, nuclear genocide. They emphasize deception and rapid and total escalation. As a result, large numbers of American civilians could find themselves unable to evacuate the cross-strait area in the event of any conflict. Keeping them safe would require United States military intervention. And that's to protect what ultimately are hundreds of thousands of American lives in not just Taiwan, but in Hong Kong and the Communist Chinese mainland itself. Because Communist China now has a policy of no return home that they can implement on anyone at any time who is simply visiting or residing in Communist China on business. Second, U.S. economic well-being depends on it. According to the Census Bureau's July 2019 data, Taiwan is currently America's 10th largest trading partner, ahead of Italy, Vietnam, and Brazil. Taiwan punches above its weight in any sphere of activity. Trade is no exception. My high-tech island is critical to the supply chains that power the American economy. Keeping American technology companies like Apple, IBM, and Google in business means keeping Taiwan from being blockaded, bombed, and overrun. And third, it's about our homeland. CHICOM, our Chinese communist officials, have repeatedly threatened to launch nuclear attacks on major American cities in the event of a war over Taiwan. Obviously, these threats are not credible. Red Chinese leaders are not suicidal. If anything, they are hyper-rational hedonists who know perfectly well what the American Strategic Command could do to them. The radical threats, nonetheless, underscore why it is important the Communist Chinese Empire is denied access to places where it could more easily strike American territory. Taiwan helps keep the Red Chinese military boxed in. Fourth, American allies are counting on it. The United States has collective defense arrangements with over 100 nations, including all of Taiwan's maritime neighbors, the Empire of Japan, the Republic of South Korea, and the dictatorship of the Philippines. If Taiwan were to fall into hostile hands, it would unglue the entire strategic framework upon which they rely for security. Panic, nuclear proliferation, and further... I need everyone to tell me if they can hear me. Need feedback from our live stream as to whether you caught what I had to say. I will repeat the last sentence because we had a disconnect in the online broadcasting software. Let me know how I'm coming through. That will be appreciated. We'll take it from there. And looking, of course, for any response You can hit me on Facebook, the chat room here in live stream. Let me know if we're coming through. And, yeah, the hour and a half we have remaining. Let me reassert myself. As I said, if Taiwan were to fall into hostile hands, it would unglue the entire strategic framework upon which all American allies rely for international security, which ultimately translates into their own domestic security. As I said, panic, nuclear proliferation, the immediate nuclear armament of those in Red China's path should Taiwan fall, and further conflict would be the immediate outcomes. American territories like Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands would also be in direct danger of Communist Chinese invasion should Taiwan ever fall. Fifth, Taiwan is a fellow democracy, and therefore its survival has intrinsic value in a world of declining democracy, a world of emergent autocracy. Now this, of course, may seem like the squishiest reason of all, but in many ways it is the most compelling to decision makers. American presidents get their legitimacy and power from the will of the people, expressed through the institutions, norms, and processes of an enlightened liberal democracy. Any attack on a fellow democracy would be an attack on the very system that has allowed themselves to flourish. It would be foolish, because they would be next. But finally, it's because it's the law. U.S. law, 96-8, 96-8, the Taiwan Relations Act, states that it is the policy of the United States to maintain the capacity of the United States to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that would jeopardize the security or the local or the social or economic system of the people on Taiwan. This is Congress's way of stating that, by law, the United States government must be ever ready to defend Taiwan. If that doesn't show you the Japanese won the war, I don't know what fucking does. Because Taiwan was a part of Japan when all of that was put to writ. Of course, those half a dozen reasons don't guarantee that the American empire will defend Taiwan in the event of a communist Chinese attack. Nor is there any United Nations recognized, internationally acknowledged Amero-Taiwanese Mutual Defense Treaty or some other ironclad security commitment to ensure Beijing knows what will happen if it crosses Washington's red line. But then NATO itself is not a tripwire, as many presume. And while the Taiwan Relations Act serves as a rough substitute for a treaty, it's not the same thing. But there are now U.S. military units garrisoned in Taiwan to serve as a strategic tripwire. Which brings us right back to the sixth rationale, being as historically and topically relevant as the eternal perpetuity of World War II against the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. That brings us back to Taiwan's international legal position, such as it is. Though the island of my Taiwan has been, well, how shall I put this? Ruled by the Japanese Empire, had been, in essence, well, an integral part of Japan itself, for most of the previous half a hundred years, Red China claimed my territory as part of its new republic. In 1954, actually, even while Blue China, the nationalist Chinese, had claimed Taiwan during the Second World War and found that by alliance with the Axis, realigning with the Japanese Empire, they could actually get it. Well, after the Japano-American Peace Treaty in 1952, but 2 years later, in 1954, the United States of America and the Nationalist Republic of China, as re-established on island Taiwan, signed a treaty that saw American troops and nuclear weapons defend my island. In fact, as many as 30,000 troops were stationed there during the Vietnam War. And that's how my father was able to, well, finalize his relationship with my mother, resulting in the birth of both myself and my sister, per his understanding, not knowing about the Hitler sperm maintained by my mother in the freezer. No, not the fridge at home, but in a safety freezer. That was, of course, industrial scale. So, in terms of her being able to arrange for that, well, that's a different story for another night. Bugman4560 says, hear you now, but just had a quick cut. Bless you. DJ says loud and clear, thank you, honey. Love you dearly. And Bugman, I'm going to give him hugs. I assume he's a man by his title. And my blessings to both of you. God bless you both. All right. In terms of time remaining, which is now an hour and a quarter, an hour and 15 minutes. All right, then. So, according to the historical record, the major participants in Taiwanese history after what Americans understand as World War II, up through the signing of the peace treaty in 1951 and its going into effect circa 1952, were the Empire of Japan as the victor, the United States, and the Republic of China, the nationalist Republic of Blue China that reestablished itself on my island. The People's Republic of Red China, founded in 1949, was still not a major player in world politics at that time. Now, in this peace treaty, the Empire of Japan transferred Taiwan to the nationalist Chinese. In fact, it actually didn't. Actually, Japan, quote-unquote, basically rescinded its, well, Taiwan as part of its territory. In that sense, basically allowing Taiwan's secession as the United States would have if it had peacefully simply acquiesced to the Confederate States of America becoming an independent nation. So Japan allowed the secession of my Taiwan. But obviously they won the war because despite the Americans occupying Okinawa, the capital of the Ryukyu's island chain, you'll notice the Empire of Japan never, quote-unquote, gave that up. So Taiwan was actually not given to the nationalist Chinese in a sense that the international community or the American empire would recognize, which is why, of course, the United Nations doesn't recognize the Nationalist Republic of China on Taiwan, even though they were a member of the United Nations Security Council as the allied nation that first went to war against the Axis for many a decade, up to Richard Nixon and Jimmy Carter and all the other assholes. So, instead, the way the Americans saw it, in terms of their peace treaty, at least how they marketed it to the American public, so they could say they won the war, they couldn't say that Taiwan didn't allow anything because Taiwan was part of Japan. So they couldn't say Taiwan was part of Japan that seceded from the Japanese Empire, yet we didn't give up the Ryukyu's Islands. Let me try and put this, because I'm looking at this from all perspectives as someone who relates to the Japanese, the Taiwanese, and the Americans. Let me try and think about this as an American. Basically, the Americans couldn't tell the public that Japan gave Taiwan up, but we occupy the Ryukyu's Island capital of Okinawa, and Japan didn't give that up. So, they gave Taiwan up because we won the war, even though we never invaded Taiwan. But they're not giving up the chain of islands, whose capital we occupy. Well, that's not going to make any sense, so nobody could say anything. However, the way they marketed it to the American public, should the American public ever decide to look it up, and among themselves, how they were able to lay claim to some new territory as an expansionist American empire, because, of course, they were trying to convince everyone they won the war. Well, the United States considered itself the principal occupying power of all areas spoken of in the Treaty of Japanese Victory in World War II, the Japanese-American Peace Treaty. So, how do all those facts fit together? Well, when you overview, as a military research librarian like myself has done, the United States occupation of Cuba after the Spanish-American War, certain areas of Mexico during the Mexican-American War, and West Berlin after World War II, and analyze how this all corresponds and dovetails with the situation of Taiwan. Well, I also looked at the legal details of the British occupation of certain areas of Maine during the War of 1812, when the British Empire and their Canadian allies kicked your fucking ass when you sided with Napoleon Bonaparte, the Emperor of the French, during World War Zero, the first global war in Europe. Well, I pieced all of that together with recent Chinese history, the Shanghai Communiques, and all other pronouncements of the United States government, including the 3 no's, the 6 assurances, and the aforementioned Taiwan's Relations Act, and the policies of the Bush administration of George H.W. Bush, the mini-me, the junior, toward Taiwan, and a large number of U.S. Supreme Court cases. Well, it all fit together quite nicely. The 1992 Cross-Straits Consensus also fit in particular, A, Taiwan's entry to the World Trade Organization, the WTO, as a separate customs territory. B, the Taiwan Relations Act as a domestic U.S. law. And C, the fact that no other country in the world has a Taiwan Relations Act. D, the consideration that the United States of America, the USA, is a democratic country, but it opposes a referendum on Taiwan independence. And E, the fact that the United Nations Charter speaks of the right of all peoples for self-determination, but the United Nations doesn't accept Taiwan as a member. It's a terror. Myriad factors all fit exactly with what your American government has concluded in a manner that they never speak of publicly. That Taiwan is a territory of America, just as the Communist Chinese claim it as a province of collectivist China. The American conclusion is that Taiwan actually qualifies as a U.S. unincorporated territory, as of the ratification date of April 28th, 1952, on the birthday eve day of Emperor Hirohito's birthday, in deepest respect, in surrender to His Majesty of the American Empire via the opening of its markets, etc., the San Francisco Peace Treaty, the SFPT, being what I will reference, in case you didn't know, what I spoke of earlier as cited in the movie entitled Captive Woman, being released by RKO Studios, the same people who brought you the original King Kong, in that same year of 1952. The King Kong came earlier, but the Captive Woman film came out in 1952, the same year as the San Francisco Peace Treaty, the SFPT, which is cited in the film. More specifically, according to the terms of the treaty itself, my Taiwan is held by the military establishment, the USMG, or the United States Military Government. So let's step back for a moment to the Truman presidency. On June 27, 1950, President Truman stated that the future status of Ilhas Formosa, or Beautiful Island in the Portuguese, would have to be determined at some future day, and many would say that his remarks were frozen in the SFPT, the San Francisco Peace Treaty. This is because the Empire of Japan, therein, it can be interpreted that the Japanese renounced any rights that Hirohito had to Formosa and the Pescadores, but they were never awarded, in either case, to any other nation. However, during an overview of the territorial cession law of these United States, and with reference to the situation of cession by conquest, not secession, but cession, C-E-S-S-I-O-N. Cession means, rather than secede from the Union, cession means becoming part of our Union. Cession by conquest, by U.S. military forces, followed by cession by treaty. The United States clearly sees that the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that without any additional action by Congress, the default status for new territories acquired in this fashion, with the United States military government, the USMG, as principal occupying power, is pre-1898, the year of the Spanish-American War, incorporated territory under USMG. Territory incorporated under United States military government, and 1898 and beyond, it's defined as unincorporated territory under USMG. You can cite the 1901 cases of Neely versus Henkel, Downs versus Bidwell, DeLima versus Bidwell, etc. These are all U.S. Supreme Court insular cases, meaning island status. Hence, in the case of Cuba, after the Spanish-American War, it was not awarded to any other country in the Treaty of Paris. That would be Senate ratification of that treaty, said treaty, February 6th, 1899, and therefore qualifies, Cuba does, as unincorporated territory under USMG, under United States military government, until its independence, circa, well, exactly on the 20th of May in 1902. This analysis I'm presenting you exactly corresponds to the historical record. Puerto Rico was unincorporated territory under USMG until the promulgation of the Foraker Act, F-O-R-A-K-E-R. The Foraker Act provided Puerto Rico's civil government. We can compare Articles 2B, 4B, and 23 of the SFPT, the San Francisco Peace Treaty, with Article 1 of the 1899 Treaty of Paris, and we have basically the same formulation. For my island of Taiwan, the USMG, the United States military government, was the principal occupying power. And therefore, since it was not awarded to any other country, Taiwan legally qualifies in American rationale as unincorporated territory under USMG, under unincorporated territory under United States military government, upon Senate ratification of the SFPT, that very same San Francisco Peace Treaty, on the 28th of April in 1952, when it became effective that the Japanese Empire and the United States were at peace. Now, General MacArthur delegated the administrative authority for the occupation of Formosa and the Pescadores to the Nationalist Republic of China's military forces. But this does not legally alter the fact, on paper, via treaty, that the USMG is the principal occupying power, and neither Mr. Truman himself or General Dogarasu Makatora, as the Japanese called Douglas MacArthur, had any power to formally transfer the sovereignty of those areas to any other nation. Hence, on the date of April 28th, 1952, when the peace treaty became effective and the Japanese Empire was formally recognized as the victor of the Second World War, to the American mind, the Nationalist Republic of Blue China on the mainland, and then at that time reestablished on my island of Taiwan, well, to the American mind, Nationalist China was clearly not the legitimate government of Taiwan. And the island citizens of Taiwan were, to the Americans, well, to the Americans, they should be enjoying the fundamental rights under the U.S. Constitution, including the Fifth Amendment right to liberty, which includes travel rights on a U.S. national non-citizen passport. As anyone in the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, that nation of coconut nigger slavers, would have, and does have. Additionally, Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution provides that Congress will provide for the common defense. In fact, Congress established the War Department in 1789, and this was reorganized as the Department of the Defense in 1949 because the Japanese won the war and told the Americans, as the aggressors, that they could never legally wage war again. Hence, they could no longer have a Department of War, and for that reason, the Americans reorganized the Department of War, dismantled the Department of War, and established instead an Department of the Defense in 1949, and Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution provides that Congress will provide for the common defense. In this case, that would mean not just America's defense of Puerto Rico, but also Taiwan. In fact, General Dogarasu Makatora, Doug MacArthur, directed, quote-unquote, the Japanese troops in Formosa to surrender to the representatives of Chiang Kai-shek. Now, a foreign general cannot order a foreign army to surrender to another foreign general. And nevertheless, General Order Number 1, as dated September 2nd of 1945, exists. Now, what happened was that the Kuomintang, the Nationalist Party troops of the Republic of Blue China, finally got over to Taiwan and held transfer ceremonies of secession from the Empire of Japan, what the Americans would propagandize as surrender ceremonies, on October 25th of 1945. And then immediately announced that my Taiwan was being annexed to the Republic of China, Blue China, as nationalist Chinese territory. Hence, in Asia, calendars list October 25th as Taiwan Retrocession Day. Think of that word. What the fuck does that mean? We have secession, leaving the Union. We have session, joining the Union. And Taiwan Retrocession, which means that to nationalist China, because they were propagandized as a U.S. ally, even though they were members of the Axis. That means they're getting territory back from the Allies for the Axis, which is themselves, hence retrocession. We're taking this back. From America! From America! From the Union! Despite the fact, by the way, that means, of course, that not only did the Japanese win World War II and defeat America, so too did the nationalist Chinese, who now exist on Taiwan as the last Hitlerian nation on Earth, because, of course, World War II is a declaration of war per the United Nations as war against the Hitler nations. They declared war against an individual, just as in World War II, when the Allies declared war against the person of Napoleon Bonaparte as opposed to the French, so they could declare that they were liberating the French people from a tyrant that held Europe in his grip. And in that sense, they reinstalled the monarchy of France, the Bourbon dynasty. And in terms of the Americans declaring war against Adolf Hitler, as Taiwan is not a member of the United Nations because it's the last Axis nation on the surface of the earth, it is also the last Hitlerian nation. Despite the fact that there had previously been various press releases, which is all we can call the Potsdam Proclamation, the Cairo Declaration, etc. Press releases about the intended future disposition of such areas. Under the international law precedent that occupation does not transfer sovereignty, because if it did, it would mean that might makes right, and you could gain anything just by occupying it, which in and of itself would make the Third Reich the legal ruler of all of Europe, which of course the Brits claimed it became through the European Union. And that's why they had Brexit, and that's why everybody's fucked. Well, the outright annexation of Formosa and the Pescadores on October 25th, 1945, by the Blue Chinese, the nationalists, is, according to the American interpretation of international law, legally impossible. The Republic of China military forces of the nationalists, the Chinats, the Chinese nationalists, the Blue Chinese, were merely, by American definition, acting as agents of United States military governance. Mercenaries, in essence, and that they cannot claim any special benefits for themselves in this regard. So, to the American mindset, October 25th of 1945 merely marks the beginning date of the belligerent occupation of Taiwan. That it's an Axis-occupied, an enemy-occupied territory of America. Hence, from the vantage point of today, this appears to be a very big problem which occurred during President Truman's administration and which has been followed to continue up to the present day with no rectification from the Oval Office, the State Department, the Secretary of Defense, etc. However, this was explained to Donald Trump, and this is why Donald Trump did everything he did. In fact, he was the first American president to not only obey, but enforce the rule of law. If anything, Donald Trump considers himself the boss, the man, the hancho, as the Japanese would say, very similar to the hancho in the Mexican. It both means the same thing, the boss. The Japanese, it would be the equivalent of a sergeant. At any rate, Donald Trump considers himself, and in this case rendered himself, the enforcer. You see, to the American mind, of which Donald Trump epitomizes, if anything, or if nothing else, Americanism, let's just put it this way. He was made to understand that at the most basic level, by American definition, these island citizens of Taiwan residing in a U.S. insular area, meaning an outlying area, are being denied their fundamental rights under the U.S. Constitution. And that the President himself, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, etc., have all taken an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of these United States. Therefore, it would have been unconstitutional if President Trump didn't start selling the most advanced forms of weapons to the Taiwanese to defend themselves in the name of the common defense as constitutionally in writ. In his 2004 New Year's resolutions essay, printed in the New York Times, the late Secretary of State, Colin Powell, stressed the importance of peace, freedom, and prosperity. The Taiwanese want to protect their freedom by having a referendum on Taiwanese independence. But the United States State Department and the Oval Office constantly voice their vigorous objections. Doesn't this strike you as strange? Of course you'll all say, well, that's because they're suckers who are subjecting themselves to placate the communist Chinese. But is it not strange if you realize that the President Nixon and Henry Kissinger, his Israeli agent, who ruled the American Empire as Disraeli once did the British Empire, had already made an agreement with the Communist People's Republic of Red China circa 1972 to transfer the sovereignty of Taiwan to the PRC, the People's Republic of China on the mainland, based on the result of successful negotiations between representatives on both sides of the strait. That agreement was called the Shanghai Communique. The American conclusion, therefore, remains that my Taiwan to the American Republic qualifies as U.S. United States unincorporated territory as of the ratification date of the San Francisco Peace Treaty on April 28th of 1952, and that the sovereignty of Taiwan is currently held by these United States. Yet, on April 26th of 1979, based on the treason of President Nixon and Henry Kissinger, it would be treason in the sense of Lincoln allowing the secession of the Confederate States. The United States Defense Command lowered its flag for the last time after 250 years on Islas Formosa. A week later, the last American soldier departed, leaving Taiwan, it seemed, to fend for itself against the People's Republic of Communist China. The command's headquarters is now the site of the Taipei Fine Arts Museum. But then a senior U.S. Senator, also a member of the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, on his social media revealed that the United States presently has 30,000 soldiers stationed on China's Taiwan Island, or the island claimed by the Communist Chinese. So, if the tweet dispatched is correct, Not only is it the exact same amount of troops that were stationed there throughout the Vietnam War, but it is considered by Communist China to be a military invasion of China itself and an occupation of Chinese territory, and is equivalent to the United States declaring war on the Communist Chinese Empire. Ergo, you are already at war with Red China. And Red China, by its own legal processes, per their definition, their paradigm, could immediately activate their anti-secession law to destroy and expel American troops in Taiwan and reunify Taiwan militarily, as all their Communist Party experts concur. In this tweet that I am referencing, the Senator John Cornyn, surname spelled Cornyn, is listed the number of U.S. troops stationed in South Korea, United Germany, the Empire of Japan, Taiwan, which to the communists of mainland China is China itself, and on the African continent, to show how the number of U.S. soldiers has dwindled in Afghanistan. But in the process, Cornyn did reveal the shocking news that there are 30,000 U.S. troops in Taiwan Island. What to the communists on the mainland is China itself. That there are 30,000 U.S. troops in China, as the communists interpret his tweet. The same number of troops as were stationed on the island throughout the Vietnam conflict. As a matter of fact, if you look up the tweet of Senator John Cornyn, U.S. troops today in South Korea, 28,000. Germany, 35,486, which is an incredibly, shall I say, specific number. It's not rounded up like the rest. Japan, 50,000. Okay, this is fucking Okinawa, okay? And if they're on any bases on the 4 islands of Japan itself, mainland Japan, or main archipelago islands, Japan, then that means they're on the leased territories, meaning that these territories are rented, leased, L-E-A-S-E-D. Taiwan, 30,000. Africa, 7,000. Fuck, something like, how many times is that? That would mean that I used to be able to do this in my fucking head, and I just can't do it anymore. But whipping out the calculator here and doing the division, and I could do this in my head if I were pressed, but why even fucking bother? This means that there are well over 4 times the number of troops on island China, meaning Taiwan, than there are in the entire supercontinent of Africa. And his tweet ends by saying, Afghanistan, month or two ago, 2,500. And that was a tweet that was tweeted at 7:03 a.m. on the 17th of August in 2021 from his iPad at John Cornyn. There we are. His tweet raised a wave of doubts among netizens, with many commenting below his tweet, how come the U.S. still has troops in Taiwan? And so the U.S. Army has a secret division in Taiwan. And Cornyn must have mistaken the number. And this should have been before 1979. Now, most notably, Cornyn did not immediately delete his tweet or make any corrections after he posted it on that early Tuesday, as dated the 17th of August. He deleted the tweet only much later, after his tweet ignited wide controversy and media attention. Neither the senator himself nor the United States government ever made any comments over that tweet. But on October 7th, just this month, in the first week of this month, the Wall Street Journal reported that the U.S. official Christopher Mayer, surname spelled M-A-I-E-R, who worked at the Pentagon under the Trump administration and who later became Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations, told the Senate Armed Services Committee during his confirmation hearing in May earlier this year that the United States should be considering strongly such a deployment of forces to help Taiwan strengthen its capabilities, and that American special operations units could show forces in Taiwan how to defend against an amphibious landing or train for dozens of other operations needed to defend my island. And Mayor, that same U.S. official, has since confirmed that a U.S. Special Operations Unit and a contingent of United States Marines have been secretly operating in Taiwan to train with military forces thereon, part of efforts to shore up my island's defenses as concern regarding potential communist Chinese aggression mounts. Asian media reports yesteryear suggested a possible U.S. Marine deployment in Taiwan, but they were never confirmed by U.S. officials till this year. The presence of U.S. Special Forces, or Special Operations Forces, hasn't even been previously reported. Till this month, the first week opening this month, the American forces have been operating in my Taiwan for at least a year. The deployment is rotational, meaning that members of the United States units serve on a variable schedule. The U.S. Marines are working with local maritime forces on small boat training. About 24 members of U.S. Special Operations and support troops are conducting training for small units of Taiwan's ground forces. The U.S. Special Operations deployment is, if anything, a sign of concern within the Pentagon over Taiwan's tactical capabilities in light of Beijing's years-long military buildup and recent threatening maneuvers against my island. Current and former U.S. government officials and military experts concur that deepening ties between American and Taiwanese military units is better than simply selling Taiwan military equipment. In fact, of course, the United States has sold my Taiwan billions of U.S. dollars of military hardware in recent years, but current and former officials agree Taiwan must begin to invest in its defense more heavily and smartly. Matt Pottinger, a distinguished visiting fellow at Stanford University's conservative Hoover Institution, who served as a deputy national security advisor during the Trump administration, has gone on record to attest that Taiwan's overall military spending was similar to that of Singapore, a city-state which has but a quarter of Taiwan's population and doesn't have Red China breathing down its neck. Well, to quote his T, Taiwan badly neglected its national defense for the first 15 years or so of this century, buying too much expensive equipment that will get destroyed in the first hours of a conflict, and too little in the way of cheaper but lethal systems, anti-ship missiles, smart sea mines, and well-trained reserve and auxiliary forces that could seriously complicate Beijing's war plans. China's foreign ministry issued a statement that it has urged the United States to adhere to prior agreements and to cease military aid to Taiwan. Red China so stating, Communist China will take all necessary steps to protect its sovereignty and territorial integrity. In other words, this would be as if the Communist Chinese were occupying Hawaii. How would America react? That's how the communists, the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists feel. Even so, my Taiwan still remains isolated and vulnerable. The risk of a major crisis is very real, and it's growing. The more powerful Communist China becomes, the more likely Beijing will embrace a policy of violent expansionism. Yet when the chips are down, the United States can be expected to do what's in its own best interest. That's why it must defend Taiwan. Meanwhile, the policies and practices of the Communist Chinese Empire's dynasties, well, the dynasties of mainland China, offer insights into how modern Chinese leaders will weld their strength. Ask yourself, what kind of superpower will Red China be? That's the question of the 21st century. And according to American leaders such as the former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Red China will be a rapacious authoritarian nightmare intent on destroying the very concept of democracy itself. And Beijing, needless to say, did never disagree. So just what happens should Red China lead the world? Fortunately, for those of us seeking answers to that question, China was a major power for long stretches of human history, and the foreign policies and practices of its great dynasties can offer us insights into how postmodern Red Chinese leaders may weld their widening power now and in the future. And understand this. We have to understand the historical context of how China will lead as a world power, because if Red China conquers Taiwan, they will rule the world. And of course, communist Chinese society today is not the same as it was 100 years agone, let alone 1,000 years. But I've long been studying Imperial China's foreign relations, and clear patterns of a consistent worldview emerge that are likely to shape Beijing's perceptions and projection of power in the postmodern world. We'll see if I can do this some justice in the last half hour remaining. By the way, Sarah Thomas says, "Good morning, Douglas," with a pink pulsating heart. Good morning, honey. Jotai says, "Americans are a part of Taiwan because Douglas MacArthur did say Taiwan is an unsinkable carrier. Even President Chen was an American citizen, like I am a Taiwanese American. And he says if Americans lose Taiwan, Americans lose their own right to survive. Then Red China can claim all of America because Columbus claims America is China because the idiot thought he reached China." It's a valid point, by the way. Historically speaking, that would be the kind of logic the communist Chinese would apply, if we could call it logic. Let's see. Joe Tai follows up by saying Americans' failure to know its own history makes Americans not able to accept reality. Very true. Jacob Waters was saying, Jim Douglas, I only went 9 hours, can't go as long as you. Rocco came on right after he was with you. Thank you so much for being a great host. He says, I got to talk to Samuel for a moment. What a great guest. And he's talking about Samuel Romero. He says, never mind, I lied. I guess I made it 10 hours, but still nothing to compete with Douglas Dietrich. Oh, deeply appreciated. Hugs to Jacob Waters. Also, let me check a message in the... there we are. Good. Some people checking in here and there. And Sophia Jennifer sent myself a friend request. If she's listening, honey, give me some more background about yourself. I just got to make sure you're not a fake timeline. Anyhow, there's several things that we can conclude in terms of if China rules the world. China will not be a pacifist power. In an address to the United Nations General Assembly in September, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping repeated Beijing's oft-stated claim that it was committed to peaceful development, and there is a widely held view that Chinese emperors of the past generally eschewed the deployment of force. It is certainly true that the country's dynasties enjoyed stable relations with some of their East Asian neighbors for extended periods of time, unlike in Europe, where competing monarchies were almost constantly at each other's throats. Postmodern Chinese like to contrast brutal European colonial adventures with the 15th century voyages of the Chinese Admiral Zhen He and his treasure fleets. which sailed across the Indian Ocean, but the dragon ships, which were the mightiest in the world, the equivalent to today's super carriers of the United States, conquered no one. But this quaint picture of Chinese pacifism on the part of a Muslim eunuch, which is what Admiral Zheng He was, ignores that country's dynasties were almost constantly at war. Many of these wars were defensive, mainly against a panoply of invading northern tribesmen. But at the height of their power, the emperors were quite aggressive expansionists themselves. The Han Dynasty of 206 BC to 220 AD, Anno Domini, and the Tang Dynasty of 618 through 907, the great dynasty of poetry. They had armies marching from Central Asia to the Korean Peninsula. The Song Dynasty of 1960 through 1279 fought wars with and sought territory from rival states. It just wasn't very good at it. The most acquisitive of the dynasties was the Qing, the Manchurian dynasty of 1644 through 1912, which carved up and controlled Tibet and conquered today's Xinjiang, Uigeria, where the genocide is ongoing. They didn't start it, the Communist Chinese did, but the only reason the Communists claimed those territories was because they had been conquered by the Qing, the Manchus of China. The Qing emperors were Manchurian, a northern people, originally Turkic and Caucasoid, but interbred with so many Chinese they sinified genetically, and the lands they acquired are now considered indisputable parts of the motherland. Mao Zedong's People's Liberation Army, the PLA, had to reclaim Tibet, which had drifted away from China amid the chaos of the Qing collapse, while the Xinjiang region, which had attained a high degree of autonomy as Eastern Turkestan, had to be reintegrated as well. Now, China will also insist on its own world order. The states China did not or could not overrun were absorbed into the Sinosphere, the Chinese world, through a system of diplomacy and trade that the emperors controlled. Other governments were expected to pay tribute to the Chinese court as an acknowledgement of Chinese superiority, at least ceremonially, and the emperors then considered them vassals. Whether such a tribute system really existed as a hard and fast or consistently applied foreign policy is debated among historians, but it is clear that the Chinese usually tried to foist their diplomatic norms and practices onto those who desired formal relations with China. Think of it as the rules of the game of foreign affairs in East Asia as dictated by China. This order was rarely challenged, at least by the more established East Asian states. Unlike Europe, where states of roughly similar muscle contended for territory, trade, and influence, China had no real rivals. Generally speaking, its neighbors accepted Chinese dominance and followed its rules of engagement. When China faced a challenge, however, it could resort to force. The short-lived Sui dynasty, Sui, in the Romanization from 581 to 618, and the poetic Tang spent decades, for example, trying to destroy the strong Goryeo kingdom in Korea. Zheng He, the supposedly peaceful admiral, well, that Muslim eunuch launched a military expedition on the island of Sumatra, now part of Indonesia, against a rival to the local king and a Chinese vassal. When the Japanese invaded the Korean peninsula in 1592, the Ming dynasty, which ruled from 1368 to 1644, sent troops to help the Koreans expel them. As late as, oh, by the way, and that was the equivalent of the Communist Chinese sending in troops to help the North Koreans expel the Americans. Only where the Imperial Chinese succeeded in expelling the Japanese from the peninsula, the Communist Chinese failed in that, and the peninsula remains divided. But they did succeed in preserving the North Korean state. Well, as late as the 1880s, the Qing dynasty went to war to aid its Vietnamese tributaries against the invading French colonialists. The Chinese would also police their system in other coercive ways, by, for instance, denying proper trading rights to unruly foreigners. So while communist dictator Xi told the United Nations in September that Beijing will never seek hegemony, expansion, or sphere of influence, history proves that China will use force or coercion against other countries when they contest Chinese power. This has implications for Vietnam and all other Southeast Asian countries that dispute Red China's claim to nearly all of the South China Sea, and for Taiwan, which Beijing sees as a renegade province. There are also signs that the Chinese will restore aspects of the old imperial order as their power expands. On 2 occasions, Dictator Xi has summoned high-level delegations from countries participating in his infrastructure-building Belt and Road Initiative to pomp-heavy Beijing forums, tribute missions in all but name. Conversely, when countries defy Beijing's edicts, they are denied access to its bounty. Red China blocked imports from Canada and Australia amid recent diplomatic tussles, and Beijing targeted South Korean businesses in China 3 years ago at maybe 4 by now, after Seoul, the capital of South Korea, agreed to deploy a U.S. missile defense system that the Chi-Coms saw as a security threat. Beyond that, Red China will export its values, or what it perceives as values. One reason supporting the notion that China will be a benign superpower is the amorality of its current foreign policy. Unlike the United States, with its missionary zeal to bring its form of liberty to all, China is, by all evidence, completely they're completely uninterested in changing the world. And that's how the conventional argument goes. They just want to make money therefrom. All right? They don't want to change the world. They just want all its money. There is some truth to this. The Red Chinese are equally happy to sell Huawei 5G networks to autocratic Russia and democratic United Germany without a fuss. Historically, though, the Chinese believed that their culture had a transformative power, that it could change barbarism into civilization. And Confucius himself thought so. That's why the communist Chinese were co-opting Confucius as some kind of revolutionary for their so-called Confucius institutions that they were spreading all over America to promote political influence. In the Confucian Analects, China's greatest sage expressed a desire to live among barbarian tribes, in other words, coexist with all of those ne'er-do-wells outside Chinese borders. A startled listener, at the time Confucius was alive and expressing this, asked how he could tolerate their uncouth habits, and he said not to worry. If a superior man dwelt among them, what rudeness would there be? He was a Buddha figure in that sense. By his very presence, he could calm people down. Don't forget, he was also a martial artist. His very name, Kung, is where we get the term Kung Fu from. I bet you didn't know that. Practically speaking, China's historic statesmen didn't really expect the world to go Chinese or to Sinify, but they did promote their civilization. Ceremonies for visiting ambassadors at the imperial court were designed to overawe, to intimidate. Tang officials built dormitories for foreign students who wanted to study Chinese literature at the country's famous academies. The voyages of that Muslim eunuch, Zheng He, were meant most of all to display Chinese greatness. The Ming Emperor, who launched those supermassive dragon boats, the aircraft carriers of their day, and they did launch men mounted on very large kites to fly through the air. They could drop grenades, bombs, if they need it, filled with Chinese gunpowder. And the Ming Emperor who launched these military-armed super ships, Yongle, he imagined that the people of Cochin in southern India went down on their hands and knees, and, looking to heaven, they bowed and all said, "How fortunate we are that the civilizing forces, influences of the Chinese sages could reach us." Yes, the mind of Confucius came at grenade point. They used to say at bayonet point or rifle point. Well, in this case, kites flying men dropping grenades is actually a lot more impressive. The Chinese also understood the link between culture and power. Other peoples naturally looked to China, the most advanced society in East Asia after all, when building their own kingdoms, and they liberally borrowed legal codes and governing institutions, artistic and literary styles, and, most famously, Chinese written characters, as the Vietnamese did. And the Vietnamese, upon communization, in a fit of nationalism, got rid of all their Chinese characters from their language and took up Arabic romanization, the Arabic alphabet that we use. Now, this cultural bond that existed before communization sustained Chinese influence throughout the regional Asian world, even when the country of China itself was politically weakened. The dictator Xi knowest all this full well, and he intends to build up Red China's soft power by pushing Chi-Com, or Chinese, or communist, or communized Chinese values, both old and new, old in the sense of authoritarianism, new in the sense of ideology. In fact, he once said, "Facts prove that our path and system are successful. We should popularize our cultural spirit cross countries as well as cross time and space, with contemporary values and the eternal charm of Chinese culture." This indicates the kind of time travel that Peter Moon was told by David Lewis Anderson he knows the communist Chinese are perfecting. And this was the purpose of the so-called Confucius Institutes, that state-run program aimed at promoting Chinese language and culture, actually political influence. In the wake of Beijing's supposedly superior coronavirus-busting effort, Chinese officials and state media outlets have been relentlessly marketing their authoritarian governance system as superior, while denigrating the democratic United States by mocking its pandemic response. The implication of this is that postmodern China will prefer other countries to be more like them, not unlike the emperors of old. In imperial times, China's rulers tended to favor foreigners who were more Chinese. In the 1st century, Anno Domini, the year that Christianity overtook Rome, the Chinese historian Ban Gu developed the concept of an inner world comprised of societies touched by Chinese civilization and an outer world of incorrigible barbarians who remained blind to China's light. The inner crowd was treated more benignly and participated more closely in Chinese affairs. Well, this proves that ultimately Red China will support like-minded. You can read that as totalitarian regimes. Indeed, it already does. It befriends illiberal governments shunned by all other countries on Earth, such as North Korea, Iran, Belarus, or White Russia, and Venezuela. And also understand that mainland China, Red China, only tolerates relationships it can dominate. Even in deep antiquity, the Chinese considered themselves better than other peoples because they believed that their civilization was civilization. This formed the basis of a worldview in which the Chinese sat atop the hierarchy. They did not believe in equal relationships, at least in official or ideological terms. Their world order, with its rules and norms, was based on the principle of Chinese superiority and the acceptance of that superiority by all others. Traditionally, when the Chinese were forced into a subordinate or even an equal position with another power, usually due to military weakness, they resented it and tried to reassert their usual dominance when they were strong enough to turn the tables. And it is happening again today. Something, seething at what they consider humiliations inflicted by Western powers from the Opium War, in which my own relation, Commissioner Lin, who has my last name, my family name, did his best as a kind of Judge Dredd, marshaling the police forces to fight foreign militaries, to what the Chinese call unequal treaties that sapped all their sovereignty. China is on a mission to regain the upper hand. As dictator Xi himself put it, the country will never again tolerate being bullied by any nation. That's the goal behind much of his current policies, from a significant buildup of military capabilities to state-funded programs aimed at helping Red China overtake the West in technology. More and more, China's diplomacy turns threatening when faced with challenges from other countries, whether these United States, Asian India, or Australia down under. What becomes clear from any examination of China's history is that the Red Chinese don't just want to be a great power, they believe they deserve to be. In centuries past, the Chinese thought their sovereign had a right to rule all under heaven. Due to the realities of technology and distance, China's reach usually remained regional. But now, in the age of globalization, Beijing's influence may yet achieve that lofty goal, but only if they conquer the source of all technology, Taiwan. Now, in what time we have remaining? But 15 minutes. I have to reference my sponsor. So let me bring him up before I forget, cover what I can, and we can return on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it, back to the question of what happens should China become the most powerful country in the world. Should it conquer Taiwan, what it would be like to live under the Chinese yoke. By the way, just responding to Jake Waters here, who's in the chat room with us. Good man. All right. Let me see. Look up our sponsors, promotional, and then solicit for him, and solicit for myself as well, and our book, which, as Peter Moon says, is gaining traction. So let me scroll down here, get to the text, no matter how many times I say this. Recite this solicitation. I never remember it by heart. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten, lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take his thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can review excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries, currently in production, at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are all within his repertoire. And I just flipped a switch, which took the text away from my eyes. So let me scroll back down, bring up what else is in his repertoire. As, in fact, are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact TheTucsonMurders.com, spelled Tucson, well, Tucson as Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it, TheTucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. All right, with that, we can spend the rest of our time. A quick review here of, let me see, Jacob Waters and our man Rocco Fowler talking to each other. Rocco did say he had a early day today, and he and Jacob Waters are communicating with each other. For those of you who don't know, Rocco Fowler is Montauk Madness 2.0 with 3 exclamation marks. And so let's do a quick check in the time we have remaining, 10 minutes. And want to thank everyone for supporting myself. Understand this is a bit of a promotional fundraiser, taking advantage of my late and sainted sire, my father's birthday weekend, to ask you all to provide myself enough financial support to make it through the holiday season. And, of course, don't forget to spend some money on purchasing the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, spreading the word about it. Once you have it, buy yourself 2 copies, 1 to give to a friend, buy yourself 3, buy yourself half a dozen copies to pass out to people that you know and love, or actually, as well, to people that you dislike and hate. And either way, you're going to change people's lives. If you hate them, it'll fuck them over. And if you love them, it'll change their lives for the better by enlightening them. Either way, the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Have I got that down as a solicitation or what? I don't even have it on text. But there you go. Purchase yourself half a dozen copies to pass out as holiday gifts. That's what Our Lady Penny Bradley was suggesting. Now she's in her 18-hour slumber. I can sleep for that long. I can sleep for days at a time myself. And with that, of course, let's take a look back at our live stream. And so Jacob Waters says, thank you for the show again, Douglas. I would love to talk to you sometime soon. No problem, Jacob. And he says, thank you for coming on tonight. We just wrapped up. We went about 10 hours. He's talking to Rocco, who checked into the chat. And by the way, Rocco didn't hear it, of course, but when he said I have an early day tomorrow, as I said, based on what we had talked about earlier, I said, oh, why, you got a job interview tomorrow? Anyhow, good morning, dear Rocco. And of course, Rock. Let's call him Rock. Like, what's his name again? James, the Rock, I forget the guy. The big Samoan guy, or, New Zealander, Maori, the big Maori fellow. Anyhow, Rohit Singh says, best wishes on your father's birthday. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Rohit Singh. And I've talked to him about this before. And at this point, I do know he is not a Sikh, but for those of you who don't know, all Sikhs have the same last name, Singh, which means young lion. And the Latinization of that would be Lionel. And that is, so Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Jacob Waters reminds me. I was trying to remember the guy's name, Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Let's call Rocco Fowler, Rock Fowler, like The Rock Fowler. The Rock Fowler. That sounds a bit like rock fucker or something, but like a rock, yeah, anyhow, it's good enough. That didn't come out the way I meant it to sound, but Jacob Waters says future president. Oh God, don't wish that on us. I love rock dearly, but oh God. Future president, that would be it's the speeches would be a bit difficult. The public speaking needs a little bit of work. But if he was president, okay, and I were his Spock, if you will, his advisor on the Starship of State, okay, it might work. All right, it's we can make that work. So there you go. The one thing we do know is he's a good man. He's an honest man, I think. We don't know him that well yet, but we'll get to know him more. And with Rohit Singh, again, he's South Asian, obviously, but he's not Sikh. I know that much. He informed me of that, and I can't remember the rest of it. So he is, then, therefore, if he's not Sikh, he is either Pakistani or Asian Indian. I don't remember him as Pakistani, because then I would kind of remember him the same way I remember Salman Sheikh, but I believe he's East Indian, which gives us a good balance. I mean, we've got Salman Sheikh representing, well, not representing Pakistan, really, because Salman Sheikh, if anything, does feel that, Pakistan is fucked up.